What's good, everybody? It's Game Talk. We've got no fucks to give today. I'm here with Brimstone,
What's up?
my boy Blue.
Did he not come back yet?
Did he not?
I thought he did. Bad.
Coming soon, back for the first time, my boy Blue. And Don G. How you doing, Don?
Good. From the state that they outlawed, one of the states they outlawed vaping in. Just saying.
Oh, dude.
Like
Unreal,
Sell
man.
them, you can't sell them now.
Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if your crime rate
Crime goes up.
Yeah. What do you think nicotine does for people, dude? It keeps us calm. Keeps us from wanting to kill one another over stupid shit.
Well, yeah, once you're on it, because you.
No, not once you're on it, dude.
What up,
There's
Cat?
people-
Yep. Well, you can hop in Overwatch anytime you're ready, Brim.
I'm gonna play some Wolves for a little bit, dude.
Oh, that's cool. Well, then I gotta wait for Blue. So anyway, what's been up with y'all?
Work, my man.
I just got back from church. Well, a while ago, actually, but I had church today.
Oh, that's right. You're Mormon, right?
No, Pentecostal.
I'm fucking with you, Don.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I was like, does he listen?
I was like, Dad, bro, I'm just kidding.
I took it literally.
I know you did. That's what made it funny.
Like, yeah, you're Mormon, right? I'm like, oh.
It's all right, Don. It's okay.
It's all good. It's all gravy, baby.
You sure you're not Mormon, Don?
You sure? Fuck you at, Blue.
Nah, I just work, bro. Work's been fucking kicking my ass. Got sick over this past week.
Dude, my mom and dad are sick too.
Bro, it's whatever's going around, dude. It's not dog. Oh.
Coronavirus. Oh no, we might get demonetized for that because YouTube is demonetizing anybody who talks about coronavirus.
Report stream.
Yep. Please do.
Maybe I should be like a long-winded letter. I was offended and appalled by this. They brought up the virus. Please terminate them, or else I get woke.
That's true. People do that shit.
Well, I tried to find it. Somebody on, there was a post on Reddit about a tweet IGN made about an article that was written talking about how the GDC, Game Developers Conference, was postponed either indefinitely or canceled outright because of the coronavirus. And somebody said, I couldn't pull up the tweet though. Somebody said the quote was something about how only racist people would not go or something, just like racist gamers.
The fuck?
Dude. But either way, it's just like,
Nonsense?
yeah, nobody wants to go to China and get fucking a virus, yo.
Oh, you mean to tell me somebody wants to live? Oh my god.
Right? And there was a bunch of others too. I think PAX was either postponed indefinitely or canceled. Japan was talking about postponing the Olympics.
I know Sony and Square Enix pulled out of PAX.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like,
yeah, a bunch of them pulled out and then they postponed it. And there was a couple more game things too, like CES, I think. I can't remember if that was actually postponed or not. What's up, Arrow? So, bunch of nonsense.
Tell me people want to live, please. Nobody wants to live in China. Get sick. Get fucking ill off of their own government bullshit.
So, Arrow, do you remember that thing we were talking about?
What thing were you guys talking about?
Nothing. I'm just messing with him.
What y'all been playing recently?
Wolcen Mayhem. It is. Oh my god, dude! Like, I can't tell you how good this game is. It does have its issues, but like, already I feel like I'm getting more out of this than out of the first 100 playthroughs of Diablo. My one playthrough, I feel like I've accomplished more than I have in Diablo. So
Nice.
there's that.
It's a Diablo 3 style game.
Yeah, it's like Diablo 3 and Warhammer came together and had a baby.
Oh, all right.
It's lit, dude.
Huh. Where is it? What, Steam?
Yeah.
Early access or?
Early access. They just released chapter 2. They're doing up to 5 chapters, I believe, and I've got over like probably 16 hours in just the first 2 chapters alone. So
Nice.
And it's actually challenging. Like it's actually kind of hard. Like, no lie, like they put some fucking thought into this game.
Nice.
That is a rare value to have. And people are tearing this game up shreds too in Steam. I don't know why. I mean, yeah, it's got its issues, but like this game is not nowhere near as broken as fucking Diablo was. So like, or is to this day. So I mean, I don't know why these people are so ham on it. But what else?
Oh, is that a wild blue?
I thought that said CNN for a minute there. It's just CCN.
Wait, who's streaming Hentai Haven? Art? Yeah.
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, we're live on Pornhub right now, bro.
No, are we live right now or no?
Yes, we are. You missed the beginning.
What was the beginning? What happened?
We're live on
Nothing.
Chatterbait.
Nothing. You just
Saturday
missed
for
it.
days, though.
Getting Overwatch, you bitch.
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. Click
I didn't get.
Blizzard Launcher. Click play.
And I
Real
said you
simple.
can wait a sec.
What have you been playing, Blue?
Watch.
Give me a second. I'm showing. I went for a little bit more pasta, but no. I've just been playing Overwatch and Metro. Climbed all the way to Gold and Plat, so I'm good in Overwatch. I've just been playing Metro, basically all day and the day before.
Yeah, I got through some more Metro the other night. I think I'm up to.
What are your choices? Did you complete the first act or no?
Yeah, the first act is all done. And then
Did
I
Duke,
beat.
what happened to Duke?
What do you mean, Duke?
The guy who you're with when you went to the priest's room.
He got there? I don't know.
Oh. Okay, got.
Like he didn't die or anything.
Okay, good. Because in the bad ending, I said in the bad ending. In Exodus, the Morai system makes a bit more sense. So like, basically, the ending involves giving blood, and if there's not that many people left, you get what I mean. So it's not like how it was in 2033 or Last Light, where it just didn't make sense at all.
Wow, it did and it didn't.
Yeah, but I mean, if I had to say Exodus, like I think Exodus is probably a true masterpiece of a game.
Yeah,
I'm liking it so far.
It does like semi-open world, but does it well enough where, because it doesn't just like, oh, it's semi-open world, so here's a bunch of extra side bullshit you're forced to do. You're not forced to do, but they throw you a bunch of extra side bullshit that really isn't anything but filler. But Exodus doesn't do that. It gives you a little bit, but it's not like it's not too much, and it doesn't overstay its welcome.
Well, yeah, it's all just upgrades. Every little side thing is just an upgrade.
An upgrade or something related to like the morality system. So it's nothing that is like forcing you to do it, or like it overstates its welcome, like when other games do open world shooter and then they just have like a bunch of, like Far Cry, for example. Like Far Cry 4 has so much shit that just shouldn't be there. but it's only there just to pad stuff out and just make the world seem more big than it actually is.
Yeah.
I know
I
people
see
like
that.
Far Cry, but I think Far Cry games, most of them are kind of bad.
I don't know about bad. I still think 3 is the best. Although I haven't
3
finished
and 2,
5.
3 and 2, I think were the best ones. After that, the other ones have just been really bad. Actually, Blood Dragon. Blood Dragon.
You didn't like 4? I thought 4.
I didn't like 4 at all. I thought Blood Dragon was better. Now it's supposed to be a parody DLC.
I mean, yeah, you're right. It was a really. I still need to go through it again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. For me, it's tough. Like, I don't know if I could pick which one of the 3 is my favorite Metro, because, man, that
Have you beat them all?
I have not beaten Exodus yet, but I have beaten both the regular editions and the Redux editions of 33 and Last Light.
For me, it's a really hard pick because it's like, do I want to say Exodus? But it's also, I thought Last Light was fantastic.
Well, that's the thing. 33. God, the atmosphere, just everything about the world they created, even if it was just this tiny little piece of the Moscow Metro Rail, you know, it was so good. Even if it was linear as fuck and all that shit, it was just so good. It was so fun playing that game. And then I really and I loved the story. And then I loved where they took the story in Last Light. And Last Light was a little more, I mean, it wasn't open world, but it was more open area. You weren't in the metro quite as often. You were outside a lot more often and stuff like that.
I thought Last Light had, I think Last Light had a better story than 2033. Even though 2033 is still a fantastic game, but a good story.
Yeah. And I like where they took Exodus. Even though I didn't mind the linearity of the first 2. I like that they took it in an open world direction, kind of rounds it out, especially with the way the story goes, because the first 2 were very linear stories.
You couldn't do like a semi-open world in a metro.
Well, you could. I mean, you could have. They could have done it more like Exodus, where there were areas, and each area would just correspond to a couple of tracks and stations. I mean, it could have been done, but it definitely wouldn't have made as much sense as what they did with Exodus. And so when they're the way they took the story to where in Exodus you're actually going on an Exodus, and it's across the surface, right? It's not an Exodus through the metro. It's an Exodus on the surface, right? So that makes sense. Like that's the perfect spot in the universe of Metro games to make it open world, because now you have an excuse. Oh, they're going across the surface. Well, that's the perfect spot in the timeline to start making it open world, because it makes a lot more sense for the open world in the actual outside world as opposed to an open world metro world.
It's so, and I like going open because there's so much mystery to it. Like, what's the world like now and all that. It's like there's so much mystery to it, which is, I love that shit. And also the environments, I think all the environments, even like all the environments are fantastic. Like, I don't want to give spoilers, but all of them are just well done. And it's like 4A, they could have done a safe game. Like, they probably could have done another Metro game, like in the Metro, and done it safe.
Or even even in the outside, they could have just done it linear, or like real low level open world where it's a basic it's a basically linear open world outside world. But with just a few side places to explore in each of the sections that you go through. They could have done it that way, and it probably would have been just fine.
But they went above and beyond with this one, which is I really like that, because they didn't choose a safe route. They chose to take a risk, and I will personally give. I think game devs deserve to be rewarded when they take risk instead of taking a safe way.
Metro in itself was a risk when it first came out.
The development of those games apparently were high hell. So
they were like high risk, high reward.
What up, Hackon?
Situations.
Like I said Smiling. I heard they're like smuggling computer parts through like terminals and shit. Like, oh Jesus, like crazy. It's like some crazy shit like that. And I'm like,
they're like, yo, we created Metro because we Like, holy shit, man!
And
Like,
it's like such a breath of fresh air. It's like they
Get an
created a game
Overwatch,
because they
Blue.
loved it. Final play it. That's such a breath of fresh air to me. They created a game because they loved it, and instead of most people who would have given up, they decided to go through with it.
That's
yeah.
you really can't tell, man, with creative products what's a labor of love and what isn't.
With Metro, I can definitely tell it's a labor of love, especially if you have like, because after you beat the game, like I don't know if this is in the other two games, but in Exodus, there's these developer recordings where basically the developers say like what they were gonna do with this section.
Hey, Brim.
Yeah.
What's getting smooth going on about? Let me get this straight. First party games playable, Xbox, etc. First party games playable only on PS5 equals no games.
That's yeah. It's console war bullshit, dude. Don't worry about it.
Is he? Yeah.
Console war bullshit. Don't worry about it. It's good.
First, I thought he was talking about how they say, well, from what I know about the PS5, like they're gonna allow backwards compatible, but only with first party games, like not
no.
third party games.
No.
That's wrong.
Yeah, he's not.
It
talking
should
about
be.
that.
Like, there's not much difference between the architecture and all that of. I mean, there is, but there isn't. I mean, both this current generation's Xbox and PlayStations are way closer to. Oh,
What happened?
Can you hear me?
yeah, now we can hear you.
So wait, so the PS5 is not going to be backwards compatible only with first party games?
It shouldn't. It should be completely backwards compatible with all PS4. Oh, but Blue, what the fuck, man?
Blue.
I'm going by two
Hello?
different statements
Yo.
I read about the PS5. That's
What are you doing, Blue? What happened?
At first, my thing cut off. Basically, I remember I stopped. I was talking about developer diaries before I cut off, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, basically, developer diaries are really interesting, well done, and fantastic, and are definitely, if you beat the game, Pete, I recommend giving the game a second playthrough just to listen to all those. Even if you don't want to play through gaming it, I even recommend just listen to all the diaries.
Oh, I probably will. I've played through both of the Metros several times each. Still haven't gotten the second ending of.
Last Light, it's almost impossible to get the second ending. I swear to God, man.
No, it's-
I gave up.
It's just not doing the specific things that automatically fail the second ending. Like watch.
Yeah.
What gets me is I watch the stripper every time.
No, because
What
she
am I gonna
gets,
do,
she
dude?
gets
It's a
in your
hot redhead.
face. The problem is she literally gets in your face. And it's like, oh my.
With her
You can't
ass?
avoid her.
'Cause I'm down.
No, like
If
she
you-
straight up,
She gives you a lap dance.
if you pay for it, of course. Even though, also another thing that Exodus did was it developed a lot of the characters. Like for example, Ana became one of my favorite characters in the
Yeah,
Metro
she's great.
games because of it.
I don't know if I like what they did with
I like her because she's like an
The
actual
Colonel.
believable
or
Miller.
Captain
Oh,
Miller.
dude,
Yeah,
I fucking love Miller's a fucking beast. I love Miller. He's a true gangster. Like not to like sound like I'm getting all ratty up here, but it's just like, dude, his character throughout the entirety of Exodus was like, man, and you really get these vibes, like, cause he's like, you're basically his son-in-law because you're married to his daughter
Well, yeah,
and all that stuff now.
sure.
So it's like, there's like certain things of it. It's like, oh man, this is great. And you don't know if he's trying to kill you because he's giving you all the hard missions, or he's doing it because he thinks you're the best and all that stuff. You know, it's just like crazy stuff.
Yeah.
That and Anna's character, like as a female character, because a lot of games tend to mess up a female character. They tend to do her like where she doesn't really have any significant part in a story, or she's like one of those, oh, I'm a woman, blah blah type stuff. They did it really right. Access where it's just not like, oh, like her Anna being a woman didn't really matter as much,
Yeah.
which is what I love. And yeah, they do a lot of character focuses in Exodus, which I think the only downside to Exodus is why I think it's only a 4 out of 5 instead of 5 out of 5 is because Archon doesn't talk at all, except in like the loading screens.
I don't know. I know
And I
why
think-
they did
I
that,
think he-
and I accept their logic.
I think he should be able to talk at least a little bit, 'cause some of it does get a little janky, where it's just like your wife talking, and you're not saying anything. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the you are saying things, just not in game.
I wish you can hear what he's saying because I really think Archon's fascinating. Like the shit he has to say, like shit he says, like, especially in the loading screen, because that's the only time you ever really hear him. And it's like, man, I love this. What a well done character. Like he's probably one of the few silent characters that are decently well done. So.
Well, you haven't played Final Fantasy VII yet, so.
I don't know. I don't really care about that one, but
You bought
I know
it. You
everyone
better
refer-
fucking play it, dude. You need to.
at some point, yes.
Yeah,
Like
don't give me
everyone
that.
talks about Master Chief, like Master Chief being a cool silent character. I think Master Chief might be one of the most overrated characters. I shouldn't say silent, but like he's one of those stoic characters. I think he's one of the most overrated stoic characters, Master Chief.
I can see that. I can see why you'd say that.
And now it doesn't mean he's bad or Halo's bad because I love the Halo games, but it's like
No,
I
you're
got
not.
Halo 2.
In Halo-
Jesus, but you shouldn't have to say that.
I know,
You're
right? But
fine.
in Halo, the parts I enjoyed about Halo 2 and Halo 3 were Private Johnson, the black guy. Dude, he's like, oh my god, you're fucking amazing. I love this dude. He's one of the best characters in Halo. And Halo, the way he goes out in Halo 3, fuck that dude, I'm angry about it. I know it's a little late because Halo 3 is old, but
How did he go out in Halo 3?
he dies saving that one woman who wasn't as memorable as fucking Johnson, because Johnson's just a fucking gangster. Like, anytime he talks, he's well done.
He was a sergeant, JC says.
The sergeant, yeah.
Fuck you,
I-
Hanzo.
My bad. Yeah, I think that's the only criticism of Exodus is Archon not talking at all really in game. That's my only criticism of Exodus. Other than that, I think Exodus is almost a 5 out of 5 game. Because not that many games I think deserve like all these 5 out of 5 ratings, but I think Exodus is probably one of the games that is closest to it.
You guys are making me
Fine,
want to
fine.
go reinstall the dub edition and go.
You
through
know,
it
like
again.
I know that people don't like or mix on the like voice acting, but I think the English voice acting for Exodus is really well done.
No, it is.
Like I can understand 2033 where it wasn't as well, it wasn't really that
Actually,
good.
I almost prefer 2033. Like, I prefer 2033's RTM to the newer one.
Do you,
But-
any of you guys want to play that Final Fantasy VII remake coming out, or not really?
Oh, I definitely do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whenever it comes to
Absolutely.
PC, I'm not gonna play on
Abso-fucking-lutely.
console. I have
But
no
I'm
interest
probably-
in playing 30
I'm gonna
frames.
be waiting until it comes out as a collector's edition with all 3 parts for. I'm not gonna be. God, I hope it's not fucking $60 a pop for each of the 3 parts, because that's just gonna. That's a
That's
kick
a
in the
rip-off.
fucking nuts.
That's
Yeah.
a fucking ripoff, dude.
I get the
Well,
logic. Dude, say
I mean, I've seen the game on pre-order on PlayStation for $60.
Ah, damn it, dude. Yeah, so I'm waiting.
I'll just wait till it comes out all in one. Cause
Well, either that or if like the first part goes on sale for $20, it's like, okay, I'll get it. You know.
and
but
even
it's-
if I'm sorry, go first. Fuck.
Oh, I was just gonna say, because I bought that game so many times by now. And I realize they're doing a lot of work for the remake, but
I think it's
mean-
well earned though.
I'm just hoping the duration of the game counts as a long, full game. Like they're saying, it's gonna be a full game itself. The first.
Well, okay, so
Regard-
here's the thing with
That
Square.
much.
With Square, you have to take what Square says with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
They will promise you the fucking world before the game comes out, and then chop everything. So, with this reboot, they have already said it's gonna be like a 40-hour game, which is good.
Mhm.
But
well,
when the game comes out, I guarantee you could probably beat that bitch in about 10 hours.
and is that 40
I mean-
hours? That's just for the first part, right?
That's for the first part, yeah.
Okay, because
That's
I
the
was gonna
first-
say, because Final
Because,
Fantasy
what-
VII
what they're
itself
doing
was
is
like
the-
a 150-hour game or something silly like that.
If you were to do everything, yeah. But it's
Well, yeah,
easy to
that's-
like
that's what
sink
I mean.
way more than that. Yeah, it
Well,
was
that's
way
the-
easy to
that-
sink way more into that game than just that, though.
So
there's
basically,
lots of shit to
maybe,
do,
Maybe
so.
it'll be 40 hours, but that's 40 hours with side content too. probably.
Right. Which, hey, that's fine. I have no problem with that. I mean, yeah.
As long as the side content isn't just feeling so overwhelming and doesn't overstay its welcome. That's when
Well,
I
it
have a
does,
problem with
but
side
you don't have to
content.
do any of it. So
You only did the side content if you were curious about certain characters. Like Cat, if you wanted to know more about Cat Sith, then like you would do all of
Kate.
his side shit, or Kate Sith. Then you found out like, oh, he's actually a pretty badass robot made by fucking who was it? The
Oh, you gotta be
guys that were part of the Mako industry.
Shinra?
Shinra, there we go. Yeah. Like you know, if you wanted to know all the different nuances of the characters, then yeah, you would
Right.
want to do all of it.
Or
But
Vincent,
you don't have
go
to.
through Vincent's whole backstory.
Vincent's
and
was
shit.
fun. I
Yeah.
loved Vincent's story, dude. I loved that shit. Like I was all about that shit forever.
Also, I watched some YouTube videos
I
on
never-
Final Fantasy VII.
I have the. I have the Final Fantasy original Final Fantasy VII on PC.
So do I.
Bram, I actually think you bought. I think you bought me that. Actually, I think.
Yeah, I did.
I got it. It's
yeah,
like-
well, but
It was a long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, I haven't.
Oh.
I played the beginning of it, but every time I started playing the beginning, it wasn't the game wasn't causing this. It was just stuff that happened. Like I had to reset my computer, so it reset my progress.
Oh yeah, I get that.
So I never really finished the game. That's the thing.
Oh no!
but,
Don't tell me.
And that's a
but-
long ass game to restart if you lose your progress. Like if
Well,
you're up to
I
the
was-
second
I was-
CD and you lose your progress, that's a bitch.
Well, I wasn't that far in the game. I was still kind of in the beginning, but I was doing other stuff too. But I never finished the. I never really finished the game. So like what point was I getting at with this? I was making sure.
I have no idea,
lost-
sir.
I lost where I was.
Yes,
No,
you
I-
did.
The whole thing about the Final Fantasy VII remake, even when it comes out, like the remake, I'll probably play it in just the standard combat, not the 15 version of combat. Because
I don't know, I'll
it's one
do
of
the
reasons
15
why
version.
it's one of the reasons why I don't like Final Fantasy 15 is because I find the combat really just not good. At least I find it's not fun, doesn't feel as good. It kind of feels like you're jumping all over the place and doing a little
Feels clunky.
damage to your target.
It feels clunky.
I don't know. I liked
I'll-
it. Were you playing mouse and keyboard or gamepad, Blue?
I played it on controller originally on PlayStation, but it was so low frame rate a lot of times I just couldn't do it because it would hurt my eyes.
Did you try it mouse and keyboard?
I played it mouse and keyboard for a little bit, and I just didn't like it as much still.
Oh, here was my point I was trying to make earlier.
Maybe I'll give it a try eventually, but right now it's just, to me, the game just doesn't seem that, like the combat just doesn't feel as good as like I really would hope it would be. It's one of the reasons I might
Yeah,
prefer the
the-
turn-based version of it.
They could have made.
I remember now. I played other variations of Final Fantasy VII, like Crisis Core and the one that no one liked called Dirge of Cerberus.
Man, I don't know why nobody liked that either, because that was a great game.
No, it was a great game. It was a great
Hey,
game.
what-
I liked it. It's just it was unbalanced once you completed the first playthrough of the game. You could like carry all your data into extra hard mode and have like maxed out materia, so you just blow everything up instantly.
Hey, what's with all these controversial opinions, man?
I mean, it's,
No, it's like-
what do you want?
I make this joke a little bit, but it's like every time there's like a consensus, this thing is bad. Pete's like, no, it's actually good. I'm like, what? Not all the time, but like,
I said no one liked it because I heard it was
Hey,
bad.
you know, I have a unique ability to see the good in media, man. There's a bunch of movies I like that are just fucking terrible, but they've got some great fucking stuff in them, and I'm willing to overlook the flaws because they do a really, they get a really good plot point in, or there's a really interesting idea behind some tech device or something like that. So I don't know. I mean,
no, like I'm just
like
being
what
a
you
little-
like.
I'm just being an ass
no, I
about
got
it,
you.
but-
Yeah, but you
Hey,
like what you like, and I
Gangster,
like a lot.
if you get the secret ending, I noticed you can get the secret ending for Dirge of Cerberus. Didn't that ending kind of kind of imply the possibility of another game, like a sequel to 7?
I can't remember.
Well, like
As-
the guy with the
Nope.
Genesis appears at the end of the game.
Wait, hold up. Are all the Final Fantasy games in one cohesive
No.
story, or is it
No.
all
Not-
separate shit?
Well, I mean, it
There's
depends on what
there's
you
different
mean, yeah.
there's different universes in certain game arcs. So like
Is 15 a sequel
12
to
with
7?
Crystal Chronicles.
No, all the different numbers are completely separate from each other. The only thing they're related, I mean, depends on what you mean by related. Like, they all have certain things. Like, there's almost always a
Well,
materia. There's almost
so-
always a Sid. Shit like
so
that.
anything in the Crystal universe is all in one world. So like you have the Heroes of Light, which was about the orbs and going in and killing Garlic and getting all these orbs together. That was part of the Crystal universe. So anything that you play that's a part of the Crystal universe, like Crystal Chronicles, I think Final Fantasy no, not 7. What was it? 12 or 12? Yeah, 12 and 12 too. 10, I don't think was part of it. I think that's in its own separate thing with materia, like 7 is. Like it's so fucking weird, dude. But like, yeah,
Just
there's
treat 'em
certain
all separate.
there's certain Final Fantasy universes that actually do play well with each other. There's some others, so.
But
'Cause
most
here's
of
the
them
thing,
are
though.
completely like Final Fantasy
The
X
stories
has
themselves
nothing
are
to do with
separate,
Final
yeah.
Fantasy 7, except that
Right.
they're both named Final Fantasy. And like I said, there's almost always a Cid, there's almost always materia and a few other things. But other than that, like the worlds are completely separate.
Because
Yeah.
for me, like, I'll give a little criticism about 15. In 15, there's like you can use guns, but to me, they just feel so pointless. I'm like, man, why are these even in the game? They feel so pointless.
Yeah,
I know that sounds really minor, but it's like to me, it's just really bothersome. So it's just when your companions in 15.
Well,
is
and some of
like,
the other things too
a
is
new-
they change the mechanics of everything every game, and that's, I mean, it's both a good and a bad thing. You know, like I didn't like the materia system in 8. You know, I much
They
preferred
didn't have
7.
a materia system in 8.
Well,
It was,
magic, fine, magic system.
GF
Yeah, yeah.
system, yeah.
Right.
Oh,
I
and
didn't.
the magic system feels weird to me in 15. That's not a thing. For like my first Final Fantasy, it just feels like really different, like kind of unnatural.
But that's the thing. They change it every game, though. So, you know, some of them aren't gonna. You know, some people aren't gonna like, and some of them people are. You know, and it's the same thing with all those mechanics. So, you know, you can't get it perfectly right every single time, especially when you are trying to do something different every single time. So I think that's one of the reasons people are able to forgive when there's a bad system that they don't like or something like that. It's like, well, you know, they tried and you know, they want it to be different every time, so it's not the exact
Why
same
though?
game.
If something
Well,
just works, it should just be fine though.
you know, it's like, mate, hey man, the Final Fantasy is a huge fucking franchise. It's been around for a whole shitload of time, and obviously people enjoy it even though it changes, and maybe that's one of the reasons they like it, because it's not just the same exact game.
I don't know
you know.
about enjoy because
Same,
I,
yeah.
for in terms of Final Fantasy, I've heard like very mixed feelings about. Like they'll say like 7 best one, then they'll say like 8 terrible,
Sure.
then they'll like name all these ones that are terrible, and it's like
But here's the thing, though. All the ones that they named as terrible are usually the darling of the community.
Yeah,
Darling
Brem, you're
what?
still cutting down out, man. Try turning your noise gate down a few decibels.
who?
Brem.
I mean,
Um,
it's just for stuff I hear about because I hear it's like a very vivid battle between fans. Like, oh no,
Sure.
this one's actually the worst one. No, this is the worst one. It's like okay, but everyone agrees that 7's the best. That's the only thing that seems a consensus on. That 7 is the best Final Fantasy.
Wasn't 13
But
supposed to be seen as really bad, but I think 13.2 was better.
Oh,
or
that's not.
something.
I got a friend who plays Final Fantasy. He fucking hates 13. He thinks
And
it's
yet, I know a
trash
ton of
every
people who
single
love
way.
13. Oh shit.
It's like very controversial, man. Or not controversial,
Yeah,
but it's like
but
very
it-
mixed.
But again, how many other game franchises have fandoms like that where
Or lasted this
Yo.
long.
they'll not only have lasted this long, but where there's camps within them where, you know, people have strong preferences on which one they like to that extent?
All right,
You
how's
know?
this?
Well, we'll have to see when you, because it's like every couple of sentences you get a couple of words in the middle that cut out. So.
Okay, so what I was trying to tell Blue was, in the Final Fantasy fandom, in the community, there's one thing that is always common, and that is like what everybody thinks is like the shit game. Later down the line becomes like the darling of the series. Yeah, like for instance, Final Fantasy IX. A lot of people hated that game. I don't know why. I loved that game. That was one of my favorites. The summons were beautiful. The combat was beautiful. The character storytelling was like marvelous. But people hated it. And then here we are like almost 10 years later and everybody loves it. So it's like it's really hard to tell because the Final Fantasy fandom is very mixed.
It gets confusing. I'll say
yeah.
that much.
I mean 10 and 10-2, for instance.
Yeah.
Everybody hated 10-2, but I loved it. I love that game.
And now it's
Now
lost now.
everybody loves 10-2.
Everyone's like, no, guys, I was there. I was the only one who actually liked 10-2. It's like, okay, guys, we need to pick a
Pretty
I like
much,
10-2.
yes. I love 10-2.
Actually,
Yeah.
I played 10.2 several times over because I wanted to get into that cave where to put all the orbs in the wall and you fight, you get this secret.
Bro,
cutscene.
I'm thinking about picking it up on PC right now because it's on sale. I'm gonna start probably running a stream on it.
That's another thing.
yeah.
I bought Nier Automata because it was $26, and I'm like, this is the lowest I'm gonna get. Fucking
All
buy now.
All Square Enix games are on sale on Steam right now until March 3rd. So if there's a Square game that you haven't gotten because it's too expensive, get it now.
Because they never go down in price, especially
they never
Nier.
fucking
Even
do.
on sale, it was like 40,
Even on summer sales, dude, it's like it's almost
Still
like
40
pulling
bucks or
teeth.
something.
it's like $40. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. Nier's like at this point a couple years old.
But Nier's really good.
That's another thing. Nier is kind of like there's multiple endings, right? Is there a way to get the endings, or is it just like it just happens, whatever happens?
I think.
No, you got to play
I-
through it several times.
You have to play through it through several. Yeah, I was gonna say, don't you
Yeah.
have to play through it several times? if I
Yeah,
remember
there's
correctly?
a bunch of endings that aren't locked until you play through it. There's a couple that you can get from different.
Is there a way you
'cause-
triggers the ending, like you
Yeah,
trigger it? or-
well, a couple of them are done by making different choices in the game itself. But then there's a couple more because there's like after you beat it, I believe you can play it as 9S,
Yeah.
and something like that. Haha. Oh, fuck
I know
off,
in,
Blue.
I know in Final Fantasy 14 they added the one of the new raids they call is called the Copy Factory, and it's near some random stuff in it.
No one can hide
Yeah.
from my sight.
I mean,
They
that's
added
just-
it in there.
I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, because I was mentioning earlier before you like went out for a little. A buddy of mine who loves Final Fantasy, he thinks 13 is the worst one out of all of them.
And see, I would disagree because like the stories in 13, it was so good that they did 13 too. And then they got Lightning Returns.
Well,
and then they
Lightning
have-
was a great character. That's the thing. As bad as you think the
And-
game was, Lightning itself was a great character.
Well,
You
like the
going,
whole
babe?
premise of that series was like
What?
all these characters had
Okay.
like a very short shelf life. Like they were dying. That was part of their making was like they were dying. So like they had all this power, but yet they had a very short shelf life to complete their story. And a lot of people hated that. That was like one of the things that drove that game down into the ground. But now everybody likes it. So hey.
I mean, the only thing that's consistent is that everyone says 7's the best Final Fantasy. It's the only consistent thing that stays around.
Well, I'd say that's
Like,
the
everyone-
general
7's the
consensus
best.
because I know a lot of people that'll say, like 10 is the best or 8 is the best.
Yeah.
So, but I do like see the most people say that 7 is the best.
I think also 7's probably the Final Fantasy that everyone remembers playing.
Like
Well,
that's
sure.
the darling of darling.
Well, that's the thing.
dog.
That one was the one that brought it into the mainstream, right? Because if you listen to the old school purists, they all say that 6 is the best.
Oh, you gotta love those guys.
But that was still when Final Fantasy wasn't really known in America. I mean, they hadn't even brought they only brought like 3 of them over at that point, right? Before 7 was.
Yeah, so like back then, like I think what was it? Final Fantasy back. Okay, so if you
Because
were
I
to
think
go by
1 through
their
3
order,
were never brought.
right. Well, one was.
One
came
was,
over. That was a
but not-
Nintendo. That was on Nintendo.
Yeah,
and
but
then
not
2
2 and
came out
3.
later.
Yeah.
No, 2 came out later.
Or 2
yeah.
came out, yeah, but not 3 and 4.
3 never made it.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 never made it. But then you later found out that 5 and 3 were the same game.
Right.
In Japan.
And then fucking 6 came out for SNES.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And then there was nothing until 7. But when 7 hit, they marketed the fucking shit out of it, and it was the first one to use 3D graphics, and it looked, for the time, amazing.
Well, that's when they finally brought out Final Fantasy Chronicles, which was 5 and Chrono Trigger on one disc,
Right.
which was a fantastic set.
Oh yeah, dude.
And then they came out. Then they finally came out with Final Fantasy Anthology for the PlayStation 1. Oh, dude, I have both.
Would Shadow of the Colossus be considered like a Japanese game?
Yeah,
Oh man, that's another game that I felt like was like
I beat
that-
that one. on PS2.
that became a classic because it
I
deserved.
got my
I think
OGs.
because Shadow of the Colossus was such a unique game because I remember it vaguely, but I played like the PlayStation 4 remaster and I'm like, holy shit, there's no game like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can't remember like the last game I played where I had to climb a giant monster to stab it twice to kill it. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my god, this is so cool.
Oh, God of
Have
War.
you ever? Did you ever get the chance to get the Team Ico set, which was Shadow Colossus?
It was I only played the PlayStation remaster.
Oh,
That's
dude,
what it was.
if you could get the Team
Oh,
Ico set, dude, it's worth it.
motherfucker.
Which, by the way, that remaster is probably one of my favorite remasters because it's the game in 60 frames per second and it's actually redone where everything is so beautiful. Especially because there's a lot of times, like remember I think it was one of the Colossus, just like a walking that just walks around, doesn't really attack you. He just walks around.
Yeah,
You know what I'm talking about, Brim?
yeah.
He just like walks on 4 legs. I literally spent like 5 minutes just staring at it, like, oh my god, the animations, the way it moves, it's fantastic.
That
Especially-
studio, dude, that studio was ahead for its time because even on a standard edition of that game, like it was still able to stand toe to toe with the remaster,
Yeah.
which was amazing. It was like, wow, these guys were really ahead for their time.
Oh,
That
by the
game-
way. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That game is probably I think might be one of my favorite games of all time. It may be not one of all time, but it's like one of the most unique games of all time, I would say. Cause I can't remember a game that like ever had that premise or that's even come close to what it is.
Sure, absolutely, I agree.
Like maybe being like saying it's the best game of all time because the game is simple in a lot of ways. Like it's a very simple.
Oh,
game.
it's simple, but like that's what made it so good. It was like the premise of it when you hear it on paper, it doesn't sound all that difficult
Oh,
until
and-
you do it.
And the ending was so fucking. It was like that's what the ending was called. Expectations Subversions Done Right. That's what I like to call it. Because you expect it, you just like you get the girl and you eat the fuck out. It was like, oh no, you become Dormammu, bitch. Is that, I'm pretty sure it's the dude's name, right?
Yeah.
And like, oh my, dude, that's. And then you talk about how they all share the same universe because there's a previous game where people of horns
Yeah.
and art exist and all that stuff.
Yeah, that because you were so that was Princess something. I can't remember her name. You were actually escorting her through the entire level, and you had to make sure she stayed alive, and that was a really big hit back in the day. That was why that was included on the bundle that they released for the remaster. Have you ever got a chance to play it? It's really actually pretty good.
It's Team Ico, that's their name, right? Because a lot
Team
they say
Ico, yeah.
They say their games share a universe, even Last Guardian, which I think Last Guardian is probably one of the most frustrating games I played. I still kind of like it, despite how frustrating it kind of was.
Yeah.
Because the one thing I didn't like about Last Guardian was the dog, like the giant dog. I know they were trying to go for realistic, but he was just frustrating whenever he didn't want.
I'm sorry,
did
but
what he
the
didn't want to.
amount that game was pushed back and never really fully released to its full potential, like that game was a huge letdown.
I mean, fair enough, because it was that game in delay for at least like probably 10 years.
Yeah.
Like it was supposed to come out on the PS3 and then never
Bro,
did.
it was supposed to be a PS3 like mid-cycle launch title, dude, and it was like, nope. Then they weren't even gonna put it on the PS3 at one point. They're like, yeah, we're not gonna do it. Like, what? Then they got that huge ass backlash, and they're like, okay, we're gonna do it.
And then they released it for PlayStation 4.
Hey, Bram,
Yeah,
you play World of Warcraft, right?
yeah.
He
I have a
did. not
question.
anymore.
This top.
I
this
did
thing
at
about-
one point, yeah, but yeah.
This is. I'm not sure if this is not really video game related or maybe it is kind of. But have you ever seen Sword Art Online Abridged, the first episode?
No.
There's this part, like Kaiba, the guy in the, how whatever his name is that trapped him in the game. You remember he's like in the big. If you saw Sword Art Online, you know he's in that big cloak, on
Yeah.
the like has a hologram. In the Bridge series, he's like, much like World of Warcraft, none of you are here by choice anymore. Which I didn't. See, I don't play World of Warcraft, so what am I to understand about that joke? It's funny, but I feel like I need to understand it more.
Because, okay, so one of the things that makes World of Warcraft one of the most successful MMOs of all time right now,
Yeah.
even though it's dropped 2 or 3 million, it's still the most successful.
Because it's
Put
like
that into
crack.
consideration of what I just said. It is that addicting.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's one of the
Also-
reasons why I don't play it anymore.
Also, I think you might be people are just so invested because a lot of people like who have their character for like 5 years or so.
Dude, I've had I got my one character since launch.
Yeah, dude. Like, here's the, if I had a character in World of Warcraft since launch, I'd be super attached to that character,
Bro,
especially World of Warcraft.
yeah.
It's like you
Mhm.
invested so much time into him or her, whatever we picked or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you invest so much time, and it's like, man, that's why like those MMOs are really successful. Because especially if you Like even if you spend a year on just one character, you're invested into that character because like, oh my, like I put so much time into this, and that character feels like your own in a lot of ways because it wasn't some pre-starter. You made it.
Yeah, I feel like that way about my Final Fantasy 14 character. Like you can make multiple characters for different worlds, right? But I only just do that one because I can play all the classes on that one server, and I just don't feel like going into the other.
And see, like, I'm the opposite. I don't like having the same looking character for all my classes. I have to make them look different. Because to me, that's when it starts getting boring, when you, like, play the same character tune for forever. Like, that's why, like, on Final Fantasy, when I was playing it, I would have, like, a character that... I had... All my characters that I made were dual-classed only. I never kept them as, like, all-arounders.
You played 14?
I used to. Like a crack fiend.
You mean like the original or the Realm Reborn? Like...
Both.
But you didn't like it, or you did like it? Well, no,
I did like it. I liked it for a long
they
time,
say
and then I
play
just
the
got tired of it because World of Warcraft was starting to take me over again. So,
Oh, okay.
and I don't feel like I'm not one of those guys that has to have like 30 MMOs to play. Like I have to, I'll have my one MMO that's my main one, and then I'll have a backup MMO for like server day.
It's hard for me to get back into MMOs because I remember
Kind of
EverQuest.
how I'm with my PC MMOs. Like my main MMO is Final Fantasy, and I have it on console because I had the console before I had the PC, and that's where I got my Final Fantasy game on. So I played on there. But if there's comes a time where I can't get to that game, maybe I'll play like I don't know, like Arcade or something.
I remember fucking EverQuest and RuneScape back in the day. Oh man,
Way back in the day.
dude, those fucking games are old as fuck. But I have so many fond memories, especially on like EverQuest. But it's like hard for me to pick which one I like more, EverQuest or RuneScape. Cause wait,
man.
did you guys play RuneScape or no? Just real quick
I
question.
never did. No.
There's
Graham?
this.
Oh, he died again.
Did he?
Who?
He might have.
I didn't die. I'm here.
No.
He's there.
I was asking if you played RuneScape.
Yeah, I played it. I hated it.
Oh fuck, did you not? For me,
It was crap, bro. I'm sorry. When you play a game like EverQuest and World of Warcraft, RuneScape is just shit, bro. It
I
is
have some fond memories
garbage.
though.
To
on
be fair,
RuneScape.
it came out a
Nostalgia.
long time before both of those games, but
No.
It's just,
You guys
It's
mentioning
nostalgia.
EverQuest, like you guys remember mentioning EverQuest reminds me
Oh, actually, I
that-
think it did.
that-
Never mind.
yeah.
that same scene from the abridged series of Sword Art Online. The guy's like, well, that's stupid. You expect us to beat an MMO? And he said, well, when was the last time you heard someone beating EverQuest? And he's like, when was the last time you heard someone playing EverQuest?
I heard that game's making a resurgence. They're looking at actually relaunching the
dude, if the
EverQuest Next project, and Ready at Dawn's talking about actually finishing it.
Dude, if the original EverQuest just came out as a remaster, dude, that game would suck me in like a vacuum. Just how do I couldn't escape it.
Well, what do you know, Blue? You could buy all the things on what is it, Steam, and then only pay the one-time fee.
Nice. No, it's just
You wanna hit that adventure with me, dog?
sure, but it's like, man, it's hard for me to go back because I remember my original character, and it's like, oh man, I don't want to it's hard for me to make a new character when you like played the original and you're just so attached to them.
You don't have your old account anymore?
No, because it was on an old email that I lost because it was a long time ago and it was a very old email, unfortunately.
That sucks.
Yeah, it blows. That's why I prefer Google, because I can actually get my old emails back, unlike all the other ones.
That is true. Even though your email's being looked at by fucking SJWs all the time, but you're right.
You know what?
That's the only downfall about Google right now, bro. Like, that's my only bitch.
It's not really SJWs, it's more overqualified white women who know nothing.
I don't get the funny.
I know you
Wait.
don't. It's okay,
Wait.
Don.
I'm
Wait, gang.
innocent to a degree, okay? Like,
Wait, gangster,
there's some
where'd you
things I'm
go?
not innocent about, but
What do you mean?
I thought you were on Overwatch.
I am. I got booted out of this game, dude. I haven't been playing this whole time.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I got booted out in like the first minute, and I didn't rejoin quick enough. Somebody else got my slot, so I've just been spectating.
Out the games with that, anyways. Anyways, your mom. But no, it's just. I mean, I should probably play more MMOs, but it's like it's hard for me to get back into them.
Dude, so much fucking time, bro.
Bro, that's Pete. That is all you got. You don't have any bitch about time, dog. You literally, this is what you can do all day and not even give 2 fucks.
Yeah, and that's how
I'm
shitty
jealous
they
of
are.
that shit.
Like I said, if when the fuck was the second expansion of World of Warcraft?
Burning Crusade?
Burning Crusade, yeah. When Burning Crusade servers come out, I might rejoin World of Warcraft as much as I fucking hate Blizzard.
Of course, this guy.
It was my favorite time in World of Warcraft, man. I had so much fun fucking around with a rogue in Burning Crusade. It was so great. So I might have to, just for, you know, shits and giggles, play it for a couple months. But
Hey, what expansion are they on right now?
just
Do
the
does
original.
anybody- No, I'm saying on the new shit.
Oh. Shit.
I mean, they are doing progression servers for WoW Classic, so.
Yeah, that's
No,
what
I
and they're
know
go-
that, but I'm saying like the
Oh.
modern WoW. What expansion are they on?
Fuck, man, I don't even know. Like 7.
Battle for Azeroth, I think was the last one.
Oh, okay. So I'm not missing anything. Gotcha.
Right.
What kind of playable races are there in World of Warcraft?
Now a lot, but original it was just orcs, trolls, humans, gnomes, dwarfs,
When did
Night Elves.
Paladins come in?
elves, and I think
Paladins
that,
were
oh,
there
and
from
no
the get-go.
Tauren and
Tauren.
Tauren. Yeah.
What's a
And-
Tauren?
That's the big bull
Minotaur.
people. Yeah, Minotaurs.
They're like the druids of the earth, and they're like peace. They're about peace, and they ended up having it sucked in by the Ord because Alliance they had a racist as a king and thought that they should all be states.
I mean,
Wait,
But it was funny. Let's just
like-
say a child king should not be a king, okay? I don't care if he's thousands of years old. The guy was a prick.
He doesn't care. The only king I want that's young are 700-year-old vampire lollies. That's my type of king.
Bro, like this kid was literally like a kid, but like he was much older than that, right? And he was racist as fuck, dog.
You're like, oh my god.
oh, dude.
And every time, like, he'd bring up the orcs, he'd bring up the crime statistics. He'd be like, orcs are only 5% of the population, but yet commit 82% of them.
And you know what's fucked up is he wouldn't be wrong.
right?
Yeah, he brings up, oh guys, why do I hate the orcs? Let me just bring up the crime statistics. Oh my god.
Gangster, did you just blow yourself up with your own grenade or something?
Yes, I did.
Why?
It happens.
Because he
So,
plays.
Doesn't
characters that are
throw as far
hard
as you
to
want. Some shit like that. Yeah. Yeah. What can you
By the way,
do,
it's gonna be
right?
really difficult to decide if I want to get a gold again for Moira or a Zarya, because Moira is so badass. Also, Gangster would probably hate me if I got a golden weapon for Moira.
I would.
Moira's not even a good character, but whatever.
I'm sorry, what? Is this how you know you're just bottom tier food? Next thing you're gonna tell him,
There's
JC Gaming's like Orc Lives Matter.
or God,
Yo, man, don't be racist against my green brethren. What did
I mean-
green skin ever do to you?
wait. By the way, when did the Paladin come in terms of?
They were there from the
Warcraft.
beginning.
There in the beginning, yeah. But back then, paladins. So like the only people that could be paladins back then were gnomes and humans. That was it. Because humans and gnomes or humanoids were the only ones that could recognize the power of light. That was what was in the lure. And then all of a sudden, we now have undead paladins. I'm like, what?
Well, that was the thing. It was the humans and gnomes had paladins, and Horde had shamans. And it
Shamans,
was-
which were
yeah.
pretty comparable, actually.
Yeah, it was fine. It was balanced.
Which one was which character class came in World of Warcraft that apparently broke the game though? 'Cause I
Death
remember.
Knights.
Death Knights, yeah, Death Knights fucked everything up.
They
dude.
could
Soon
not
as they-
balance Death Knights.
Soon as they launched them, dude, all of Barons was ruled by them. So like if you were an Alliance character or a Horde character and you needed to go there to get your quest done, because in Barons back in those days, that's where you got your high tier shit. This is where you got really good gear for your quests and you didn't have to do raids for it. Fucking every high level asshole that had dungeon gear or PvP gear on would swarm Barons. So when you first came aboard, bah, you were dead. And they also did that shit in Arathi Basin too. Like it was annoying, dude. It was so fucking annoying.
But even after they got Death Knights kind of sort of balanced, that started the whole flavor of the month fucking build balancing, where it was a new overpowered fucking class slash spec. Every
Shadow
new patch.
Priest, baby. That's why I rolled Shadow Priest.
Ret Paladins, bro. Oh my god, fucking face rollers, dude. 3 fucking skills, just 1, 2, 3, fucking insta kill any goddamn character. It was so fucking ridiculous, but you know
The
what the
face
fuck can you
rollers,
do?
call 'em.
Yeah, you just bind those 3 skills to every button on your keyboard and just roll your face and you win. That's it.
So,
All you had
I
to
had-
fucking do, and if you get in trouble,
had-
bubble and hearth.
I had Mind Flay, Rot, and like 2 dots on one macro. So all I had to do was go, boop, boom.
That sounds so stupid.
It was, bro. It was ludicrous. PvP
But you know
was
what
so
though? As
fucking
a
horrible.
Shadow Priest, dude, as a Shadow Priest, you had to do that because everybody. Okay, so here's the thing: Shadow Priest, when they come into the area, and both sides are there, you are immediately the first one they go after. Because they have the most ridiculous dots in the entire game.
Only
That
Shadow
shit
Priest
even
melt
on
faces.
Warlocks.
Yep.
Dude, Warlocks are good. Don't get me wrong. Warlocks are great because they're like a Hunter and a Shadow Priest mix almost. But Shadow Priest, they can wipe out an entire fucking raid team from a distance. And if the Shadow Priest can be pocket healed, they can do a team wipe.
Yep.
And I've done that a number of times. That's why they got fucking nerfed to hell and back.
Yep. And people complained that rogues were overpowered, man. Get out of here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
they were overpowered in the sense of what? Fucking single target damage? Like,
Yeah.
whoopie
but,
doo!
like, that's all they did. That was the thing. It was so ridiculous, man. When hunters started being able to do as much damage as rogues from a fucking distance with a whole bunch of fucking escape spells and shit, it was so ludicrous, man. But,
and
you know.
that sounds
Yeah.
so. Honestly, I think I might get into WoW Classic now. Fuck.
Blizzard can't fucking
Dude,
balance, so.
Roll a
you know.
Shadow Priest, dog. If you're going to WoW Classic, it's going to take a little bit longer to level. But
I don't
goddamn,
care, dude.
they are
I'm
worth
all
it,
for it.
dude. Oh, Shadow
I'm all
Priest.
for it.
If you do it, okay. So if they did the original WoW Classic stuff right with the classes, you could roll a dual spec Shadow Priest.
No, I'm pretty sure it's the original game right now, the original the game that came out when did World of Warcraft first came out, like 2008, was it?
2006.
Yeah.
2008. Oh. And also, I mean, that's another thing. It's just, I guess I'm actually I might get into WoW Classic. Fuck, you guys are kind of selling me on
Wait
here.
till Burning Crusade, bro. It was so much better than fucking.
Actually, fuck that. No, go ahead and get into World of Warcraft Classic because then you could experience all the first generation
I
shit that I
guess,
got to
yeah.
experience,
Sure.
which was really good. It was really
Well,
good.
unfortunately, you're not getting any of the progression though, because it's the last patch.
Wasn't
you know
it-
what I mean?
Wasn't there no fast travel too? So you had to
Yeah.
walk everywhere.
Yeah,
No,
Which
you
is
had to walk
really cool
everywhere.
to me.
There was fast travel, but it wasn't like fast travel. It was a taxi system.
Oh yeah. You're talking about like
So,
the Griffins and shit.
The Griffins, yeah. So there, it's not like you
That
had
was
to
the
literally
closest thing
walk.
to fast travel.
Yeah, it was a pretty good compromise. And then there was mounts too, which were
I don't
pretty
know,
fast.
dude. Those capital cities, dude. If you got from spawn to the capital, it took you a minute.
Sure.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it took you a
I
minute. 'cause
remember
you couldn't get
'cause-
past certain like monster levels. Because
'Cause
anything
WoW
that was
Vet-
10 levels higher than you was a skull, and they could one hit.
Because WoW vets would talk about how they remember basically no fast travel, and they had to like walk everywhere, and especially on PvP servers, they'd walk and get into fights, and it would just be like one big.
It was
giant war
chaotic, but it was
before
fun.
You even got
It
to
was-
the city.
Dude.
But
it was
here's the
so
thing.
fun.
But here's the thing, though. If people on your side saw you were getting ganked, and what they would do is log into their mains
And just
come back
Yep.
and start a fucking war.
And then it
No.
would turn into a goddamn just
Server
brawl,
war.
bro.
Yeah.
Straight up slobber knocker. Yeah, it was
So
great.
what you would see essentially was an entire server at war with each other because they were nuking a bunch of their noobs.
Yep.
So I would get into the server with me and my buddy, and next thing you know, we were getting ganked. I logged back in, and all of a sudden there was like 60 motherfucking hordes protecting us, while Alliance had their like 60 plus, and it was like, yo, like this shit is intense, dude. I will say this: the reason why World of Warcraft was so popular, not because it's just Warcraft, it's because of shit like that.
Yep.
Is what made the game so great.
Yep.
That's why.
And they went away from that, I assume, with the recent expansions and all that
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it still happens, but not as much. Not as much as it used to.
Oh, fuck you, McCree. I fucking would have had that too. But yeah, it's a tough thing, right? Because without fast travel, it does get annoying to fucking slog around the place. But with fast travel, there's a lot less world PvP. And that's one of the things that made the game super fucking fun was world PvP, like just random PvP.
But wouldn't that be like
encounters.
more of like the journey was more fun than the destination type
Yeah.
situation?
Well, yeah,
the
but that
journey,
doesn't
yes.
always happen though. 99 times out of 100, you just walk to the place you're going. You don't really meet. I mean, you might meet some players on your team, but you're not going to meet any enemy players. It was fun when it happened, but it's not like it happened all the fucking time. It's just how that kind of stuff works.
The only time that it was like a daily thing was when you were in Barrens. Barrens was like
Yeah, there were
the
just a couple
all-time-
areas because they were
Yeah.
crossroads to fucking everything.
What
mean,
was
that-
that? What was that one place, Pete? That was Darkshire, I think it's called, right? Where Stitches
think
would
so.
come through the. Okay, so Darkshire's another one that's like Barrens, where like everybody was going after Stitches, which is this big, massive blob with a hook. In fact, he's the #1 character that all these characters in MOBAs are based around usually. And he's this big fucking monster. He's an elite. He was like a level 50 elite at the time, back when level 50 was the cap. So he was considered like a pretty big world boss for that area. And so you would try to get your quest out, and one of the quest lines is you had to kill this motherfucker. And this was like a level 40 ascension quest for your warrior or your barb or whatever the fuck they're called. And in order to kill him, you needed at least 10 other motherfuckers to help you out. Like, that was how ridiculous this was. Because not only were you taking on Stitches as he goes through Darkshire, you had 30 other people from the opposing side trying to do the same quest. It was ridiculous.
I mean, honestly, now I think about it more, that I have such mixed feelings on fast travel though. Like how I feel about it in games, because I know.
Well, if they do everything traditional, dude, you're not going to be able to go to your capital fast. Like that's the thing that I loved about World of Warcraft was like, and this is where they I think pulled from EverQuest, and what made EverQuest so good is you can't just go to a capital unless somebody summons you in a party. You're not going to a capital. All right, your ass has to do the quest lines to get leveled up, just so you can walk past those monsters that are outside the capital, which are usually level 30 elementals that are elites, which are technically level 40 to 45. So if you're level 20, your ass was not going near the capital unless somebody was helping you.
I mean, I guess that's. I mean, like I'm talking about like fast travel in games general.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I guess for WoW it was different, but it's just like we're talking about WoW and all, like how cool it was, like for basically no fast travel, and it was like a journey to go anywhere. I mean,
I'll be right back.
is that why most open world games are just not as good nowadays?
Pretty
Or
much.
is it oversaturation? Because like now there's fast travel, they don't have to put as much detail in the world.
Yeah, I think dude, nowadays, I mean, back then it was used to help players, kind of pick up the game and just go. But now developers are just doing it out of laziness, I think. At least that's what it feels like, anyway.
Because like, because how I feel open world is because the one thing I like about Metro Exodus is there's no fast travel. I know it's not that comparable to open world games. I understand that.
No,
But,
but still, it's still your point still stands. I mean,
There's no fast travel in there, and honestly, I actually really liked that there was no fast travel. Like I had to walk everywhere, and it wasn't like, oh, I wasn't truly like. Obviously, there's certain points in the game where you get a car and a boat, but it isn't like you just take it everywhere. And and also just it made the world feel more big and unique, and like they could put more details into it because you were basically walking mostly anywhere. I guess that's one of the reasons why I just I don't know, man. It's because I look at Skyrim and I know Skyrim easiest game to crap on sometimes, but it's like man,
But I love
Skyrim's
that
world.
game. That game was fun.
I
Yeah,
know,
love
but it's
Skyrim
like
too.
I think about it. I remember a lot of times in the game, I would just be fast traveling everywhere, and I'm wondering maybe.
But like you could choose not to though. That's what I loved about
That's the
Skyrim.
thing.
Like you could choose not to and play and like really like dive
Yeah,
into the
but-
game's world by yourself.
Well, and you couldn't
not worry
fast
about
travel
it.
anywhere that you hadn't already been, so you did have to at least travel to all the, you know, for any spot you hadn't been, you could only get somewhere close. And I don't know, I'm fine with that. You know, like, because, I don't know.
Cause it's like it's really that's why like I said when I talk about fast travel, I just really like I can't really put down like how I feel about it because it's like in some elements it's good, but it's like man, I feel like open world games are not as fun. They're actually kind of boring nowadays because of it. I don't know. I guess maybe I'm wrong, but it's just
I don't think you're wrong. I think you're on.
like
Well,
I'll
you're
be
both wrong and right. You know, I
like
mean,
this. It's one of the reasons why didn't really like Fallout 4 as much.
Yeah.
Like
You
I
know.
know Gangster, we have different opinions about Fallout 4. But to me, the game world just
it's
didn't.
okay, you can be
the
wrong.
world- oh my god. Yeah, actually, fair enough. But no,
I was
the
gonna
open
say,
world-
did he doesn't? Don't you normally tell him that shit too? Like,
no, but it's just the open world of Fallout 4 didn't like feel as like cool or even that special. The world itself, because at a certain point when you unlock a lot of locations, you just kept fast traveling anywhere, and the game just felt like it got really easy.
I mean, that's kind of inevitable, though, even without fast travel. Like, I mean, how tedious would it be if there was zero fast travel in Fallout and you literally had to trek everywhere?
I mean, maybe in Fallout because there's no vehicles. Like I can sort of see that.
Well, that's, you know, it's all half measures. Like, it doesn't matter what the method is. It's not like vehicles are really any the only difference between fast travel and any other vehicle or quicker travel is that it's instantaneous versus you actually doing it. So I don't really see a difference, really.
I mean, I
And,
feel like
I mean, that's kind of the
there's
thing
more
about
of a
open
journey
world
though.
games. It's like eventually people get tired of going over the same places just to get to one little new place that's just a tiny bit off the, you know, path from where they had just been an hour earlier. So, I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard for me to point out like how I feel about open world games. And open world games like fast travel in general.
Oh.
Because obviously there's merit to what you're saying, but also there's just some things where it's like, man, you feel like you're not really that much invested or even explored that much of the world because of fast travel.
well, that's why you could choose to use it. You don't have to use it, right? Like that's a fact. Like Fallout, you didn't have to use fast travel. You could. It made it easier, that's for sure, but you didn't have to.
Or you could
I mean, there is
do it yourself, or all you know, because a lot of games before would have it where you could only fast travel to and from major cities,
Guys, I'll be
and
right
you
back.
could just,
All right, girl.
you know, you could just do that yourself.
I mean, one of the things I liked about it, I don't hate Fallout 4 despite how much I kind of shit talk it. I mean, the one thing I did like with Fallout 4 is that survival mode they added. If anyone played it or no, am I the one who played it or no?
Well, Fallout 4, yeah, I played it.
I mean, no, the survival mode on it, not the.
Oh no, I haven't.
It's a survival difficulty where basically it took away fast travel and and like you basically had to heal, sleep, and drink and all that stuff. Which I know some people, not many people like that, but to me, the type of game that Fallout is, I like that. But the only downside to it was enemies are still kind of spongy because it's still Fallout and RPG and all that stuff. It's one of the reasons where like, obviously Fallout should stay an RPG, but it's just maybe if include a survival difficulty and makes the game makes it like non-RPG, just like a survival open world game. Which I know different perspective, but it's just Fall doesn't feel like as much of an RPG versus something like Skyrim. That's all swords and bows versus like guns. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Right.
a little. I mean,
Not saying like guns can't be incorporated, but it just feels different when like you're slashing a giant monster with a sword versus like you're just shooting it with like, I don't know, like a shotgun or sniper. It just feels different.
sure.
We all have our jobs to do.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I enjoy them all. So
I wish maybe there was a way to, like take that, because I don't know. I just don't like the whole. I guess I just don't like the whole RPG aspect of Fallout versus like Skyrim, or not Skyrim, because Skyrim's like Oblivion. Yeah, that was what it's called. Because Oblivion's I think the best Elder Scrolls game, but
I can see that.
yeah, I'd see that
One
too.
thing I didn't like about Oblivion was it was just too small for me, dude. Like it was just a small world.
oh, I thought you were one of those people that says like Morrowind was the best. If you like Oblivion, fuck you.
No, Morrowind had most of the issues.
They got a
dog.
turret
Why would
up,
I
be
ever say that?
Oh, I know a lot of people who love Morrowind to death.
I mean, a lot of
I do
us
too.
did, but
Yeah.
like, it's not the best. That's for sure.
I don't
used to
think so.
think
My
that until
brother thinks
Skyrim
that.
came out.
I don't know about Skyrim being the best because I have such a mixed. We've talked about this before, but I have like really mixed opinions on Skyrim. Like Skyrim as a game is still cool, but there's certain things in Skyrim that I'm just like, man, Oblivion did it better. Like I think the leveling system and the RPG aspect of Oblivion are better than Skyrim's RPG aspects. Where I felt like I had to like, get more invested and I had to stick to something instead of I can just do everything.
Sure.
Because I didn't like in Skyrim how you can sort of just dive into anything and just be like, oh, I don't have to really plan specifically, or just like I have to really get invested in being a magic character. I could be a magic swords bowman.
I mean, this is the problem with open world, open-ended RPGs, because people want choice, but the more choice you give them, the more they can do things like be everything, especially at higher levels.
And that's why I think the Elder Scrolls MMO is probably what makes it a better Elder Scrolls game to me, is because the choices you could do in it. Like, it's an MMO, sure, but like the storytelling, the narrative, it's all there. That's what makes an Elder Scrolls game an Elder Scrolls game, you know?
I'm back, guys.
It's also like one of my favorite aspects of a game is it being an MMO. It's like, it doesn't get much better than that for me.
I just like here's the thing. I don't like I don't like the whole like maybe like if you want to be a swordsman with a boat with being still a decent bowman, sure. But like being like a magic swordsman or like a magic bowman or like all three of those things, like really guys, can we just I don't know. I just get frustrated with the whole system.
But again, if they lock that out, then you wouldn't have the choice.
And it wouldn't be Elder Scrolls.
Yeah. I mean,
Like, honestly, like, if you never played Daggerfall or Morrowind, you know, those actually gave you the choices, and that's what kind of made it the staple to do that.
well, that was the evolution of Elder Scrolls, is more and more player choice in a more and more open world. Same thing with Fallout. And I like that direction because I like choice. I like being able to fuck around with shit and, you know, make the exact kind of
Yeah,
well,
if you
I
want to
think
be
you
a
should-
badass fucking swordsman that can do psionics, and yeah, that's there for you. You know, that's
Yeah.
what I loved about it.
And that was the thing. One of the big problems with, like, I think it was JC Gaming says one thing I didn't like about Skyrim, they took out major skills. And it's like, yeah, okay, but
yeah,
the problem
Yeah,
is
that's
that
another
that's
thing.
what
I love
fucked up
that.
the Oblivion leveling system. Like, the entire leveling system of Oblivion was just hamstrung by their choice to include major skills. Oh, god damn, Moira.
I fucking love those major
because
skills,
you
though.
could completely gimp your own character if you didn't, and it wasn't even like you chose badly in lore, because all you'd had to do was choose a skill that you used regularly to be that was the right attribute of the attribute you wanted to level up high, because if you did that you would fuck your attribute leveling. And I didn't hate the system as a system because I thought it was really creative what they did, you know, because the skills you used in game were the skills that not only leveled up your character but also helped shape what, you know, because like I said, if you chose an agility skill as one of your primary skills, every time you leveled up that skill, for that level, you would get a boost in your agility. But the problem is if you couldn't choose when you used it or not, then you would waste the amount of, because you could only get a certain number of a single abilities boost. So if you had an agi skill like stealth, or excuse me, if you had like a strength skill, say like sword fighting, or short sword, not short sword, but like one-handed sword, and you can't really choose when you go into. I mean, you can choose when you go into combat, but once you're in combat, you can't choose how much you use your sword. So you would level up a strength skill a whole bunch of times, but you were capped at like +3 or something. And if you had spread that out amongst a whole bunch of different skill attributes, you get a much higher bonus. So it was like, in one way, it made perfect sense because, like I said, the skills you use determine what your ability increases would be for the, for your each level. But on another, on another hand, it was super easy to gimp your character because you'd be losing out on a whole bunch of ability point increases because you chose skills that made natural sense to choose for whatever type of character you wanted to use.
Yeah.
So it's real tough with those kind of, like I said, especially open world, especially open-ended RPGs or open character creation type RPGs and shit like that, because
Sure, but I think you should commit if you commit to something. Like, let's say if you commit to, like, I don't know, archery. I think you should be forced to commit. Maybe if you want to do swordsman, sure, but if your main shit's archery, then I feel like you should commit to. You can't be like, oh, halfway through the game, I don't want to be a bowman anymore.
But that's the thing, though. Like
damn it.
you're talking about taking away choice based on your own, like, inability to control yourself, to sustain yourself to one ability. Like, I shouldn't have to be controlled in what I do because you can't do it. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I disagree with you on. Like, I love having those choices. I like the fact that I can, hey, I don't feel like being a fucking tank anymore. Let's try out this assassin shit, I mean, that's the thing I like about it, so.
I don't know. Like he put, like, who put that in chat?
JC.
JC, when JC said master skills, that was such an important part. One of my favorite parts about Oblivion. I'm really mad they took that away in Skyrim.
Well, like I said, it's a two-pronged sword because on the one hand it made perfect sense and it was a great mechanic for helping, like making your gameplay choices affect what kind of character you can make or what kind of character you end up with. But at the same time, it was super easy to gimp yourself for stupid reasons. Like, because it was nothing logical or lore sense wise that, if you chose a certain skill for your major skill, that it would gimp your character. It was completely mechanical. It was solely due to the way the mechanics of the leveling system worked. And to me, that's silly because, like, that shouldn't be the choice. It should be, if you're going to have a system like that, it should be lore based, or it should, make sense to where if you wanted to make an agility character, you should make one that's got, stealth as a major skill, because that's obviously a major skill for any agility type character. But you couldn't do that a lot of times because you'd fuck your leveling up if it was because then if you chose stealth, then you couldn't use it whenever you wanted to, because if you did, you'd gimp your character. So what's the right answer?
I think Oblivion had the best one, like, in terms of answer and how
Fair
the
enough.
game is.
But I got a question though, Blue. Did you ever play Morrowind?
No, because I was too young when Morrowind came out.
Because if you like Oblivion, you would love Morrowind.
The problem with Morrowind is just, I'm gonna be blunt about it. I think Morrowind's a bit too outdated.
Well, that's why they got mods, my man.
Like, I'll probably have to do some modding, but yeah, I could probably play
Oh yeah,
Morrowind.
bro. I wouldn't suggest playing it stock. Like, hell no, I couldn't even do it to these days.
I always
Maybe
play
back
through
then I
once
did.
stock. Yeah, I always play through a Bethesda game once stock, just to, because I enjoy them just for that. But yeah, modded. I mean, that's one of the things that makes Bethesda games great, is the modding community. And I know
That
people
they tried to kill.
right. And I know people go off on that, like, oh, you get gamers to finish your game for you. It's like, well, but here's the thing. A huge mass of gamers is always going to be able to think of better things than a small development team. I mean, that's just mathematics. It's open source.
Yeah.
This
I
is
mean,
why
I do
Linux
like
works so
mods,
great, is
so-
because there's not one team only, and the entire evolution.
But like that's also the downfall of Linux too, though. It's like there's too
that's
many. You know what
again,
I mean?
yeah, it's a double-edged sword, and it's
Because if they
always
were to
a double-edged
focus
sword.
on one distro, like that platform could be booming, dude.
Sure, but it might not be what it is if it did that, though. That's the thing, right? This is.
But what it is a very like struggling platform though right now. Like it's not used for mainstream stuff right now. I wish it was, because I would ditch Windows in a heartbeat if I could.
I would too. Yeah, no doubt.
Like I even went as far as to pay for Red Hat when they first started charging for it, 'cause I wanted to support them. Dude, like even with like I kind of regret that purchase actually. I mean, it's a good platform. Don't get me wrong. It's just it's not nowhere near where it should be for the amount of money they made for it. You know.
Yeah, it's like, which is better, open source or closed source?
It's a fine line, my man. It's
Well, that's the
definitely
thing.
a fine line.
There's really no better. I think open source is almost always better because, like I said, you get the collective intelligence of thousands, tens of thousands, millions of people working on your stuff, and that's a huge advantage. But then you also get things that people make tend to create bugs because they're not all developing together on the same team, and things aren't compatible with there's all sorts of drawbacks. So this is one of like some of my favorite Jordan Peterson lectures are on this topic, with just about life itself, where it's like there are no right answers like that. You can't there are so many times in life where you can't make a good choice, but you get to pick your kind of poison. You've got nothing but bad options in front of you, but you get to pick the bad option that sounds the least bad to you. Whatever the consequences are, you get to pick which consequences you'll have to suffer. And that's how it is with so much in life, because so many things are like, what we're talking about, where it's a double-edged sword, and no matter which one you choose, there's going to be consequences. It's just which one do you prefer more?
Bethesda has made it better in a lot of ways. Obviously, it's problems where sometimes they just have like people finish their game or have had the modders patch their fucking shit sometimes. Sorry, Bethesda, but they suck at it. Which I guess is sort of like, it's kind of, I'm fine with that as long as like the mods in the game is like halfway decent, where the mods can make it better.
Well, but
Because
Bethesda, they usually do.
Skyrim to me has so much freedom when it comes to its mods versus like Oblivion. No matter how much I love Oblivion, I think Skyrim's mods give it more freedom.
Well, it's a lot more limited. I mean, that's their modding tools have evolved as their games have evolved as well. There was a lot less stuff that you could access in the Oblivion mods than you could with the Skyrim mods.
Like, I'm not even talking about like graphic mods. I'm talking about mods.
In-game engine type stuff. Yeah, sure. Like when Fallout 4 and Skyrim released, they had updated their mod tools and gave modders way more control over like the scripting engine, over all sorts of shit that you could do where you couldn't do it in Oblivion,
which I think is one of the best aspects of 4.
Morrowind had mods, didn't it?
Yeah, but it wasn't like what.
But
it
they
is
were
in Skyrim.
they were way limited. That's my point. It's as not only has the game, not only has time gone on, have the games evolved, but also the modding around the games has evolved too, because Bethesda's understanding of mods has evolved. I mean, you look at old school games, Duke Nukem 3D or Doom or any of those. I mean, they had modding tools, but they were literally just map makers. And then maybe you get into like StarCraft or Warcraft 3 or something like that, and the tools they gave you for editing maps changed a lot for those as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a delicate balance, as you mentioned, and like it's better now. Even
Oh, way
like
better.
Fallout 4, and you obviously know like how I feel about Fallout 4. Despite its flaws, I think Fallout 4 is better than the other ones when it comes to its modding
Sure.
and also gunplay because fucking I'm sorry, when I shoot someone with a gun, the bullets should land even if it's an RPG.
Well, that's yeah. I mean, I think they were keeping to their roots, which Fallout was a completely RNG based RPG. You know, it was 2D isometric, and
It
everything
was an
was
isometric
turned.
game, not first-person shooter though at the
Yeah,
time. So
well, that's when they changed to Fallout 3, they probably should have stepped away from that paradigm because that paradigm does not really work all that well for a first-person shooter. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of a first-person shooter is that wherever you're aiming, that's where the bullet goes. You know, so it's how do you
too and all that.
yeah, how do you have an RNG based system for where your bullets go in a fucking first person shooter? That's kind of silly. But, it makes a certain amount of sense from the perspective of where they were coming from. Like I said, they were trying to be true to their Fallout roots because Fallout was an RNG based, turn based isometric RPG. So,
Yeah, but they're completely different games though. That's what I don't get
Well,
with that. Even keeping to their roots,
hindsight's
they're
always
still
2020
fundamentally-
though. That's the thing.
Even though they're completely different, like I said, even though like they want to keep true to like the base, they're completely different.
Yeah.
Like a first-person shooter and isometric are fundamentally different. That's why RNG shots don't work, and that's one of the aspects of Fallout 4 that was good and they got right to me was the combat and how guns felt to shoot and all that stuff. Obviously not the best thing in the world, but it's like
It was still better than what fucking New Vegas offered when it came to combat. But I mean,
it functioned. That's all I
Yeah.
can ask for.
Yep. But again, what's the right answer? Because I know plenty of people prefer Fallout 3 system. I think they're wrong, but that's not really for me to say. Oh, you cocksucker!
I mean, there's things I like. Can you agree that the dialogue system in 4 is inferior to the other ones? or
Yeah,
no?
it wasn't great. I mean,
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I like New Vegas, because I felt like I had so many options, especially with all the all the different shit I can do with dialogue. I felt so free versus in 4, where I felt so limited, where it was like, oh, asshole, sarcastic guy, or just nice guy, the only 3 options.
yeah, I mean,
And you couldn't
Again.
even really be a bad guy too, so there is that as well.
yeah.
Which, I mean, that's another
damn
problem with 4 is that you couldn't really be a bad guy, or you really couldn't do anything outside the main story, because instead of giving you a blank slate like all the other Fallout games, actually, did Fallout 3 give you a blank slate or no?
Yeah, Fallout 3 gave you a blank slate.
Fallout 3 in New Vegas, they give you a blank slate versus in 4 where they kind of give you a backstory, which limited more in its RPG
Well,
aspects.
I mean, it was a backstory, but it was a pretty generic and bland backstory. I mean, it's not like
yeah, but even with the generic and bland backstory, it's still you still couldn't, for example, be a bad guy if you really wanted to.
Well, I mean, you could be a bad good guy. There was nothing stopping you from being a completely vicious, mercenary-like father going after his little kid.
Yeah, but they didn't go for that though. In 4,
What do you mean?
you couldn't really do anything like that.
Yeah,
in 4.
I mean, you
It was always,
kinda
you
could.
always had to go. Oh, I have to go find Sean. I have to go find Sean. I have to go find Sean. That was the whole thing before. I didn't like.
Sure,
oh my
but
God,
again,
man.
like there was nothing stopping you personally as the player of the game from being the most ruthless father on the planet, doing anything he had to get to his son as quickly as possible. Like I said, that's what I mean by the story was his backstory was pretty generic in that sense, in that it's not like you being a father limited you in your choices of how you played the character, except in that you were looking for your kid as part of the main plot.
I guess, but like you're already there. But it's just, I think like the blank slate option is superior.
But
Like,
that limits you terribly when it comes to plot, though.
I think
I mean,
Fallout
you could-
76 is
I thought-
superior.
I think New Vegas had a no. I think New Vegas had a fantastic story.
Sure, and so did
Like
3.
the whole shift, like the whole shift, Mr. House and all that. Like all that was great to me. Your character doesn't
but
have to
again,
necessarily.
There's so many kinds of stories you can't do without at least establishing some part of the character. Like even Fallout 3, which did have a way better story. I mean, even that one, you were this kid's son. You grew up in the vault. Like, you were limited in lots of ways.
Yeah, I think the blank slate that they did in New Vegas was far better in terms of game freedom and RPG and being able to truly be your own.
Yeah, maybe.
Cause that's the ultimate thing I didn't like about 4 is like I felt like I couldn't be my own character. I felt like I was
Well,
playing
why?
someone else. Cause it was like I felt so limited and it's just like I'm an blank slate. I'm just this random dad instead of just being a blank slate that can do whatever. And at certain points you had to do the main quest. You couldn't avoid the main story.
Yeah, but that's all Bethesda games.
I don't say all fall. You were able to completely avoid the story, and even Skyrim, for all its flaws, you were able to completely avoid the main story in a lot of ways in Skyrim. Like you didn't even
Only
have to
for
become
so
a
long.
dragonborn.
You could literally run to the end of the game. That's
Wait, what do you mean by run?
Like, you didn't have to go do any of the side shit. You could, like, literally, like, if you found out where the boss was, level up to the bare minimum and just go kill the boss.
Was that in Morrowind though, or
No, Skyrim, you can do that. Hi, baby.
don't you have to do?
I
in
don't know
Skyrim,
about
you have to do the
Morrowind.
main quest of. You have to do,
Yeah, Morrowind, you could do it. You could run right to the boss, straight to it. A lot of the Elder Scrolls you could do that with.
but I'm talking about like how you don't have to do the main quest. Like that's what I'm talking about for. If like you felt like you had to do the main quest versus in like even like New Vegas or even Elder Scrolls in Skyrim, you didn't have to do the main quest. Like you can do an entire playthrough and never be a Dragonborn once. And that's why I think that's why Skyrim had more. That's why I wish 4 was more like Skyrim than it should have been. I guess.
Bram, I see your cats at the top of the stairs.
You should talk to cats, Don.
No, I said I could see his cats at the top of the stairs. Like just was it a black one and a white one? I think. Not sure. How many cats do you have?
I got enough. I don't want to talk about it. Let's just say I'm a crazy cat lady, okay?
Yes, Burb's
Leave it
a
at that.
crazy cat lady.
It could be worse. It could be like a cat collector. But those people don't take good care of their animals usually.
A hoarder? Yeah, no, I take care
Yeah.
of my babies. Yeah, no, these are my babies. I love them.
Yeah.
Brim was gonna own a tiger. That's one of the things I heard.
I want to so badly. You're not even wrong, dog.
You say, "Hey guys, look." Next episode of the game talk. Look at my baby tiger. He's so cute. Like, Brim, what's that doing in your house, dude?
Like, but one
Hey
of the
man,
tigers
you
really
can get
big.
past the
like,
dog. Nobody fucks with a lion.
I know, right?
Someone breaks in the house and see a tiger. Like, nope. Then go back.
He's
outside.
like,
No.
yeah, kid. We got him a going away present. He's like, what'd you get me? Oh, man, we got you an elephant.
You're going to India, my guy. He sends in a box.
No, he had an elephant up in the fucking attic of his house. Dude, I'm like, how the fuck do you get an elephant in your fucking attic, Dante? Like, what the fuck?
Dude, Blue hasn't even seen fucking Grandma's Boy yet.
What?
Lord, give me the strength. I'm telling you. I understand why you put me on this earth to beat some pop culture into Blue. I get it. I'm trying to do my duty, be a faithful servant, but, it's difficult.
Hey guys, I'm not good at looking up information like this or picking up the speed on it, but
It is called Google, sir.
Dude,
well, I don't know what sources I'm looking at are good or reputable and
the
which ones are
sources,
just online
Epstein did
bullshit.
not kill himself. That's the sources.
Well, I'm looking for console information on the PS5, and I see a lot of articles pop up. I don't recognize the sources, so I'm like,
Wait till the console comes out. That's my advice. There you go.
Well, it's what do you want to know?
Like, how much do we know that is confirmed about the PS5, or is most of it just rumors that haven't been confirmed?
Well, we know the specs. Like, we know that for sure.
Hey, it's supposed to have Ryzen 2 or whatever it's called on there. The same thing with the Xbox.
Yeah,
Series
Ryzen
X.
X core with a Ryzen 8 core with a Navi 12, I believe, is both of them, or One's a
What's
12,
that
one's a...
equivalent? What's that an equivalent of for like as far as like how good of a piece is that?
It's good stuff. I mean, it's high-end mid-range. It's like the
High-end
top.
mid-range?
It's the top of the mid-range. Yeah. I mean, they're not going to be desktop parts. It's not going to be a Ryzen 2700X 8-core, but it'll be a pretty powerful Ryzen 8-core. Certainly better than most of the lower to mid-range CPUs you can get. And again, with like the Navi 12 or 14 or whatever they're supposed to be, they're running at like 12 to 14 teraflops. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's well into the higher end of the mid-range GPUs you can get.
I see.
So they'll be solid mid-range PCs basically, with SSDs and a decent. I don't know. They probably won't have a huge amount of RAM, because there's no there's not a lot of extra process. They don't run Windows. They're not running Discord or maybe Discord, but
They should run Discord because it's
they're
fucking.
going to be running Discord, but not the same kind of things that PCs are running. PCs are running lots of stuff all the time, whereas consoles are just running the game and then a couple of things like maybe Discord. So yeah, they'll be, like I said, I've said it a bunch of times now. I have real high hopes for this console generation.
They might touch 60 frames per second, guys. They might.
No, they'll easily do 60. I mean, they might be able to do 100 plus on 1080p. Oh, they will be able to do 100 plus on 1080p for sure. Because, like I said, it's a Ryzen 8 core and a Navi, and those can easily do 1080 at 140 frames a second on most games.
I heard that the Series X is supposed to be able to do support games up to 120 frames.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's Xbox, so. No, I'm just shit on
Let's
Xbox.
see, what else?
Hasbro likes Xbox, so that's why I shit on it.
Hakon likes lizards and spiders as pets. Cool on you. I mean, I keep spiders around my house, in my rafters and shit, but...
How do you trust those blood-sucking fiends in your house?
Bro, they get rid of all the other bugs, man. Spiders are our friends.
No, fuck them.
You just don't want them in your bed at night. That's the thing.
Send them to the gulag. That's my advice. Do spiders get rid?
What are your thoughts on centipedes, Blue?
Anything that's an insect should just be exterminated. I'm all for the extermination.
What about the deadly desert centipede that can sting you and kill you? How do you feel about that?
Fuck that. No, just there's a reason why it's like, can we just nuke the desert if that's possible? Can't make it that much worse, can it?
What if it like grows in size because of the nuclear?
No, we're not gonna listen. We're not gonna have super mutants. There's gonna be no super mutants.
Why? Life is just like Fallout.
No, we're no super mutants. And if there were super mutant fucking spiders, fuck that. Like fucking Metro, fuck anything in there that's a super mutant.
I believe I've already said that to Rambo JC. I believe I have, but he won't see the light.
What about butterflies? Like, what do you think about those?
Yeah,
They're
what's wrong with
fine.
butterflies, Blue?
They're fine. They're fine. Like I said, those are like you can tolerate them. They're like cancer instead of AIDS.
Oh, you lucky cunt.
That's a terrible comparison.
God damn it, Blue.
They don't contribute to society. Like, do I have to bring out the bug crime statistics
Oh.
now?
That was...
Bugs are only 5% of the population, but commit only 82% of the murders.
But you know what's funny about that,
100%
Blue,
of
is
the
there
bug
are certain.
bites.
Did you know that there are certain species of butterfly that if like they go extinct, like there goes an entire food chain of certain mammals we eat? I mean,
Like who are these animals that we have to spare? I see these animals. They're not even worth calling them animals.
This is me. Don't say that about Metro. I'm kidding.
No. Metro is like the apex animal. Like the apex predator is Metro.
I feel dirty making that joke about him that he's not here. Himself.
No, it's just fuck. Like I don't know how you tolerate. Like I know you said they kill the bugs, but it's like snakes are cooler because they can actually do something.
They don't kill bugs.
They exist, and do cool stuff.
I don't know. I had a girlfriend that had a snake once. It was alright. It's actually pretty cool. She would grab her and put her on her shoulder while she was doing like dishes or something, and the snake would curl around her ponytail like a headband or a scrunchie and just chill there like for hours.
Damn, it sounds like a crazy bitch.
I mean,
Was
it was
she
a little,
crazy or
it was
no?
a little, nah, well, no, yeah, she was fucking crazy, but you know, whatever. What woman isn't fucking crazy?
It's all in doses. No, it's just there's certain things that just shouldn't exist in the world, and spiders are one of them. I mean, the one thing, like, I don't like anything in the ocean. Well, at least in the ocean, they kind of just stay in the ocean. Like, you don't have spiders, like, unless we have Sharknado, but then we're all fucked at that point.
Sharknado. How many? Isn't the 5th one out? Sharknado 5.
What about,
Shark.
what about Nuke Hurricane? How about that? We fucked then.
No, like, as Trump said, can we nuke the hurricane?
Did he say
I
that?
thought it was Trudeau that said that shit.
I don't know whoever said nuke the hurricane. They get my vote. Unless they don't live in Canada, in that case, no. No, it's just, man. I don't.
Don't hurricanes spawn tornadoes actually? Hurricanes, they spawn those things?
No.
They don't? You never heard that? I heard that hurricanes, like, they'll make tornadoes show up.
No, they're separate.
No, they're separate, but, like, they'll spawn them. That's the thing. Like, the weather conditions around a hurricane will spawn a tornado, too. Huh.
Anyways, we're
Weird.
winning this game, Pete.
Dude, we're barely holding them off.
We're barely holding off the. We're fighting off an army, man. This is the civil war you're talking about. Are
Yep.
these the hipster commies that you wanted to get or no?
Yep. Let's do
Was
it.
Britley saying Farah earthquake? Farah quake?
Yeah, I mean, just like how Bush did
Pure-
9/11. Can someone take out that monkey?
I'm working on it.
What monkey?
Thank you, sir.
How many kills you got by the way, Pete?
24.
Oh, so it's a monkey. Okay.
Oh, damn you, McCree.
By the way, Brem,
Yep.
quick thing. You see on the latest debate where Bernie defended Fidel Castro?
Heard about it.
Actually, what is it? I know one statement. He wasn't exactly saying that Castro was great. What he did was
He was
right.
like,
talking
he gave
about-
them literacy. He gave them literacy. He gave them healthcare. He was a great man, Fidel Castro.
he said he was a great man.
Despite his regimes, despite, you know, the gulags and all that stuff, Fidel Castro was a great man.
Wow.
I
He
think
said
he's-
that.
Yeah, this
Oh,
game
I
really
was
well
right
thought.
there. I was right fucking there.
At first, I thought he was just giving Castro as an example, not saying he was a good person.
Like, just Bernie's ignorant and just says stupid shit. And also, he single-handedly lost Florida because as soon as he started defending Castro, all the Cubans are like, wait, what? No, please. We didn't sign up for this. Wait, how was that play of the game? The fuck was that?
Has there been people that tried to escape countries that have rulership like that and only come here and find that it's coming here too in a way?
Hail Hydra. That's all I gotta say that one.
Okay.
Oh no, no stream it might take it down. I'm so sorry. Also,
Report.
apparently Bernie dropout was trending on Twitter today as well.
I almost feel sorry for him, but he's a dirty commie,
Almost.
so.
I mean, he is a commie. Like objectively, you can prove it.
As if praising Fidel Castro wasn't enough.
I mean,
We get Bernie Sanders is an idiot. Oh.
I mean, the communist dictator of Nicaragua literally endorsed him too. That was the best part. I was like, oh my god. He's like, guys, I'm not a communist, and then like he gets endorsed by like every communist leader that's still around.
But that's the
That
same
has
thing
it.
with Trump, though. Like, dude, fucking, how many KKK members endorsed Trump, and everybody was trying to do the same thing to Trump? Oh, he must be a KKK member. Like, fuck that. I don't believe that's what Bernie is. I mean, yeah, he got endorsed by a bunch of assholes. Doesn't mean he's one of them. Yes, he's friends with them. Yes, I know. But still, it does not make him one of them.
But he
Well,
has
that's a
history
big
because-
difference, though. He's
he went
friends with
to-
those people, whereas Trump was not.
But here's the thing
No.
about like all this, like the revolution that was happening in Cuba, he supported it despite all the drawbacks.
I
clearly
agree.
seen.
I agree.
I mean, also
And-
Oh yeah,
he
he's
was
a communist, dude. Don't get me wrong. He is a fucking communist. And this is
And
what I was trying to tell. This is what I was trying to tell Pete. Just because someone's a communist doesn't mean they don't have an equal right like everybody else.
Oh no, I
Like,
don't.
you know what I mean?
equal
That's what I
right,
was
all that,
telling
No,
Pete.
but I don't like too many people. Like, oh man, Joe Rogan and a bunch of others. They was like, oh, I think Bernie's a good guy. I just think he's wrong. It's like, no, he's not a good guy. He's a commie, and he's a commie because he's a jealous, spiteful. Like he hides it well, but I don't believe for a second that he's a good guy, at all.
You don't think so?
No way.
I think I disagree. I mean, I really do. I really do. I don't think Bernie is this monster that a lot of people want to paint him out as.
I mean,
Yeah, sure. Could he be petty? He'd be an asshole? Absolutely. Not saying that that's not the case.
He
But
was
do I
shitting
think
on-
it's to the degree of extremism? No.
He was shitting on millionaires and billionaires, and once he became a millionaire,
until
it
he
was
became a
only
millionaire.
billionaires
Yeah,
he
see,
shit
that's the thing. That's how I know, because he bitches about all these rich people things, and it's like, dude, you own 3 fucking mansions. You are in the top 1%.
And he literally, and also when he said like, "Oh, so what? Everyone in Vermont owns 3 houses." I'm like, "What?"
Yeah, I don't know why he fucking said that stupid shit. I mean, like I said, I can't, nobody can answer for anything that these people say and come up with a good reason for anything that they say. Like I said, I don't think Bernie is nearly as bad as what people make him out to be, but I don't think he's as good as he portrays himself to be either. So
I don't think. Here's the thing. I think Rogan. This is one of the problems I have with Rogan, where he'll give Bernie the benefit. Like, say he does the same with like social justice warriors. He gives them the benefit of the doubt because he thinks they have a good cause, but they're just overreacting.
Well, what irritates me, it wouldn't even be so much that he gives them the benefit of the doubt if he was equal about that, but he will go after, like I don't know if it was the last one or the second to last one, but the either last or second to last one he had with Jordan Peterson. Dude, he went after him for almost an hour about enforced monogamy when he knew that's not what he was going after him about, was not what Jordan Peterson meant, nor was what the person who wrote the hit piece on him what Jordan
wait,
meant.
when did he go after Jordan Peterson? I don't remember this.
Like I said, it was the second to last or the
It was
last
one of
one
the
that
episodes.
that Jordan Peterson was on there.
The
And
last
him
thing
and-
I saw of them, they were getting along just fine. Like
No, it's
I
not
mean,
like
it's not like-
not like he was screaming at him or anything like that. But
oh,
he really
okay. I was
hammered
like,
him.
damn, man, this
No,
sounds
yeah.
some serious shit.
He really hammered him. He made him defend it like to the death. And like I said, on things that he knew was not what Jordan Peterson meant. Well, while he will let Bernie fucking just spout his bullshit when he knows it's nonsense. He knows Bernie doesn't really believe, he knows Bernie isn't against millionaires. He can't be because he is a millionaire now. Shit like that. Like he could have hammered on Bernie just as much as he hammered on Jordan Peterson.
I mean,
And that would have been
Bernie
fucking
doesn't
great,
get
but he
criticism
didn't.
like Bernie doesn't get criticism like Trump, for example, because you saw this during the debate.
Right now he is by his whole
No, like-
party.
No, like what was it? Remember Bloomberg? I said everyone remembers him. Bloomberg, despite him being, whatever you want to say about him, he called Bernie a ship commie. He said, like, this is America, where a well-known socialist is a millionaire who owns 3 houses. Like, I think Bloomberg was the only one who went after Bernie. That's because.
But you know
Bloomberg
what though? Even
just
somebody
doesn't-
that owns 3 houses, he still fucking spoke the truth about our Like, there's one thing I will agree with him on, and that is Big Pharma. Like, he is the only one out of everybody that has spoke truth to power on that. Can we all agree about that at least? Yes.
Maybe.
He could be a dick, but he did call out Big Pharma. Big Pharma has nothing but hatred towards him because what he spoke is the truth. We are one of the few countries, which is a fact, that charge as much as we do to help people. Like, it is ridiculous, dude. Like, we should not be fucking put into debt so much that we're going to go bankrupt because we had an uncontrolled fucking situation take place in our lives. I mean, some of the healthiest people here are dying from cancer, for fuck's sakes. Like, it's crazy to think about, but like, he was speaking truth to that, and that's one thing I do agree with him on.
Are you kind of like price control?
The fucking price control that we need to be done on our Medicare system, the price control on everything that Big Pharma has their fucking hands in on.
I don't think price control is the answer, but you know, fuck.
The problem with price control, because it's kind of like comparable to rent control, where it does the it ends the
It does the opposite of what the intention is. Yeah. It's because I get it, you know.
Big Pharma, all that.
Well, it's a complicated topic, right? Because on the one hand, if you know, if you limit the amount of money that a big pharma company can make off its products, then that limits the amount of research they can do for the next cure, right? But on the other hand, it's ridiculous that an EpiPen that costs $2 to make, they can charge, you know, $500 for. Yeah, I get that, but the solutions that everybody has proposed at this point is just fucking ludicrous. So I don't know what the answer is, and I'm not going to claim I'm smart enough at economics or anything like that to.
And I think Bernie does like lie when it comes to like his plans, because his plans, he talks about how you only have to tax the billionaires or the top 1%, when that is factually untrue.
Oh yeah,
absolutely, I agree with that. Yeah, no, like
He's being brutally dishonest when he says like,
oh absolutely,
taxed.
Absolutely, I dude, like that's one thing that pisses me off about him, because him of all people, who have like struggled in his. Like, he's actually struggled in his political campaigns. Like, it's taken him a while to get there, okay? But for someone to go through working from the bottom to get to the top, now that he's up top, he wants to tax everybody up there. Like, fuck you, dude. Like, if everybody was to get taxed the way you want them to get taxed, Bernie, that means nobody in the U.S. would want to become successful. Nobody wants to be a fucking taxed at 60% because they're $1 million or a billionaire because they work their asses off to start a corporation.
Not even billionaires, by the way. Like people who just make
middle class.
Yeah,
I know,
like
middle class.
$100,000 a year and shit. Yeah,
even less. Even also, we're talking the big thing about debt, right? Everyone's going after student loan debt. Well, my big thing is what's gonna I ask these people like, all right, what if we get rid of student loan debt? Then what's the benefit? What's the benefit? Because a lot of these people, because the problem is these people who go to college already tend to get low wage jobs as soon as they leave, and their degree is basically worth the equivalent of like my water bottle I threw in the garbage right now. Nothing.
Well, that's the whole problem. It's because of government subsidies that exact situation has occurred. There would be no if colleges were forced to compete in the free market completely with no government subsidies. There would be negative incentive. Well, that's the thing. They could not have activist
They couldn't have these
disciplines.
diversity.
They couldn't have it because nobody would get them. Yeah, nobody would get it. They'd say, "Why would I get this degree? It's not going to give me a job. All I'm going to do is pay a shitload of money for a degree that's not going to get me a well-paying job." Yeah, it's because of government subsidies that these activist disciplines are allowed to exist in the first place. So more government intervention in regards to college. Prices for education. That's not going to be the answer. If you do student loan forgiveness, that just means all you've done is allowed a bunch of people who are stupid enough to get a degree.
Irresponsible.
Well, that's the thing. These are supposed to be the smart people, right? I didn't get a full ride to fucking a 4-year college. I was doing community college bullshit. And fucking this bitch who fucking went full on and got a PhD in feminist lesbian dance studies or some shit, she wants me to fucking pay for her college education when she's supposedly so much smarter than I am? Get the fuck out of here. That's not how this works. That's not how the force works.
I mean, that's the whole thing. And even like if you want to talk about like the problem is like they talk about what about just for like doctors and all that stuff, but then there's a whole bunch of shit that goes in there. And also doctors tend not to have that much debt because they tend to pay off the debt. Because people who go and usually
Well, yeah,
become
because the fields they go into, like,
Make a lot
offer
of
them
money.
more financial gain, dude. Like, that's where I have problems with pharma. Because a lot of our addictions in this country, like, literally started because of two things, all right? One of them being a government agency that was trying to bust drug dealers who literally created their own drug war with their own agents fucking up neighborhoods, right? Second thing is pharma being involved by the cure drug to keep people off of addiction. That gets them hooked on other shit besides what they were hooked on in the beginning. So when you have those two things working against the people, man, like, it's gonna fuck over any society, doesn't matter where you're at, regardless
Well,
of it's the US or not.
I mean, the drug war is creating this shit in the first place, man. You're never gonna get rid of addiction, right? It's not gonna happen.
No, I understand that. But, like, the fact that most of California in the early 80s and 60s, that drug war was caused by our own CIA agencies. Like, going in thinking, oh, there's drugs going on here. We might as well just add to the problem and then bust them as we see them doing it. And next thing you know, their agents became addicted and became independently wealthy on it. And then said, fuck the agency. We're just going to keep doing this. Like, we believe it or not, like, all of our issues in our government, like, they're all of our own doing.
Well, no, I wouldn't
Yeah.
say all of them, but certainly
Not
a
all
whole
of them, but
lot of them.
a lot of them.
A
yeah.
lot of them.
And
yeah.
yeah, people want to give them more power
That
and
was
more
this-
spending power.
That's the problem. Like, fuck these idiots, dude. Like, I can't stand a lot of the people that are in our Senate right now. They're fucking idiots, dude.
The
They're the
problem
A
old
is
whole
guard.
lot of them are. Yep.
these people are ignorant too. Because my favorite part is they make like on the Young Turk, for example, whenever you say we have to address the debt at some point, they make fun of that. Like, ha, you don't have to address debt. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Eventually, you're gonna have to pay the piper. At some point, he's gonna get his money, or you're fucked.
Arrow, I actually disagree with you. He says if we could take money out of politics, a lot of stuff would get done. Here's the thing with that, right? One, you're never going to get money out of politics, ever. It's not going to happen. Like, the government needs money. And so, that's just how it works.
No one works for free.
Exactly.
No,
Nobody
wait.
works for free. Nothing can get done for free. So even a good solution requires money, and that's going to require people to lobby on its behalf, which is going to involve, lobbyists getting together with politicians and saying, "Hey, well, we'll donate to your campaign, but you got to listen to us on this, this issue or that issue or whatever." My solution, the only solution I could possibly see for the problems that money in politics creates is make
Term limits, eh?
well, term limits is one, but even that's just a stopgap. It's not like it actually solves the problem. It just keeps rotating because term limits get rid of good senators just like it gets rid of bad senators. Now, you can argue whether the gain is better than the loss or something like that, but ultimately it's a wash. The big thing is that I would make all political donations completely visible to everybody.
Oh yeah. Well, it's
If you're a
supposed to be.
politician or running to be
That's
as
the-
a politician,
Bro,
you have a
it was-
website, and every dollar of your campaign has to be accounted for, and you have to tell
There
where every dollar comes from.
there are actual fucking laws for lobbyists on the books right now that are being circumvented. That there's loopholes so that they're like, dude, it boggles my mind that these people aren't being investigated for this shit. Just think about all the shit that could have saved thousands of lives in the U.S. that were completely fucked because of these idiots. Dude, like, oh my god, I don't even want to think about
I
it.
mean, the lobbyists. I mean, that's certain parts frustrating, but also the idea that gets to corruption is because look, for example, look at all the corruption around. I'm gonna give some a little name, the shit that happened with Justin Trudeau, in our government. Like, so money isn't necessarily the key corrupter. Because like,
I
even if
really
money
hate
got out of
the.
politics. It would just be enforcements where they would basically put people who would keep them in power. So like, it wouldn't even matter so much as money. They would just have the government fill the
Yeah,
people.
I can see
Well,
that.
that's the thing. That's why,
Power.
like, the money is the root of all evil thing. No, that's total bullshit. Because money is a concept invented by humans that just replaces bartering. That's all it is. It's nothing. It's nothing that makes humans inherently like. It's not like without money, people can't be disgusting, evil twats who try and ruin other people's lives to enhance
agree
their own
with that.
standing.
No,
you
yeah,
know
I
what I
agree
mean?
with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That
the whole
saying, sorry.
It's just that whole thing is just it doesn't wash from a logical point of view, perspective.
It doesn't wash 100%, but it would get rid of a lot of issues. Not saying all of them, but it would get rid of a lot.
It's not the money itself. That's the thing, right? Yes, money is the root of all evil, but only in the sense that it's the greed and willingness of certain people to completely disregard the rules of society in pursuit of that greed. That's the root of all evil. And yeah, you can boil that down to money, but like I said, if you completely removed money, it's not like that would disappear. It would just take a different form. It'd be people cheating their way, getting
to office, or making sure people in office are forcibly obeyed. Not forcibly obeyed.
Instead of cheating somebody out of $100,000, they're going to cheat them out of a herd of cows. Like that's the only thing that would change if money was instantly eliminated overnight. So people have the wrong conception when it comes to why money is the root of all evil and what because then their solution inevitably ends with something like, well, we need to eliminate money out of this thing, or we need to do some.
And also, what about, for example, the Second Amendment in your country? There's a lot of senators that if it wasn't for the NRA, your guns, who knows what gun laws would be on the books, even with them.
Guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
That saying the money is the root of all evil is technically incorrect. The full version of that saying, the original where it comes from, it's called the love of money is the root of all evil.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, but even that, because here's the thing, right? You could consider Elon Musk a greedy man.
Well,
look at what he's done. He doesn't donate every dollar he makes. He's a billionaire or some shit, and he owns all these companies, and yet through that greed, he has done some amazing things for the people of this world. And same thing with any top
Jeff
person.
Bezos, everyone wants to complain about Amazon, but yet
everybody uses his shit.
It.
Then that's the thing. It's
all right, guys, you're talking at both sides of your mouth here. You need to pick one.
Yes,
and that's
exactly.
And that's the thing. It's not greed itself. It's the application of greed. And this is one of the benefit. Like the thing about capitalism is that if you follow the rules, you can be as greedy as you want, and yet nobody will hate you because you will have to enrich others in your pursuit. You can't do everything yourself.
Unless envy. Because here's the thing, because everyone talks about greed being the deadliest sin, but it's like, I don't know, man, it's hard for me to pick because I think envy is maybe the deadliest out of all of them.
Sure,
yeah.
It could be. Yeah.
No, I think envy is the deadliest because you can justify so much with just envy. Like, there's only so much you can justify of greed versus envy, where you can just murder billions of people and justify because of envy. I mean, that's why.
But you can justify that with greed too.
How? Like, if you give an example.
You want what another country has. That justifies you. I mean, it doesn't have to be envy. You don't have to you could want what some, completely backwards peasant, say some area of Africa that's only inhabited by tribal people. You're not envious of them or anything that they personally own, but say you just want the land because it has oil or something. That's just straight greed, and that could totally justify somebody in wiping out the entire indigenous population and rolling in and taking what they want.
Yeah, well, with envy, you can make yourself sound like you're some morally justified person with envy, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
I mean, it definitely doesn't. I mean, the ideals don't. It's not like we're not saying not like the ideals don't have their own flaws in their own way.
Morally justified person. This sounds like something I see nowadays all the time. I hear about people getting like
preachers, right?
Not really.
I'm kidding. I'm
talking about people that are quote unquote woke or something. I don't know.
No, but remember that article we were reading,
yeah.
Pete? Remember the article we were reading?
Yes.
About the whole woke culture of in corporations. That's the only when Joe Rogan says he gives them the benefit of the doubt. To go back to Rogan, when he gives them the benefit of the doubt, that article is basically proves the point. I don't give these people the benefit of the doubt because I don't believe that they're doing this because they're these valiant warriors for a cause.
Absolutely, I agree.
And that article basically shows that a lot of these people are these people who think that they're oppressed, but yet they're the most privileged and most unqualified people to be in that position. and that's why I can't give Silver Brothers Warriors the
But, like-
Oh damn!
Then we gotta get into the question is like, what do we consider qualified? A degree, a study, a Hollywood actor. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like anybody with money can do what they want now, or you know what I mean? Like before, it used to be you had to attend a good college, you had to have family ties into the government. Like, in order to get a good job in the government, these were the requirements. But now it seems like anybody can do it, right? Look at Brianna Woosh. Her and fucking Zoe Quinn got to go in front of the fucking judiciary
UN.
community, right? Like, it's fucking like, I mean,
How did that turn out, by the way? Like, with that,
they
Horrible.
practically ignored them. I mean, they
Because the
pretty much
UN's
ignored 'em.
the UN's focusing on bigger issues than harassment on the internet.
Yep,
At least
like
you think they would.
cartoons.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like, no, they're focused on anime. That's the big threat to the world.
They're focused on
They want-
anime. Is that what you said?
Hey, man, they are bigger weebs than weebs because they treat anime characters like they're real people.
So they're like over dramatically overpaid, like anime larpers.
Right? Basically.
I mean, that's why you can make an argument to destroy the UN. You can make a clear argument to scrap the entire thing.
When the UN starts acting like High School DxD.
Just scrap it. No, I think they might be better. They'd function better if they were high school DxD. You
While
wouldn't have
Canada's still doing the Attack on Titan shit, building that wall.
By the way, is a joke that was on Arch's stream, but apparently migrants are leaving Canada because it's too cold.
Yep.
I saw a video.
while the US is like a hybrid of Naruto and Sword Art Online.
Oh Jesus!
Tell me I'm wrong, dog.
I
Tell
think
me
the
I'm
US is
wrong.
more of a hybrid of like Gundam or fucking Macross, dude.
No, that's Japan, dog.
Japan.
Damn it, Japan gets all the good stuff. Okay.
I know, right?
He's like, I didn't get Macross
Well,
or
it took
fucking
2
Gundam,
nukes,
son of a
man.
bitch.
2 nukes and
Okay, Gundam.
they had it all.
The coronavirus. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to demonetize this video.
Ah, damn it.
China's coming for us now. Fuck.
That was fucking
Done.
silly.
Now I'm gonna have like Chinese fucking men in black come at my door soon now. Why'd you have to do this to me?
I don't know. Cause I'm an asshole sometimes.
No, it's just.
I mean, I'm a mild-mannered asshole though. You know, so I'm not that bad.
I mean, but we're not joking. By the way, the UN is going after anime, specifically lolly, for some reason.
We've gone
'Cause
over
they're-
that before, so I don't want to get
They're
into
the
it.
true. Yeah. This Procure got play the game because he's a bitch. Yes, that's what I was gonna say there.
Damn. That was a lot of missed shots.
Okay, Home Bertelli was like, "What about the hentai blue?"
Listen, hentai
It's
is artistic and it's beautiful. Like when you see that tentacle porn just strapping people together, you know, entering their organ, it's great stuff, man.
Quality content.
Didn't that meme like it's art come from The Office? Like they're like, dude, they had hentai with them. He's like, it's hentai and it's art.
It was
I
the
never
one
watched
black
The
guy from The Office. Of course, you haven't watched it.
I'm not into those kind of shows.
I never really watched The Office. I just saw that clip on YouTube. I was like, wow.
I'm right back.
Oh Jesus. By the way, how did this conversation get started? Brim,
What up?
So
what
wait,
happened? How did we go to anime to fucking politics to anime again in one single swoop?
Because, like Pete says, we live in a clown world, dog. And if we're gonna use any sort of cross-world experiences, why not use anime in the form of politics? Because that's exactly what it is, pretty much. If you think about it.
Yes. Yes, the Bernie supporters are the
So-
Titans.
So
They're the
are they-
Titans.
You better be careful, bro. Like Trudeau's gonna eat your ass.
Are they really actually trying to criminalize lolly though?
They can't. But they can do what Australia does and just try to regulate it to death. Or the UN can't do it's more of like they'll have countries like Australia and basically in New Zealand, all of them do regulations of it, but the UN itself can't enforce like a law. I guess you can say, because there's no UN army, for example.
No,
So
there
the
is.
UN can't actually.
Well, special forces counts.
Blue helmets. They do have an army. It's just not very big.
Yeah.
And they can't. I'm talking about how the UN can't really ban like lolly because they can't really enforce anything.
No. And most of the countries they've said to do it, I mean, Japan told them to fuck off. So even the U.S. is
Japan's
giving
like, you
into
don't
that
dare
shit.
touch it.
So
I mean, yeah, that goes in the fucking First Amendment territory.
fuck you, Blue.
Only for dinner.
Watch
that's
out,
dessert.
Pete! That means he's gonna eat your dick!
Nah. It's dessert.
I knew you were gonna say that.
It's okay. It's okay. Pete he secretly has a vagina.
What?
Yes.
Whoa.
Now it's not a secret.
Yeah,
Thanks
I'm really,
a lot, dude.
I'm really just an
Thanks a lot.
extremely masculine woman. How dare you assume my gender?
What are you, Don? Fucking. Never mind. You're a
What?
bitch.
What is it?
Got him.
Oh,
How
damn
dare
you, Blue!
How dare you assume my gender? I am an
Hey, but
attack
you know what, though?
helicopter that has all my my gunships.
You know
with
what?
my little Su Gundam.
If there's any governing body that tries to ban it, think about this. Why didn't they try to ban the NC-17 stuff that was in Japan or the NC-14 stuff? Like, that shit was intense. We talked about this, I think, before. Yeah, no, we talked about this off air. Where, like, remember fucking what we were talking about, Pete, the other day? Where, like, fucking,
Yeah,
I mean,
the manga.
the
that's
manga that are like for
basically porn.
13. They're
Yeah.
like 13-year-old rated, and it's like you see tits and some office chick getting banged. You're like, this is for 13-year-olds? Like, what?
Dude, that's just basic. You get when you get to the adult shit with the tentacle monster.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, that's the line. That's where the adult shit comes in. Okay.
Yeah, man, you
basically.
can't have those kids. You can't have those kids focus on tentacle monsters.
Tentacle monsters are just bad, but office workers getting fucked with big tits? That's normal.
Isn't
That's
there an
basic.
old?
That's
Isn't
the-
there? Someone saw this old hentai meme one time. It's like, how can you say you love her if you won't eat her poo? And like, what the fuck?
Fuck out of here, Blue.
How can you say you love her if you're not gonna actually eat her organs, dude?
That's some fucking Goro shit. Oh, I hate Goro shit. Oh, that's nasty shit right
I mean,
there.
Metro
Yeah,
and
Metro
he were
Have you
talking
seen
about
some of
it.
that Goro shit yet, Don? That is, woo!
No,
That's
I
some
don't watch
extreme
Goro.
shit, dog.
Oh,
That's
wait,
like chicks getting like fucked while they're being sawed in half and shit, dude. Like, oh,
that's disgusting.
Jesus. Whoa, does dinner come first at
look,
least?
dude, look up Guro. It's intense, dude. Look up Guro images through Google. I dare you. I dare anybody to Google that shit.
Question, is it worse than a harem anime?
A what?
Question, is it worse than a harem anime?
Yes.
Yes, 100,000 times worse.
Yeah, man, but harem animes tend to be, not tend to be, they're really bad harem animes.
No. Not all of them. DxD.
No,
No,
fucking
does
awesome.
does the harem shit fall under the Guro that you're talking about? Like, you know,
No,
eating each
no,
other?
no,
Because
I'm-
that's...
no.
I'm just being a little tongue in cheek. Obviously, gore shit's worse, but I just don't like harem anime because it's just like, man, I hate having multiple heroines in one story or whatever.
Dude, the only... Oh,
Like-
man. I mean, we could get into this if you really want. Like,
I'm sorry, like,
it's just like, why are they all in high school? Well, for a couple reasons, but one of the big ones is because it's an easy plot device. It's an easy
Plus,
way to
it's
have all the
it's a
characters
plot-
together
yeah.
at the same time, doing the same things. There's a lot of
And of course, they
ideas
need
you
to
can
have some.
use.
They need to have something to market towards an audience.
Sure.
So why not high school or
Um,
school in general? You know.
Oh, well, and there's a lot
I
of
mean,
things you can,
Japan's very focused on education,
cultural
so-
festivals, studying for tests, shit like that. There's a whole bunch of things you can use it, and it's the same thing with the why do harem animes exist? Well, because when they make a visual novel, hentai visual novel, there's going to be more than one
don't you dare use
heroine.
those words.
I'm going to. there's going to be more than one heroine usually, because not everybody, some people like chicks with short hair and glasses, and some people like fucking
Those people are
tomboys.
filthy commies and are wrong. Sorry,
But-
I mean,
But they still exist, right? So it's going to have a whole bunch, and when they adapt an anime on a popular one, they can't get rid of any of those girls, because then the people who like those girls are going to get pissed off. So they got to have all of them, and okay, now it's a harem. Like, it's kind of physics at that point. There's nothing really you can do about it.
yeah, but my problem with harem anime, it's just, I wish it would be just like, obviously a visual novel is different, but it's like, I wish it would be just like just be one love interest and be done with it for the anime version. Like there has to be one.
Well, like I said, you'd alienate 90% of the fans then, because, not everybody likes that heroine.
Listen, if she's a short hair Ethot, she deserves to be sent out to the guard. But
She's a thought.
If she
Yes.
breathes, bro.
Be gone! No.
I mean, if she breathes, so.
I like that meme where it says Dr.
If
Fate
she-
and Be Gone thought. Like,
if she queefs, she's a thought.
I mean, that's
So
another
does
one.
that mean you queef, Blue? Because I heard you were a thought. Just saying.
What?
Yeah, I heard you could queef too. So I mean,
Oh, Jesus, that hurt.
Listen, dude, you just want some queef coke right now, so just chill out.
Fuck.
dog.
well, I've got 3 different sources I could get it from. So I'm just saying.
what does queef mean?
Oh no, no.
Hey Don, honestly,
Yeah.
I dare you to look it up on Google.
Just Google some hentai on it. You'll be fine.
I want to Google with a definition and not
It's
search
very-
up just queef.
It's very Christian Minecraft friendly.
Oh, okay. I don't believe that.
Very Christian.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do.
Very Christian, like fucking the priest comes out and's like, "What are you doing?" None. And just banks her, yeah.
Nani?
Nutty.
Oh my god.
I mean, there's certain things that you just don't do. Like, for example, if you ever say anything bad about JoJo, it's execution.
Execute order
Okay, I know what it means.
666.
I know what it means now. I know what it means now.
Because here's the thing, there's people who you make a JoJo reference or you watch JoJo. There's no in betweens. There's only 2 options there.
Well, I heard you're an in between, but that's what I heard.
I watch JoJo and I'm all caught up because JoJo's really good at anime. Like, all joking aside, all the JoJo references I make, and yeah.
No, I know JoJo's is good. I mean,
I don't know about that.
I talk shit on it sometimes, but no, I know it's a pretty decent anime.
I have Stockholm syndrome because of it, though. Apparently.
Yeah.
Repeat.
Pretty much.
Right now, I'm just trying to think of how to put queef and G.I. Joe references in the same sentence. I'm getting nothing.
Queef and G.I.
They were
Joe.
female G.I.
I don't know.
Joes, right?
What? Queef Joes, go!
It's more like the more you know knowing that has half the battle, G.I. Joe.
Knowing half the battle, G.I. Joe. Ended. No. Man, I'm just saying, thank God JoJo didn't come out while I was in high school or in middle school, because I'd be just making JoJo references all the time. Like, I'd be doing a presentation, and I would just make a fucking reference to JoJo, and then teachers would be like, "What's JoJo?" And I'd be like, "You don't know. You don't know."
You know what's funny, dude? Is like it was my teachers in high school that like got me started on anime. Like
Really?
they're the ones that were like, "Yo, have you seen Ninja Scroll yet?" I'm like, "What's Ninja Scroll?" They're like, "You need to see
Now
this."
that is quality fucking anime, sir.
Yes, it is.
Is
know
that
what?
the one with the hentai chicks or something? I don't know.
He's like, "Wait, Don." Don's like, "It's an anime, but it's not hentai." I'm sorry, is that anime?
Like, what happened? Isn't there something that's hentai-ish that happens? Yeah, there's a lot of anime that happens, but
Like, there has to be an orgy in it, or it's not an anime.
No. There has to be demon rape and fingering, or it's not an anime.
exactly. Was that in Ninja Scroll? Demon rape?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
Actually, yep.
Oh God.
Was there fingering in it too?
Yes, there
Yep.
was.
Oh, cool. So it was a hentai. Okay.
Kind of.
I mean, you can think that.
Depends on
It's
what
okay
you
to-
consider a hentai. I mean, really.
I mean, Game of Thrones is hentai.
Dude, it is normie anime. That's all it fucking is.
Game of Thrones is not just normie. It's actually.
Why is there such a
Game
scam
of Thrones
when it
is
comes to-
extremely cultured, okay?
No, like Game of Thrones. Here's the thing. Look, the guy's name is Bernie. By the way, the guy's name is Bernie 2020.
I saw
and,
that, yeah. And she was a good healer,
yes.
too. It sucks. I want to yell at her.
I'm gonna tell her. I'm gonna tell her.
Normally I'd
Communist
fucking endorse her, but
detective.
I'm not gonna because she's Bernie 2020, so fuck off.
My mission is gonna be just type in chat communist detective. lethal
Oh, and I
force
killed her, too.
authorized.
But,
Fucking
yeah.
nuke launch is being prepared. Nuke being prepared to launch.
Liberty Prime.
Bradley's like queefing is half the battle. Yo, Joe.
There you go. Urotsuki Doji was some gnarly anime in the 90s. I've not actually seen that one. I'll have to fucking
Don,
check
whenever
that
you
out.
get with your first chick, make sure you ask her to queef on your face.
make
No
sure you
thanks.
tell her. Listen, you guys,
It sounds
gonna do some-
disgusting.
listen, I want you. I just tell her, come on, like, can you give me a golden
Oh,
shower? That's all I ask
Jesus,
for.
That's fucking.
That also sounds disgusting.
Do you know what a golden shower is?
Yes, I know what it is. It's basically.
Do you know what a rolling brown out is?
Does it involve number 2?
I don't know. You
Yes.
should Google it.
Don't make me Google this weird shit. Just tell me what it is. Don't make me like find some weird videos.
Don.
And try to figure that out.
Don, listen, my search history is already corrupt, so it's fine.
Right?
Well, my Alexa broadcasts it to the whole house. I'm kidding.
That would be funny.
I mean, all God would have to do to punish me is like, if I die, go to heaven. He's like, all right, your family's here. Time to read out your search history.
Oh,
Fuck!
Jesus.
Come on, send me to hell.
No, what you do is you
I mean,
print out my search history.
When
and
are
you're like,
browsers going to come out with a function that if your death certificate goes online, they automatically delete all your fucking browser history? It's when you save websites. Bookmarks.
Favorites.
Yeah, favorites, bookmarks, and all that shit. When is this coming out? Come on, Firefox. Get with this shit, man.
As
Well,
soon as you
like-
die, it's like just wipe everything.
If you're still talking about
He
search
will
history-
forever be known as a good person. Don't let people see this shit.
Don't let him see all the fucking shit that's in his history.
Dude, it'd be like this. How about
Nobody needs to see that shit. Come on, he's dead. Leave him alone.
How about someone prints out your search history on paper, and every time they turn the page, they lick their finger and like number 1, big
No.
booby hentai chick.
Oh, dude, that's so tame.
Yeah, that's
That
tame
is
shit,
tame
man. I don't know. I wouldn't be embarrassed about that.
Okay.
No, the thing that you should be embarrassed about is the shit you've been googling about, sir. I don't know very many people that didn't know what a queef was. You're the first in many, dude. Like,
I gotta delete that from my history right now. I don't want to see
No,
my history.
no,
No.
it's stuck. It's forever logged in this
Nah.
podcast, sir.
Well, I don't want my parents don't watch this podcast.
Oh, don't worry. I
Uh,
already sent your mom the link.
Dude, that's my mom keeps asking me about the show. It's like, what's the name? What's it? I'm just like, I'm not telling you because you're not watching this shit.
You do not want to know.
It's the same reason I don't tell her about all the shenanigans I got into when I was fucking younger, man, running from the cops and fucking getting into brawls and all this shit. She doesn't want to know that shit. She's my fucking mom, you know?
You're like,
It's
Mom,
like,
I don't know if you want to watch this
No,
podcast. I'm
yeah.
just throwing this out there.
everybody does shit. They'd be embarrassed if their parents or grandparents found out about it, and I talk about this shit on the show. So yeah, don't watch this shit. You don't want to. Don't ruin your image
Like,
of me.
Mom, I love my mom so much that she's not gonna watch what's about to be said, right?
I don't want you to ruin your image of me, Mom. Listen, if you see me as just like a good person, you don't need to know all the hentai and all the porn that's in my search history. Okay? Just let it be.
Does that include Baku no Pico by chance?
Oh god, don't even
Don't you-
mention that. Fucking
What the fuck
Metro
is
and that.
Baku no Pico? I thought
Dude,
there
it
was some
is-
shit about it.
It is some
like
fucking
alchemy or some
degenerate
shit.
fucking shit, bro. Yeah, like
it's degenerate.
bad.
It's in my
yeah,
history.
dude, I'm saying that so you know it's fucking bad. I've seen some shit that fucking Metro doesn't even know about. So yeah.
Now,
I thought, isn't it Bakuno about, like, I thought it was like an anime about alchemy. That's all I know about it.
I don't know the
No,
main
I'm
story.
not
All I
close.
know is it was degenerate as fuck.
Okay, so that's
It's
just
about-
Baccano that was about alchemy, then,
No.
right?
It was
Regular
It's
Baccano?
about Pico.
It's about guys who dress up as girls and do really stupid things and kind of gay things. And it's really confusing and kind of gay. Did I mention the gay part or no?
It's also a hentai.
Is it
It's
really?
also- it's a hentai, and they look like real young, like they're kids. It's disgusting.
I don't know about that part, but it's just yeah. There's certain things that you just. There's certain things like my search history is something that like if it
I am
gets
too, Arrow.
somehow logged, I want it to be stored into a briefcase and just sent into the bottom of the ocean.
Eliminate all copies.
Send it
Right?
launch it into the sun. Ask Elon Musk to help you.
Like before you
Yeah.
die, wipe out anybody that knows about you.
No, I'm gonna have like the death gnome. Anytime before I die, I'm gonna have everyone who knows my search history just all mysteriously jump off the cliff. Just all that's written down in the death gnome, ready to go, boys.
Can that be the new?
As
Netflix
he dies,
adaptation?
right before he dies, he like downloads every spyware he possibly can.
I got a question. Can that be the new and improved Netflix adaptation of Death Note? Yes, maybe.
Oh no, you're gonna start fights and your brim's gonna be like, I actually loved it. It was actually really good.
Wait, you like that?
Wait, what are we talking about?
The Death Note
Note,
live
John
action.
brought up the Death Note.
You like the?
I
Netflix
liked
version
parts
that
of it. He likes to be a little over dramatic bitch about it. No, I like parts of it.
There's no parts of it that were good.
Shut your mouth, whore. You can be wrong. That's fine.
I mean, Willem Dafoe doesn't count.
Yes, he does, motherfucker. Yes, he does. How dare you? Fuck with the Defoe like that.
Listen, Willem
Defoe
Dafoe
is
is
a
only the
national
Green
treasure.
Goblin.
William Defoe's a national treasure. This fucking man right here, he knows what's up.
Yeah, dude, he's a fantastic fucking actor.
I
He
told
plays
him-
a great good guy. He plays an even better bad guy, dude. It doesn't get much better than that. There's no in
I mean-
between.
He was pretty good as a Green Goblin in fucking the original Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies.
That's right.
I told a bad joke in the youth meeting at church a couple nights ago.
About pulling out? Yeah, I heard about that.
Something like that, but it went more like
Listen,
this.
listen, I was
Something
banging.
like that, he says.
I was banging.
It was actually worse than saying pulling out, but like I was like someone's like, do you, which they were talking about Vince McMahon, but it's like which celebrity will always say you're fired? I was like Harvey Weinstein.
Oh, God.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
So
he's like,
did
he
they
didn't
get?
smile. He
Did
didn't
they
like it.
get?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about that. That's it. That's how the thing is. No, I thought you were gonna say like, listen, I was banging one of the volunteer chicks, but here's what happened. Like, I didn't pull out, and it's kind of the problem here. Like, so can I like crush the baby somehow?
Can you crush the baby? Is that what you just said?
I was not gonna say it like that. I forgot to pull out, and problem.
I want to add to this
Hey,
joke.
man.
but
She
don't
said that
wanna
I
add
put it in
what
her
wanna
butt,
say.
but she lied to me, and I couldn't feel the difference.
When you find out it's your sister, you're like, what the fuck?
Hey, if it's in the butt, it doesn't matter, right?
Well, if it's the first time, it doesn't count, right? That's Rice rule.
That's a Christ rule.
Listen, unless you put it, if you put it in the butt, it doesn't count as having sex. So you're safe. You're still
You know
a
what?
virgin.
I agree with that. Let's go. Can't get pregnant, right?
It's like,
I couldn't do anal either.
oh, I was gonna make a joke.
Like you couldn't put it in or you couldn't receive.
I wouldn't want to do it. It sounds gross, dude.
Sounds like you're a bitch.
It sounds like extra unsanitary. I don't know, none of it really is.
It doesn't sound sanitary. Did he just say it doesn't sound
Hey, that's what he
sanitary?
said, bro. I heard it. I mean, he's not wrong.
It's really bad. Like, you went like they like get shit on your. Never mind. I'm not gonna say it.
Come on, say it.
I'm not gonna
Shit
say it
on
for the
your
video.
dick, son.
Exactly.
Well, here's the thing: whenever you're banging a chick, it's always a little boring if there's not a little brown stuff on your dick, you know?
It's coming from the guy that wouldn't talk to a girl because she fucking shit on him during sex.
How dare you
Fucking
bring that up?
exposed.
Well, then don't say some stupid shit like what you just said, bro. You're
Bro,
tying my
he's
hands,
bro.
dog.
Yo, Pete literally aired your shit.
Wow, fuck off. Ugh.
Oh, I didn't even know about that, Blue.
This is the Game Talk
Wait,
podcast,
you
ladies and
weren't
gentlemen.
there when he talked about that?
I don't
Who the
remember.
fuck else? Who the fuck else was there then? It must have been Metro.
Remember.
It must have been Metro, because I know somebody else was there. There was other people there when he was talking about that. So.
Shit
Listen.
on your dicks.
No, like,
No,
it was
not on
actually-
his dick, on him. That's the yeah.
It was kind of gross because just doing the usual stuff. Not gonna get into detail for obvious reasons. And then there was shit, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Does he have a stomach virus, Blue?
I don't know. I don't know what fucking happened. I'm just like, yeah, I'm good. you're like,
Did you literally explode?
Oh, thank
everything
you, Henrik. I
on-
appreciate it, dog.
I said you're a half basic thought anyway, so it's not like I need you or care about you. Bye.
Damn. A half
Yeah.
basic thought that shit on me.
You're half basic. You're not even basic.
Oh,
Bro, like how
wow.
much more advanced does she have to be? She shit on you, dog. Like, I mean, that's pretty advanced shit. I'm sorry. I can't stop with the shit jokes. It's just too much.
Dude, you gotta be shitting me about this,
Ah!
Hakon, we're
I
not
had to
doing
do it myself.
we're not doing overtime today. We're just doing one long overtime.
Running it all together, yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah, because it's in Taco and
there weren't that many topics. A couple people weren't here, so it was just like fuck it. This is gonna be a no fucks given stream.
First time I'm in on the no fuck you stream.
We've had a few of them. This is like the third one, I think. It doesn't happen very
I think
often.
fourth.
Fourth?
I mean, this is
Yeah.
another reason why no one in my personal life knows about this thing and will never know about this thing.
It's okay, Blue. I let your mom know. I messaged her. What, bro? She's on my Instagram.
Oh, dude. Dude, the one thing is just
Yo, no lie, I do have quite a few friends, moms, that are on my Insta.
what?
I'm not joking. I'm dead
Of course
serious.
you fucking
Then
Haddock is in. What's up, Haddock?
I was the guy that was commenting about the hentai shit though.
because it's art. It's artistic in a lot of ways, and also you didn't hear the last 5 minutes.
Like the shit that he received in his life.
God damn it.
no, I want to see this. I want to see this country like Hatsune Miku.
You know what, Blue? We should just really cut the shit already, alright?
Bro, you keep making these jet
damn
jokes,
it.
which is funny. I would say you gotta be shitting me, but then it wouldn't make
No.
sense anymore.
I'm sure there's some kernels of truth in that. Oh,
Oh
God.
man.
Oh.
Creepypasta locking their page.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that.
She was saying. You haven't heard about that?
Creepypasta? Who are you talking about? What's that?
Well, JC's like, have you heard about the shit with Creepypasta locking their page?
Nah, I haven't heard anything.
That's
I don't
crappy.
recall that.
It's because they have some really crappy pasta. They're not true Italians.
Yeah, if anybody understands about being Italian at this moment, it is definitely Blue.
Oh no.
I'm Italian in me.
Oh yeah, what's his name?
Ah!
Should have known.
Fabiano.
Oh shit.
Oh Jesus.
Well, I've been called worse, so yeah. Yes,
Right.
my child.
JC's like, I think at their subreddit.
So they locked
Oh.
their subreddit page?
Probably because of fear of like the communist Reddit. group
Bro,
coming in.
yeah, like there's some shit going on with Reddit, so who the
Oh
fuck
yeah,
knows?
the whole because now all quarantine subs are gonna have Reddit made moderators go in there, which is
Yep.
like, yeah, guys, that does not sound sus as fuck.
Right.
Wait, what? Communist Reddit? What's going on? So that's kind of like credit?
No, but here's what's like basically Reddit's doing right now is all subs that are quarantined, and quarantine means that like it's like not safe for work or just whatever they deem as quote unquote quarantine. To make it quote unquote unquarantine, they're gonna have moderators of their own from Reddit, so people not from the sub, like the moderators and like the admins from Reddit basically take control or have 50%
shit.
control, which to me
Yeah.
is like, yeah. Which I don't get it, man. Just let bygones be bygones, man. If people want to see go some NSW subs, just let it happen.
Yeah.
I mean, getting rid of NSW literally killed Tumblr, so I don't remember that.
Right? Yeah, when's the last time anybody said fucking Tumblr, dude? I haven't heard that shit in like a year.
Yeah, probably a year ago Tumblr was like up and running.
Yeah, now it's like as soon as I got rid of porn, no one talks about it. It just disappeared like the wind. It was gone with the
Pretty
wind.
Yeah.
My sister thinks the fan art on there was disgusting. Like she'd hate people sharing stuff with her. That's how she viewed it, though.
Tumblr's disgusting? Man, that's some
She didn't
tame
like
shit.
she says she didn't like the fan art that people were like sharing.
I mean, sure,
Well,
some
that's
of
part of the culture, though. She's got to understand that. Like, there's
Also,
nothing.
fan
I
art.
mean,
Well done, fan art's great, by the way. Can we not shit on fan art generally?
I agree. Fan art's pretty good.
Yeah. There's a lot.
Especially all the Fate fan art.
Oh, I bet you're about that shit, aren't you?
Right?
Fate fan art.
Oh, do you want shit? I think my phone, like 60% of the pictures on my phone are just fan arts on Fate.
I'm sure it's of your girl getting banged by a few dudes.
Wait, what? No. Let's put this to bed right. It depends, cause Saber I think is my favorite fake character. But there's some Ishtar in there, like Tosak, and they're basically the same for all intents and purposes. And you got some of
They
the
are the
like
same.
Joan of Arc, just some great, cause who doesn't want to see Joan of Arc in a really lewd outfit? Who doesn't want to see that? Am I right, guys, or am I right?
Yeah,
I'm
no, you're
probably
not
right.
wrong.
Yeah, because that's the first thing I thought when I heard of Joan of Arc from history.
I don't follow Fate. It's the only Joan of Arc I'm aware of is a historical one. I'm like, what?
Wait, what? Wait, hold up. You didn't know who? Never mind.
I haven't watched Fate. That's why.
No,
Oh,
I
you
meant the
should,
real
man.
person.
You want to see her in a lewd outfit?
No, I'm like.
Like, why?
I love how
asking-
Don's so behind the curve on this. I just can't. I don't have the heart to correct you, Don. Keep going. You're giving Blue a headache. It's amazing.
I was asking, do you not know who Joan of Arc is? Like the person or Joan, whatever how the fuck you say the name.
I
Sorry,
know,
it's French.
yeah, she was
Is
killed
that-
and
that-
claimed to be a witch when after she freed.
Yeah, she
The
was
country.
burned at the stake, wasn't she?
Yeah.
I actually, I mean, you could debate me on this whole time, but I think back then women like she really were not treated well. Like, so I think
Because
No,
we
back
live in
then
a
they're
society-
treated as objects, dog.
what?
No one's gonna disagree with you there, but we also live in a society for that one.
I actually would disagree, but I don't want
Oh
to get
no!
into it. I would.
He's gonna start
Ah,
a war now.
here we go.
Yeah.
All right,
go
guys,
off
everyone
on it.
sound in.
I mean,
Oh,
you
shit,
really
my
want to
throat
get
hurts.
into it? Like, the female oppression of, say, the 40s or 50s was that they couldn't go to well, some of them couldn't go to college. The male oppression of that age was you got drafted and had to fight in World War One.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it was the same thing back then. I mean, a woman was stuck at home in the kitchen, which they really weren't, and there's been a lot of discussion on this from various groups. But even if that were the case, as a man, you had a spear shoved in your hand and were told to go charge another army. Like, it's
Them die.
people
Like,
say
no, such a-
women had it bad. It's like, no, dude, everybody had it bad. Everybody.
Yeah.
Like, those were just bad times.
They come from
Yeah.
the right, by the
So-
way, Pete.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, but would you think that with Joan of Arc, like they were threatened by her because
It's-
she was a?
I mean, it was just like with
Right.
any, it's like,
Like they didn't like how a woman did this and this, and they're just like,
well, they wouldn't have
like,
liked it if a guy
violent.
did that and that either. That's the thing. I mean, was she treated, well, certainly differently for, fair enough. But was she treated any worse because she was a woman? I don't know. I could easily see them drawing.
Not sentenced worse, but like claimed to be a witch because he was female and did all
Well,
the
that's
stuff she
if
did.
it was a guy, he would have just been a heretic.
Yeah. And
You
she
know,
was
it-
like a
And it would have been the
genius,
same
like-
thing, except instead of burning him at the stake, they would have just drawn and quartered him or hung him or fucking some
Or the
shit like that.
guillotine. The
Yeah,
guillotine.
yeah,
pretty sure.
exactly. It would have just been a different form of death.
But I think the thing with like Joan of Arc was like, since she was like claiming to like talk to God and shit, and she also was like a really good like strategist and like leader of.
Oh yeah, she was literally like one of the world's best strategists, dude. Like she was known for that shit.
And I guess like they heard a queef or something, and they were like, witchcraft.
It's magic, guys.
What was
It's
that?
witchcraft. There's air escape in her vagina. Kill her.
I mean, that shit is witchcraft, so, you know, hey,
It's
I mean,
witchcraft.
if she
God
burns,
Slayer.
if she burns, she's a thought.
I mean, that's Goblin Slayer, but no. I mean, just everything was shitty back then. Like,
I
to
did
be
it.
very generals about it.
Man, talk about first episode of that Goblin Slayer though. I was like, okay, this is gonna be a cool like fantasy anime, and it's like, god damn it, one of the girls like gets it like by one of the goblins. I was like, oh, okay, we're in kind of one of those shows now.
I mean, that's the only time it really happens in the show. The manga is a bit worse, I would say. But honestly,
Blue, wouldn't you say like there's no ifs, ands, buts about it? There was some crazy shit going on.
Of all the things that aren't wrong, Brem is the not wrongest about that.
no, it's. I mean, it's just one of those. It's just like, it's not even that much of a dark fantasy anime. Because after like the first episode, it goes to your traditional fantasy.
Oh yeah.
Anime.
It's still quite a bit darker than your traditional
Traditional,
fantasies.
but it's like I don't think it's comparable to Berserk. And Berserk,
Oh,
that's
man.
Yeah, maybe not Berserk.
Straight.
I could give you that. Yeah,
that shit
Like,
is
but
straight just no.
well, but this is the thing. Berserk is one of the most darkest, nasty animes ever. Or stories. Period.
Probably one of the
Not even
darkest
anime.
stories ever.
Yeah,
Even though I
it's-
think a lot of those, like, I think Berserk's a work of art. Truly, a work of
Berserk
art.
It's
was
not
really
my
good.
favorite thing, but I can see why people like it.
It is really good. I like it. I'm right there with you, Blue. It's really fucking awesome.
Yeah, as far as like
I think it's-
tragedies go, like man,
Yeah.
it's hard to get better than or more tragic than the Berserk story. So fair enough, right? But I hate tragedies, so
I mean, 50-50. I'm still mad about Cowboy Bebop, but yeah.
see, and that's a tragedy I like. So
Yeah. But then the question is, when it comes to Berserk, the old OVA ending or the new ending?
That's a can of worms I don't want to open
Yeah,
there.
I don't even want to talk about this, man. What are you doing to us, Heretic? Jesus.
That's a can of worms I want to open because it's gonna start. It's like everyone got mad at me when I said fucking Demon Slayer was.
Do you know how much
better than
shit will be
Bleach.
plastered all over Blue if we talk about this?
let's do it, please. We haven't shit on Blue enough today. We gotta keep it going. Oh, are you for real?
Get you what you fucking
Moiras.
deserve.
Fucking Moiras, dude.
I'm just amused for like animated crazy stuff for Blue
That was
today.
my.
It's. I don't know, man. I'm just getting shit on today. It's just what it is.
Literally.
I
You
mean,
know, it's crap when that happens, you know.
it feels like a never-ending cycle.
Yeah,
pretty
it's,
much.
It literally is.
it's a stinker. I know.
Never-ending
no.
cycle. Something like a human centipede, perhaps.
Oh
No.
God.
No, don't remind me that. I think that movie shall not be named or reminded.
It already has, I
Why?
guess.
Because then you realize you have a lot in common with that movie, Blue.
No,
I am the doctor.
I don't. Never mind. Just listen to it there. Oh, dude. Thank God
Yeah.
I'm not eating anything else today because, God, my appetite just went away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens, man.
I'm actually like, yeah, when it comes, I'm not gonna bring up more fucked up shit, of course, but I'm actually rewatching the rebuild of Evangelion right now, because they announced that the last movie is coming out this year, I guess.
Nice.
But that's so crazy.
Is
though.
that really gonna be the last movie? Because you say like, yeah,
Right.
we're not gonna do any more Evangelion, and then a year later, like, we have a revamp. Here you go.
Right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
what?
yeah. And they like redone so much of the story. I actually kind of like the new, like the route they've been taken with like the new version, But I don't know how many years it's been since like movie number 3. It's like 5 or 6 years or
It's
something.
been a while, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so fucking long. But those were really good too, though. I was like,
Bro, I
thought
just remember them saying that we're not gonna focus on Evangelion anymore, and like a year later they're like, okay, here's a reboot. I'm like, what?
yeah,
What the fuck
comes-
happened? What changed?
Right.
yeah, and it's like the 2 first movies. They kind of like, especially the first one, it follows like the start of the anime, the original anime, pretty tight, and then shit starts to get weird. It takes off in a whole nother direction.
As if
So-
Evangelion wasn't weird enough to begin with.
Yeah, so the speculations is like that the rebuild of Evangelion is kind of a sequel to the original anime series. Like, things got reset, and then things start anew.
You know what? I would like to see them revamp. It was one of my favorite animes growing up. Was Bubblegum Crisis.
Oh man, that was really cool.
I
Hot
wanna
chicks
see that
in,
come back.
Iron Man suits.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did one though,
Oh, damn it.
because you have the one from like late 80s, early 90s, and then you had one like in the late 90s. I think it's called Bubblegum Crisis 2040 or something.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, that was one of the first ones I saw. Actually, that's what got me started on it.
Oh, okay. I kind of got into like anime.
Or like
pretty
even
early.
Macross. Like I love Macross. I
Oh.
thought Macross was awesome.
Macross is
um,
super cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another
Cross
thing.
Zero.
Macross Zero, yeah.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Cross Zero was fucking amazing.
He says the only good Macross though, right?
No. There's a couple others. There's just a couple of them
Come
that
back.
are, God, so ridiculous. Man, I watching this thing and this cool-ish, I mean, cool for the 90s robot comes out and starts doing his thing. And this dude is literally on his knees playing a fucking flying V guitar to control the mech. And I'm just like, all right, guys, I bow out. I can't do it. Like,
That's-
Yeah, that's
you just lost
Macross.
me.
Lovers Embrace or something. It's just like an OVA movie too.
No.
Yeah,
There
like-
was a whole. That was the beginning of a 24 episode series. No, there's a
Oh,
whole.
crap,
Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause
there's a
Macro-
series, dude. The series is amazing.
The
That's
first
one of the
Macross
things is-
wasn't like that. The first Macross was pretty good, and that's the one I'm pretty sure they turned into Robotech for
Yeah.
Cartoon Network. And then I think the next one is the one I'm talking about, but I can't remember the name. Not Macross
I mean, that
Plus.
does sound cool because that's one of the things I
It's-
liked about. Ain't I see Mad Max Fury Road or no? Real quick.
No, I haven't.
Yeah,
One of those
Fury Road
bad
is
scene-
awesome.
Dude, one of the best scenes in there where they're all driving. You have that dude playing guitars and playing his guitar and fire's coming out of it.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I could see the badass, like it being badass, like a mech controlled by a guitar. I can see that being really badass. I don't know
Uh-huh.
what's wrong with it. Pete, what do you have a problem with guitars?
you
Not
might
you
remember
fucking
this one.
guitarist.
If there was to ever if they were to ever do an Evangelion treatment on it, right? Raxophon.
Yeah,
Oh,
dude.
Rastafawn?
Give
Yeah.
me
That was
Raxophon.
really good.
Fuck.
I have the box set still, by the way.
Oh my god, DVD
Yeah,
or Blu-ray?
Raxophon was fucking. I haven't even
DVD.
seen Evangelion because I just haven't.
It's boring. It's
Well,
so boring.
No, I need to see it because it is. Yeah, I just need to see it. But I have seen Raxophon, and man, Raxophon was so fucking cool. God, that was a good
I
fucking
guess
show.
you're gonna like Evangelion then, because Rastafawn.
They're real
Rastafawn
similar,
Is
yeah.
like, yeah, it's a carbon copy in a lot of ways, but with
Yeah.
cool new variations and stuff. But it's the same like, thought process behind the story and everything, like existential.
Right.
Beliefs and all
what
that shit.
what makes a human being and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
What
That's-
is life?
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
that
Like-
shit.
Which again, and then
Sounds like
because they even did that with Macross Plus, and
Yeah,
I can't
Macross
remember.
Plus was
It was a lot like that too.
man.
Just without the same. Yeah, but again, totally similar. What makes a human being? What is life? All that kind of crazy nonsense.
There is another mecha series that I really dig that has kind of like the studio made first an anime called Heroic Age. That one I recommend highly to everybody. If you haven't seen Heroic Age, watch it. It's like
Okay.
pure awesomeness. But they made another series.
I couldn't get into like mech anime really.
Oh, dude, there's so many good ones. Gundam Wing.
Raxophon is like
Raxophon.
it's a mecha anime, but it's like biological.
Yeah.
Yeah,
is fucking
biological
Same thing with
existential.
Evangelion, where they're kind of
Mhm.
biomechs, not like robot
Yeah.
mechs.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that Evangelion for me was so drawn out and it was so
Yeah.
boring. Like I fell
I can see
asleep
that
through
because
that
it's pretty
shit,
long.
man.
Yeah, compared to all the other,
Yeah.
like Raxophon's 24 episodes. I think Evangelion's
Like-
a lot longer than that.
Like if I had to choose, like
No,
if I had-
Evangelion is 26.
oh, is it
The
only
original
26?
anime. Yeah,
but then it was
26.
maybe what they did with the story just, dragged on too
Yeah.
much.
yeah, it was, dude. Like I couldn't sit through it, bro. Like I tried. My buddy burnt me a disc for it, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna watch this. I got through episode 1 during a nap. Like I
Oh shit.
could not fucking get into it. Like I don't know why, but original Gundam was more entertaining to me than fucking Evangelion. Okay,
Damn,
I don't know
bringing
why.
it back.
I don't know why. I don't know why it was like that for me, but it was.
Hook me again, Roadhog. I fucking dare you. I double dare you.
Watch you get hooked and he gets killed.
Right.
I couldn't like I don't know. To me, just mech anime is not that much fun or likable to me.
Oh, Patlabar. That's what I was thinking of. You guys
Oh,
remember
that's
Patlabar?
old school. The
Patlabar was
comics?
amongst one of my first mecha,
Ooh.
and Patlabar was shit. I loved it.
Escaflowne. That's my favorite.
Escaflowne is really good too.
Escaflowne.
Oh, fucking amazing. I'm trying to get Blue to watch that too, but he doesn't fucking want to.
Oh my
Being a
god,
bitch
Escaflowne
about
is
it.
so
It's
good.
so good, dude. It's
Short
so
hair,
good.
your thoughts. I don't like that.
Just she
And,
grows
like,
her
it
hair
takes
out, bro.
Gundam-
Head
it
cannon.
takes
She.
Dude, it takes Gundam and amplifies it by like 10 times.
Oh, and it's so cool because it's a fantasy world. It's not a futuristic world. So like the
Yep.
the mechs all use swords and bows and arrows and shit. Oh, it's so fucking
Yeah,
good.
they're
It-
like made out of like dragon bones and like
Yeah,
stuff
stuff-
like
shit- yeah.
magic and shit. It's really
You guys
cool.
know
And there's
Vampire?
anime. There's cat girls and fucking dog people.
Cat
and
girls,
Cat
Word West
girls,
Side
man.
Mission.
I'm telling you, dude. It's got everything, bro. Can't fucking lose.
Yeah, but the short hair chick is as a
Just
heroine
deal
really
with it, dude.
bothersome.
Just fucking deal with it. She grows her hair out.
Escaflowne is like Record of Lodoss War and Gundam had a baby.
Yeah.
Yes.
How long is
basically, yeah.
question, How long is Escaflowne? Is it in
24
16 by
episodes.
9?
24
No,
episodes.
it's
and
not.
that's all-
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
It's short.
Are you
Or-
kidding me? So it's gonna make it watching a computer be a really annoying situation.
Yeah, but you
Have
got to
you
do it,
guys
dude.
heard
It's worth
of-
it. Trust me.
Have you guys ever heard
When
of
have I ever been wrong,
before?
dude? How many animes have I showed you, or mangas, or movies, or whatever, that you actually haven't liked? How many?
I can't remember. Fuck, I'm trying to get.
It's not a
Exactly.
lot, bro. It's not a fucking lot. I told you, bitch. Hook me again. See what fucking happens.
I wonder how
But,
to play
uh,
the monkey. The monkey. Sorry, I
The
Yeah,
didn't
monkey
mean-
is really good.
It's not been a lot. I think it was one. And I still think you'd like that one. You just need to give it a few more episodes. But regardless,
Which one
even
was
if you
it?
did,
I'm trying to remember.
Chivalry of a Failed Knight.
Oh, fuck that. No, I'm good, dude.
Hey, you know what was good on Cartoon Network that like got me hooked for a long time was Operation Blue Seed. Does anybody remember Blue Seed?
I don't know.
Probably not.
I remember the
Oh
name.
man,
Yeah.
check out
Oh,
Blue
I-
Seed. You'll like it.
I found the name though for that other mecha anime I highly recommend. Fafner.
Hey,
Fafner.
by the way, to start this game, I gotta be okay.
I've never even heard of it. What is it?
Search it up. It's kind of. It's also like a mix between like if you take Gundam, Evangelion, and Rasaphon, you kind of get what's going on there. It's pretty good. And the animation is top notch. Some really cool like it's a lot of like psychology, existential stuff, and like even like the mechas that are like piloted are like highly risky to pilot because they inflict like real damage on your psyche when using them and stuff.
So it's kind of like when somebody wants to like pilot a Tallgeese or an Epion. It deals with the psycho drive, and if the person isn't compatible with it, it could damage their psyche and make them go insane.
Oh
Yeah,
man, I got an even
okay.
better one for something like that.
Mhm.
Oh fuck, I had it too.
Iron Blooded Orphans, Gundam. What?
Nope.
Because that's
It's
exactly
not.
what they do in there.
Lelouch of the Rebellion. No, it's another one.
Oh, Code Geass?
Shit. Nope.
Oh, Code Geass is good.
Oh.
Code Geass is. Have you seen that, Blue? I mean, not Blue. Fucking Pete.
No, not yet.
Oh, you gotta watch it, dog.
You know
Code Geass.
there's there's a movie coming out, and there's coming a new season for Code Geass.
Are you serious?
No, yeah.
They're still working on Code. I thought Code Geass was done, dude.
They announced that the same at the same convention thing as they announced Gundam 00 Season 3.
Wait, they're doing a season 3?
Yeah.
What?
Okay, I'm sending you the YouTube clip of it on your PM on Discord, Brem.
Hey, Hedrick. Now that we got you in here, are you interested in watching anime with us anytime during these? Because it's kind of something that me and Pete do and Blue sometimes.
Yeah.
We'll get Blue in here.
I'm
We
a
still gotta get
big
fucking
anime
through
freak.
season 2 of DxD though.
I'm
Yeah.
a big anime geek, so no
Awesome.
no problem.
We got another watcher.
Yeah.
I dig.
This is not anime, but Jason Game is like, what about Megas XLR? That's what it's funny.
Megas
Oh,
XLR.
Megas and XLR was pretty
that
good.
Pretty cool.
It's
Yeah.
funny. I mean, I was always find it hilarious how at the end of every episode they destroy the city, basically. Like they battled out and then the whole area is just destroyed. Like there's nothing left, no buildings or nothing.
So I guess you like 002, Brem. Are you ready to get some real chills down your spine? I sent you the YouTube.
I'll check it out in a minute. I'm still playing my Wilson.
Oh, you're still into it?
Yeah, I'm almost done with it. I'm in Act 2 right now, and I'm going against one of the mini hordes that I gotta destroy.
Have you guys ever heard of Vandroid before?
Yes.
What's it called?
Android? Yeah. I've heard the
Vandred.
name.
Yeah, it's a good show.
Vandroid. Yeah.
Oh, Vandroid. Okay, I
Where-
think he said Vandroid, and I was like, "What the fuck's Vandroid, dog?" Like,
Is that like a droid made out of a van?
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I don't like the
Vandred.
way the men and women are portrayed in it because it's not only so stereotypical, but it's so fucking wrong. But it's an interesting concept nonetheless, and I like the story. So,
Mm-hmm. And the boobs. The boobs.
hey, boobs are always great, man. You don't have to
Oh,
mention
yeah.
boobs with me. It's just
Oh.
assumed. If there's boobs, it's great.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love
Oh,
boobs,
geez.
man?
Can't wait for Castlevania.
Oh yeah, season
Oh
3.
yeah,
Yeah.
I got so many high praises. So, what about this news?
Alucard is my motherfucking man. I can't wait.
What do you
Oh.
guys think about the announcement from Blizzard about the Diablo animated show and Overwatch
I'm down. I'm
for
down.
Netflix?
I'm
Yeah,
down.
but are they gonna fuck it up? This is the question. They fucked up so much recently. How did Blizzard, you were the chosen one. You were supposed to bring balance.
I hate you. But what? Okay, so theories. I'm thinking mainly about Overwatch now. What kind of animation style do you think they will go with? I really hope they don't mess this up though, because if you look at the animated shorts, even the trailers for the games, it's like that's the only way to do it, in my eyes.
Bro,
I
have
could see
you
them
guys-
trying something like a cell shaded anime-esque approach or something like that.
I
it
like
might
the
work.
trailer for. I like the trailer for Doomfist because they did like the super stylized anime fight between Doomfist, Tracer, and Genji.
But here's the thing. All right, Blizzard has never steered us wrong when it comes to animated shorts or movie for that matter.
I know.
If you haven't seen it yet, I suggest you. I highly recommend this movie. I cannot recommend it enough. Not because it was an underdog, but because not enough people talked about it.
Warcraft.
World of Warcraft was an amazing fucking movie. The Warcraft movie, dude, like
Yeah, not
it was worth the
World
wait.
Warcraft. Warcraft.
Yeah, Warcraft
Yeah,
movie
it's
was
based on
amazing.
Warcraft 1 and 2. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
most
pretty
of
good.
the first-
I have some problems with it, but
Well, yeah,
was-
I mean,
I really wish they hadn't have fucked up in a couple of key aspects. Because yeah, that movie had the potential to be fucking great.
But the
Like,
important thing is they stuck to the fucking lure,
Yeah.
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 and it
They
was
did
awesome.
a great job. I loved that movie. I actually saw
Same.
that like 3 times in the theaters, so I supported it. And I got it on
Good
regular
man,
Blu-ray
good man.
and
I like to hear
4K.
that shit.
I had to see that movie. I think the only.
I shall make believers out of everybody in this world.
Wait, what movie you guys talking about?
The
Warcraft.
Warcraft movie.
2.
I
I
saw
still-
Sonic.
I did too. So did Blue.
Was it good? I've heard everybody saying it's
I mean,
really
it's
good.
it's not amazing, but it was just a really good like
It's
family
just a good movie.
family oriented, action comedy, and
It's actually like it's
what's
a
his
really
name?
good. It's not
who played the villain
I was-
again?
Jim Carrey.
Carrey?
Jim Carrey. Oh, he was fucking amazing, man. Jim Carrey's always fucking awesome. So
Yeah, he plays Dr. Robotnik, doesn't he?
yes,
Or
Yeah.
and it's
Eggman,
great.
Yeah.
I
That's
heard
cool.
I heard Jim Carrey once accidentally killed one of his girlfriends. Like with
No.
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 pills or something. And
That
what
was
it?
that situation was fucked, and he got. So what she did was she killed herself, and then in her suicide note blamed Jim Carrey, saying that she didn't kill herself, that he killed her.
Really?
She they were having a lot of issues, yeah, and she fucking, instead of manning up and admitting to her own shit, she tried to bury him on the way out.
Oh, shit.
Jeez.
Oh, shut up, Siri! I wasn't talking to you, bitch. Where did Jim Carrey and Siri sound like anything?
Yeah, but it's not like honestly, it's not like the best movie ever because 1917 was probably the best movie of like this year's. Can I safely say this year now?
Of this year? But it's so early still. It's like
No,
there's so many
last year,
movies.
2020
Oh,
or
last
2019,
year?
because it came out last year.
Avengers Endgame.
Really, better
can't
than
beat-
1917?
No,
Yeah.
wait, I'm pretty sure. Hold up. I need to go into Google real quick.
Well, yeah, it might have been 2018.
No, I'm pretty sure 1917 was 2020. No, it was
No,
2019.
it was in the Oscars for this last year, so it had to have released in 2019.
Oh
Yeah.
fuck! Oh yeah, it was only 2019,
Yeah.
and that came out the same year as Avengers Endgame, right?
Mm, yeah.
Oh my god, I cannot
Oh.
fucking find the name of this goddamn anime, dude.
For me, like, there was a lot of good movies last year, without a doubt. But for me, the one that stood out the most, that delivered on everything promised and all the build up and hype for it, Endgame. Like, how many movies haven't they made to like come to that point in the story arc?
I really hate to say it, but like they still fucked it because of the bullshit with Disney and Fox. Was it Fox that owned parts of it? So like that whole sham, dude, that shit pissed me off because they chopped out like an entire what I would say probably about 3 or 4 movies with the content if they would have added all the teams that were a part of the war.
Oh, you're thinking about like X-Men, Fantastic Four.
Yep.
Mhm. But
Listen.
don't you think they're gonna do something even bigger now that they actually have X-Men and Fantastic Four? Think about
Did
like
they
Yeah,
get
but
back?
they've lost a lot of their really, really good, like the guys who wrote all of the really good MCU movies are all basically out of that studio now, aren't they? Except for the guys who did Endgame, right?
no, they have
Endgame-
a lot of good talent still in that house.
I
I
mean-
don't know, man.
To go to Endgame, I think Endgame, like obviously there's not nostalgia, but like the feel that like we've been watching all these movies to this point, all that went into Endgame.
Mhm.
But for me, the more I think about Endgame, the more I don't like it. Like that's how I
This is
think
the
of
thing.
Endgame right
I
now.
think it's standing on the shoulders of the movies that came before it, and I think if people considered it on its own, it wouldn't be nearly as acclaimed as it is.
Mhm.
Which is fine, by the way. Like obviously,
Yeah,
there
it's
is
okay.
build up.
Well, this is the thing. Not
But-
every movie in a series or episode in a series or whatever it is can be good. It's unfortunate that the last one was kind of the weakest well, maybe 2. I don't know. Avengers 2 is probably a little weaker than
No, I
Endgame.
think Age of Ultron was probably one of the weakest one out there. But
that was
also
2,
didn't
wasn't
really-
it?
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
the second
Age of Ultron.
Avengers
Yeah,
movie.
okay, yeah.
That's the second one.
Yeah, so maybe that, but on the weaker side. Certainly not as good as the original Avengers or the first Iron Man or
The original Avengers is probably I think it's still one of my favorite Avengers movies out there.
yeah, definitely.
I gotta say, like for me, like Endgame is good, but for me, Infinity War, that was like the high point of the Avengers franchise, because
Yeah,
that was
I can be
like
right there with
the
you. Those are probably my
Empire
top two.
Strikes Back.
Yeah,
From,
fair enough.
Yeah.
It
That
was
just
definitely
like,
better.
yeah, the bad guy wins. He's the one that like the movie Infinity War, like it ends with Thanos sitting down and thinking like, I did it. I did exactly what I set out to do. I won. That's how the movie ends. It's like, whoa, bad guy
I mean, that's-
wins. Damn.
I mean, that's the thing about like of Endgame. Endgame was really good. Like, what I don't know. It's just like I feel like maybe and sorry, not Endgame. Like normal Infinity War was really good, but I think Endgame had so high expectations. I don't think it would ever lived up to them, even if some of the stuff that was in Endgame was fixed.
It's possible.
I had
Yeah.
the whole time travel shit in there. I didn't like at all. Like, I don't
Oh,
like
they could have done that fine though. That's yeah, it's
I didn't like, and also I didn't like Captain America's end. Like Iron Man had a good end, but Captain
didn't?
America, him just disappearing and coming back, skipping out on events. Like, what is there two Captain Americas at one point, or is he just in a different timeline entirely?
well, of course there is. There has to be because Captain America
Split
exists.
timelines.
Well, no, but even in the split timeline, there has to be two, because he's still
Yeah,
there
yeah.
in his younger form, doing all the things he was doing when he wasn't with Peggy. So yeah, this is why I don't care about time travel, because there's no way to tell a time travel story without breaking your own rules.
Breaking the paradox of time travel, yeah.
Yeah,
But the cool
both.
thing with like Marvel in that kind of sense, they've already started to like mess a bit with that after Endgame. If you see with the new latest Spider-Man movie, Far From Home, they're already like, even though that was a lie from
You know
like,
what? You know what I suggest they do? You know what? Fucking bring back the Evil Ernie comic, Lady Death, and Spawn as a trio, and have them fuck up the Marvel universe. Call it done. That's my end game.
What
No.
about no?
Throw in some Deadpool
kills
first.
Marvel.
Yeah.
Yeah. There
No,
you go.
because Deadpool would be too focused on trying to fuck Lady Death. Okay.
Well, but then
but the thing
so he
is-
fucks her, and then they team up, and dude, it could work, bro. I'm telling you, it'd be
It
great.
could work. Well, because him and Evil Ernie have the same sort of personality, so yeah.
Yeah.
No, but the thing is about like all that about like I'm just really worried what's gonna happen with Captain Marvel because they're telling her she has
Oh,
all the
yeah.
powers of the Avengers and shit.
Well,
I'm
no,
like,
no, that
okay,
was in
guys,
the comic
like,
book. That was in the latest comic book that just released, Blue. But
But
it
my
doesn't
question
matter.
is,
They could do that
is
with the
all
movies
of
anyway.
Is all of this pre-Rogue?
Wait,
I just fucked your mind.
No,
what do you
but I
what do you
mean,
mean pre-Rogue?
Yeah,
like
you
Rogue-
think
How
about
does
Rogue-
how does
Rogue
Rogue
the
get her
character?
powers
abilities?
from-
How
Yeah,
does Rogue
that-
get her abilities?
She sucks them out of Captain Marvel.
Exactly.
Oh,
what?
that's
Oh my God.
right. That's fucking right. Oh my god.
Watch the
Oh my
90s
God.
cartoon.
Well, no,
shit-
that's the thing, because this is why I didn't even think of it. Because in the '90s cartoon, I'm pretty sure it was not Captain Marvel. It was a facsimile
Miss
of
Marvel.
her.
Miss Marvel.
Or
It was
No,
Miss
it-
Marvel in the cartoons.
was
Yeah,
it?
But yeah,
Yeah, Miss Marvel.
I can't remember if but did they actually call her Miss Marvel though? I thought they had a different name for her in that cartoon.
I thought they called her Captain. I thought they called
I
her
can't-
Captain Marvel because
That's
they
the
show a
thing.
clip.
It's been 2 decades since I've seen that show, so I can't fucking
But
remember.
think
right?
about that shit. Is all this pre fucking Rogue Dog? Like,
Yeah, that's true.
right?
But
Like
will they-
that's why.
But will they even do that to her though? That's the thing. I could totally
Why
see
not?
them
They
fucking
brought
it up.
Jubilee into this bitch, right? Like Jubilee came out of nowhere. Like, oh, there's Jubilee,
I mean,
and Jubilee was in the X-Men long after Rogue. Like Rogue was one of the OGs.
I'm
You're roboting, bro.
dude,
It's his
you're
mic.
right.
He can't help it. Yeah, it's his mic.
Yeah, fix
But
your mic.
I mean, does this mean we'll finally get a good
Sorry.
fantastic? Does this mean we'll get a good Fantastic Four movie, or am I just gonna have to keep dreaming
I
forever
think
and
you're
ever?
gonna have to keep.
No,
hey, I
it's
actually
happening.
like the original Fantastic Four movies,
Oh, okay.
Fantastic Four
Okay,
is
we're not
really
great.
good.
but I enjoyed watching them. What's his name was hilarious, man. Chris, whatever the fuck his name is.
No,
Captain
like
America?
No. Oh yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
He is
As,
Captain America,
Johnny
so-
as Johnny Storm. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
fucking great, man.
I mean, I just
But-
want we just need a good. We need like a good X-Men movie, a good fucking Fantastic Four
I
movie
want a
in the MCU.
correct timeline for X-Men for fuck's sakes, because Rogue should have been there as a superpower, but she wasn't. But yet
what
somehow
about
Captain
Cyclops
Marvel,
getting
out of nowhere,
sidelined?
can rescue everybody in the middle of the war with no Rogue. How the fuck does that work?
Yep.
Everybody's like, Brimstone, why do you have such an issue with Infinity War? Because that's why! The timeline does not make any goddamn sense!
It doesn't add up to Brimstone because he's a big. Are you a big X-Men fan or no?
Yes! Yes, I am!
Me too.
That's
Got
why
it.
I was...
Sorry,
What?
go ahead, finish up.
That's why I'm so, like, Infinity War as a movie, if you were to ignore all the facts of what you know about Marvel and the Marvel Universe, is a fantastic fucking movie, all right? It was well done. It looks wonderful. They even portrayed some of the characters spot fucking on. But
Yeah.
if you were like me and you're a huge nerd and you grew up on this shit, the timeline is fucking stupid.
I mean, we
But-
we need the Fantastic Four, man. Like, and they weren't fucking there, which sucks because now. I'm sorry, I just like the Fantastic
Bro,
Four. And I
like,
really want them
where the
brought in.
fuck, where was, what's his face? The Planet Eater, fuck.
Galactus?
Galactus. Okay, so, before anybody knew about Ego, Galactus was the literal beginning of Ego's timeline.
Yeah, I know.
What
the
did we
thing
get? We got Ego right off the bat with his son. When his son was literally thousands of years prior or after
Yeah.
Galactus. I'm like,
the
what?
problem for like Marvel Studios was like since they had almost went bankrupt in the 90s and they had to sell off so many
Oh, yeah, I know.
characters around.
Yeah.
But see what they've done. They're cooperating with Sony, two like different competing movie studios actually working together to bring us the best Spider-Man ever on the silver screen. And they
Oh,
fucking
I hard
bought
disagree.
Fox.
Hard.
I knew he was
Hard.
gonna say.
Fucking
Pete is not a
disagree.
fan. Pete's
Tony,
not a fan. I'm
I'll
a
throw
fan, but
hands.
he's not a fan.
I will throw hands over this, dude. I would not give a fuck. Raimi Spider-Man is the only fucking true Spider-Man. Get the fuck out of here with your Holland shit. He is the worst iteration of Spider-Man. His movies might be better than Andrew Garfield's, but Andrew Garfield's had a better Spider-Man than fucking Holland, and that's saying something, dog. No, Tony, I'll fight you over this.
I agree to disagree, dude.
All right then.
Let-
I mean,
let's
wait.
keep
Are we
that.
talking about
No,
Amazing
fuck that
Spider-Man?
shit, Pete. You're wrong, motherfucker.
Wait,
Holland-
Come at me, bro.
Plays-
Change my mind.
Holland plays the ideal fucking Spider-Man, not just by the way he looks, but the way he acts as Spider-Man, the way his
Bullshit.
dialogue is with his fucking aunt,
Yeah, all right, I'll
and the
get you
whole
better at that.
situations with all the enemies. Like, if you ever read a fucking Spider-Man comic in your life,
Oh,
you
this
would
guy.
know that this guy actually lines up to the fucking comics almost to the T.
No, he does not. It's not even close, bro. They eliminated his entire fucking origin as a
Origin?
goddamn superhero, man. They eliminated Uncle Ben, dude. That fucked everything up, dude.
Why?
Oh, you're-
Everything.
you're-
Oh, don't
I was
even.
talking
Oh.
no,
Everybody knows
wait. I was talking about Tom Holland as just being Spider-Man. I wasn't talking about the whole story arc itself.
I'm
I'm
kinda
talking
sick
about
of the
Spider-Man
origin.
himself,
Yeah.
not the bullshit that they pulled in the movie studio. Like, that's
Even
not
if you
Tom
want,
Holland's
all right,
fault.
fine, fair enough. Even if you want to just consider that, I think him as Spider-Man is also ruined by the fact that he's got Iron Man suit, basically.
Yes and no.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you want to talk
You
about,
can't
the
tell me that
Spider-
it doesn't change the character dramatically.
I mean, if you
Not the way he acts, but
No,
he,
well,
at least-
yeah, literally the quips and all that. Okay, fine, fair enough. Him as a personality doesn't change, but him as a character does change dramatically.
And before anybody says we're a bunch of fucking nerds, yes, this happens. Me and Pete do this sometimes.
I mean, here's the thing when we talk about this. It's just my thing with like the new Spider-Man is I just don't like the obviously good actor, but like this Spider-Man that they're portraying, I just don't like Iron Man Spider-Man here. I just don't. I'm not a fan.
I'm
The
not
thing,
either.
but here's the thing, though, right? So, like, in the Marvel universe, Spider-Man's intellect has hardly been shown. Like, we all know he's smart as fuck. He's actually in the top echelon of intelligence when it comes to the Marvel universe. It's rarely shown in the comics, but it is shown.
Yeah.
I like the movie because they put a microscope on that bitch, and they're like, "Look, this guy is actually really fucking up there."
Yeah.
So, like, I enjoyed that personally. Now, the whole Iron Man thing, yeah, I get it. Yeah, it was robot suit. Nah, I'm not a fan of it either, Pete. Personally, bring back the fucking symbiote that he originally had as
Oh,
his
yeah.
first suit. Yes, I would be down for that. The fuck are you
somebody-
sawing off your leg?
Right?
Jesus.
Banging
I
some
was
headboards
waiting
there,
for
bro.
that. Right there. I want to play.
No, but
it.
it's just the thing is, I'm just not a fan of the new Spider-Man. Like, obviously Spider-Man, like good actor, but it's just we talked before Iron Man, Spider-Man, and also I think Far From Home is a bad movie. There's that
Yep.
as well.
Agree.
But it is like if you look at like the new Spider-Man, of course he gets a new suit, but you have the fabric suit with the AI and shit, like in the Homecoming, and in Civil War, and then he gets like the Iron Man Spider or the Iron Spider suit.
Yeah, but
he
Which is
also
like,
had his
I can
own
see why
suit.
everybody was kind of annoyed with it.
Yeah, but that's
so.
the thing. Why would
Yeah.
he use his own suit once he gets the Iron Man suit?
Yeah, that's true. But that's kind of like the story arc for him as a character to grow on as Iron Man says in the Homecoming movie. He says something about deserving
if the suit is you, then you don't need the suit. Or I think.
yeah. And that's so big to his entire
No.
story.
If you
arc.
need the suit, then you shouldn't have it.
Yeah. And that's kind of cool too. Like
Which is
Homecoming
kind of
like-
ironic coming from fucking Iron Man, because he's fucking useless without the suit.
Yeah.
I mean, just saying.
Iron Man.
I mean,
I
not
agree.
useless,
No,
not
I
useless
agree.
in life, right? Because fair enough, he's a rich guy, he's smart and all that. But as
Yeah.
far as like Avenger level threats, like the kind of thing that Peter was facing, fourth Peter facing the Crow dude or whatever, Vulture. Yeah, Iron Man would be just as useless against fucking Thanos without his suit as Peter would be, yeah. But anyway,
That's true. That's true.
Blue, are you ready to play again?
I'll do one more game, but yeah, it's just I think Far From Home, like obviously, like Far From Home, just I don't like it.
No.
By the way,
It's
I
not
would
for
love
everybody.
them.
But I do miss the black. I miss like if anybody's
Power
read the
Rangers.
original, the OG Spider-Man, dude, that was to me the quintessential like
for me-
badassery of his story arc because
Like if you want to talk about Venom, like how are they gonna fit Venom in Spider-Man's story if he has this
But-
metal iron
but
suit
here's-
now?
okay, see this right here. Okay, I'm not talking about fitting it in. I'm talking about use Tom Holland, and since we can all of a sudden split time arcs and shit and do stupid fucking time travel, let's put him in the OG time setting of the Venom because not many people have ever paid attention to the Marvel universe like this. Was Spider-Man originally could not get his suit off voluntarily.
Yeah.
He had to take a fucking audio blaster at a certain frequency and blast himself until the motherfucker came off of him. Like, and you know what kills me though is they hit to that shit so much in the Venom movie, and that's one of the reasons why I like the Venom movie so much.
Oh
they
no!
tell-
Oh, okay.
Oh,
right.
my God.
Wrong, and just wrong. It's fine.
I like the Venom movie.
I thought it was
that's true.
fucking garbage.
Did
What
you
do you
ever
guys-
read a Venom comic? I highly
No.
doubt it. Exactly.
No, I didn't. And
Okay,
I
so
thought it
you're
was so
wrong.
bad.
So you're wrong.
Okay.
It's okay to be wrong, Blue.
But okay.
All right. Sorry, like mediocrity. It's fine, bro.
When we're on to the Venom
Your
subject,
mom's Mickey What?
the Morbius trailer, guys, it actually sets up that Morbius and Venom and all that shit is kind of intertwined with the MCU. What do you guys
I
think
mean,
about that?
If Venom was in the MCU, that'd be cool. But I don't think he is, unfortunately, because I said Disney because Sony said he wasn't.
You know what? You know what? You know what really kills me, Blue, is your only experience with the MCU is what you've seen in a movie.
Yeah.
I've read
But did you
like
see
I've
the
read some.
end?
No, like here's the thing. I've read some like Marvel comics. I've read like the Fantastic Four. Like I'm not like illiterate when it comes to comics and all that stuff. Actually,
No,
kinda
no.
am.
I would never say you're illiterate. I would say like there's a lot of stuff you don't know about some of these characters that you've seen.
Because I never really grew up with these comics.
Yeah.
'cause I
See.
was like,
Yeah. In my household, that's what I read. That was the thing that was in our house. Was like
Same.
comic
I mean,
books.
it was mostly us for like my mom didn't really want me reading those because she was like, those aren't technically real books. I'm like, okay, mom, okay, boomer. I would say correctly there, but
Yeah. But back
Tell
to
your
the
mom
more-
she's cut off. She's not getting any more from me.
oh no.
But back to the Morbius trailer, though. The ending reveals the Vulture, Tombs.
Oh, Tombs. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
Vulture. I thought Vulture was. Oh wait, is this before Homecoming or after?
It's after Far From Home, actually.
Well, didn't the Vulture
don't
get
think-
sent to prison? I could have swore he
Because
did.
they're showing like you see when Morbius is like out walking, he's like walking past a wall or something, and you see like a picture of Spider-Man, and it says like a murderer, like painted over his picture over Spider-Man. So that kind of alludes to like what happened with Mysterio and shit, like since it was like being framed and everything after that.
I think
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
one of the best things about Spider-Man, like Spider-Man, no, the ones I didn't sure. Like one of the things I didn't like was like what they did to Shocker. I guess like in the Homecoming, what they did to Shocker, they kind of made him just some side character.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that
see,
kinda
like that's what I hated about most of the MCU stuff is a lot of these main villains were just tossed to the fucking side.
Yeah,
Like
And they were
Vulture
like-
got a good backstory, but fucking Shocker gets thrown to the side like a piece of trash. I'm like, dude, why?
yeah.
What about fucking what was it, Scorpionox? I think his name is the giant scorpion.
Well,
that fucking
Scorpion?
scorpion. That the big green
Oh.
scorpion. That
The Scorpion?
like
Yeah.
he was mentioned in a blip. That
But
was it.
that's probably a reason. I would bet my ass they're building up for a Sinister Six thing.
I mean, that'd be cool, but also, how are they gonna include Venom though? Because Spider-Man's story does include Venom, and
Well, they
Really?
are kind of like putting doors open now for it. And
Nothing wrong.
it kind of seems like when they announced that Spider-Man was out of the MCU this summer, and then suddenly, like a couple of months later, it was like, yeah, Spider-Man is back in, and
'Cause
we have
Sony
set up this
disputes.
new. Yeah, because Disney and Marvel and Sony made out a new deal, and now we are kind of seeing what's gonna happen with that with the new Sony Spider Universe too. That they kind of like leave it open for like.
how are they
things-
gonna have them separate though? Like, you can't have Spider-Man's universe separate from the MCU though.
Yeah, but they're not gonna. It's not gonna happen. They're gonna like put in so they can like mention each other and have things intertwined with each other. It kind of seems
So,
like they're
are
putting
they
it up
separate
like that.
universe or the same? Because
Same.
okay, then that makes more sense. But it's just because how are you gonna do the Sinister Six without like the whole like you see what I mean here?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
like-
I mean, I don't know, Blue.
Well, this
I
is
would
the-
say the same
this
thing
is
about
the
the Infinity
problem.
Stone War, but they did it.
This
Yeah.
is the problem with translating something like the MCU into movies, is that it's really easy in the comic books to have just infinite amounts of different timelines and, you know, alternate realities and things like, you know, you can put a character like Spider-Man in another comic book and have it be, you know, a completely separate thing from the lore of the actual Spider-Man comics, but in the movies people all treat that as, if it's not completely consistent, then, you know, because the comic books, you kind of think of them as separate entities, right?
Oh,
Spider-Man comics are Spider-Man comics, and Venom comics are Venom comics, even though Venom is in Spider-Man comics and Spider-Man's in Venom comics. It doesn't really matter if they do contradictory things in the two different books, because you kind of think of them as separate. But in the MCU, everybody thinks of it as one giant, you know, contiguous universe.
hmm
And yeah, so that's gonna be a real challenge, especially as they keep dragging the MCU along. and do more and more of these movies, that's going to be, because they're going to want to change things. They're going to want to, they're going to want to bring Iron Man back, or they're going to want to,
But see, this is where I sort of respect the comics a lot more than I do the media, because like in the comics, they explain it to you in a way that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
They
Also,
portray
they're going to
story
shit there,
arcs.
so-
They even portray time hopping in a way that's easily understood, and you're like, okay, I could get behind that. But when it's portrayed in film, all the small nuances kind of like are forgotten, and they expect people to, oh, okay, well that's what happened. No, like there's a lot of people like Blue, and this isn't a slight against you, Blue, or anything.
Thanks, dude.
You know what I mean. Shut up. That they didn't get to experience the comics like we did
Yeah.
as kids growing up. So they're gonna see this and they're gonna be like, okay, I guess that was kind of cool. You know what I mean? So like, I guess in one way, I'm kind of jealous because they can just watch it and not care about the actual nuances of the stuff.
I mean, I grew up like you tell me. Like, I grew up like watching Spider-Man shit though. So
I'm not. No. I'm saying, dude, I'm talking about the comics. I'm not talking about what you watched.
Okay. So, question: what do you think of the Spectacular Spider-Man adaptation that was done 2000 something? What do you think of that?
I kind of liked it.
I thought it was pretty good, but it only got 2
Was
seasons.
that the one with Eddie Bra? No, with was it Flash Thompson that was a Venom in that, or was it actually Eddie
No,
Brock?
it wasn't. It was Eddie.
It was Eddie.
Not-
That was when they were like in high school and stuff, right?
Yeah, because it was only 2 seasons.
They did a game for that too, didn't they, on PS2?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was really good, where you can play as both Spider-Man and Venom in like shaded graphics.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, that series I really liked. That was a good one. That got cancelled, didn't it? They kind of like.
It only got 2
abruptly ended
seasons.
it.
It was supposed to be like at least 3 seasons, they said, and
Yeah,
now it's
yeah,
only 2, and it's unfortunate because it ended on a cliffhanger. Cause fuck.
What did you guys think of Shattered Dimensions?
Oh, which?
I never played it.
I heard it was a really good game. Like I heard like they did a really good job on it, and I just had the
Which
info.
one?
I only knew of the one game they made. I didn't know they did
It was
more
only
than
one.
game. Yeah.
It was. Have you played Web of Shadows or no? Because that was another good
Yeah.
Spider-Man game.
Web
I
of
played
Shadows. That was really good.
That was another fantastic Spider-Man game
My
that people
problem
don't talk
with
about.
My problem with Web of Shadows was like the final chapter. Like, if you didn't complete the Kingpin's mission or like the other guy, there's like 2 people standing there. Like the continuation of the story.
The Vulture and who's the guy in the white, like the white demon outfit, kind of. Like he looks like a
Kingpin.
not Kingpin. It was another one.
In a white demon outfit. It's
No,
not
white
Moon
demon, but
Knight.
he had a white outfit on, kind of with his ship. He had a ship too.
Oh, Moon Knight or Moon Knight.
Moon Knight.
Moon Knight?
Yeah.
Yeah, Moon Knight.
It was Moon
Like-
Knight and Vulture. Like you had to pick between. I remember.
Oh yeah.
I remember like there was the
Ah!
final chapter. Like if you didn't complete one of the missions, the story mission, like the icon for it would cover up the side mission, but you couldn't queue up for the side mission because every time you got near the story mission, it would automatically start the story mission.
I mean,
That's what my problem was. Like
I thought that game was good because all the choices you got crazy enough.
oh
You
yeah.
can choose to be evil Spider-Man or good Spider-Man. Obviously, it's not as nuanced, but
And which like woman you ended up with in the end, like
yeah,
Black
just saying,
Cat or
Black
MJ?
Cat's 10 times better. MJ, fuck MJ. In that game, she was this whole
You can get
bitch in that
fucked,
game.
sir. Oh, in the game. All right.
No, in Web Shadows, she was this whole bitch. I totally.
Bro, I didn't care for MJ at all, even when I read the comics. Like I couldn't
MJ
stand her as a
MJ's
character.
best
dude.
waifu.
No. Let's put the nope. Just end it
Black
now.
Cat.
I'm a sucker for redheads, bro. Don't even get at me.
Well, I'm sorry. I
Oh,
think.
thanks, gangsta.
I mean, I would say Gwen Stacy's better. The problem is,
Jesus
Problem-
Christ.
I'd say Gwen dies though, which is the reason why I don't fucking like Gwen that much, because she's supposed to die in every Spider-Man story. So it's like, yeah.
Well, back to the X-Men thing though. I was checking out the '90s cartoon. She was called. It was Miss Marvel. So, but I'm really curious. When they eventually announce X-Men, what do you think about what they should do with costumes?
Old. Okay, so here's the thing. It depends. Is it a reboot X-Men? If it's a reboot X-Men, they need to go to Origins
Yeah.
to make sense of everything that
course.
takes place when the things with Rogue happen. because that's when Archangel's with him. That's when what's her
Beast
face is
without
with him.
hair.
Yeah, Beast
Hairless
without hair.
Beast.
Yep. Like-
Cyclops, Sean
Cyclops. Yep.
Grey, Banshee. Isn't he also one of the OGs?
I think even Iceman was an OG. Yeah.
Yeah, Iceman was an OG
Yep.
for sure.
Like
for
a lot of
sure.
these villains, believe it or not, were all originally X-Men at one point. Even Juggernaut was in there at one point.
No,
Yeah, but now he's
Juggernaut
in
wasn't a
Deadpool.
mutant though. Juggernaut
he's not
is
a
the
mutant,
evil
technically.
brother.
No, he's
Yeah,
an evil brother, but wasn't he like? Didn't
No,
he
it's
like?
magic. It's a magical stone
Oh,
that he
okay.
finds when out adventuring. He's like Charles Xavier's. Is it twin brother or just a brother? I think it's a twin brother actually.
I think it's a twin. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I know he was really jealous of his brother for all those shit.
Yeah.
That he got. Yeah.
but his powers stems from magic.
Yeah.
But again, here comes the big question though. Since Deadpool also, as announced by Disney, is a part of the MCU in kind of a way, but it's still gonna be like R rated. And they had Juggernaut in the second one.
That was pretty funny though, wasn't he? He was like, I'm your biggest fan.
Yeah, ripped him apart. But the thing is, if Deadpool is like in the MCU, but kind of its own like bubble fucked up universe, they have already introduced a lot of X-Men characters there. What are they gonna do? Because Deadpool's version of Colossus is so fucking spot on.
I know.
Colossus
I
there
know
is
what you're
just-
saying. Colossus
he's
there is amazing.
fucking
Yeah, I know.
Awesome. And I want to see that Colossus in the X-Men movies.
I do too.
And
Yep.
Juggernaut in that movie. Did you guys, fun fact, did you guys know that Ryan Reynolds is actually mocapping and voice acting the Juggernaut 2 in Deadpool 2?
I did, yeah.
I heard about it.
That's-
Yeah.
Really cool.
Bro,
But yeah.
like, dog, like, jeez. I really hope they don't fuck up the reboot, bro. I really do, because I want to see Mystique in there. Like, they put her in Origins, and that worked out good. So they need to put her back in the original reboot.
Mhm.
Yeah, but she was. I mean, all those X-Men movies.
But yeah, but like, you
She
gotta
was
just.
slaughtered in the new ones though, like the first.
Yeah,
class.
they fucking
Jennifer
destroyed
Lawrence.
her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they made her a hero, and that's like,
Yeah, no,
she
no,
was an
no.
in-between character. She wasn't necessarily
Yeah, to
all
be
good,
fair,
but
she
she
was.
wasn't all bad.
Yeah.
So.
But like,
I mean,
the
she
two last
carried a
ones-
hard on for Wolverine in the comic book, so at least that was accurate.
Yeah. But like the two last ones, that was like Apocalypse and the fucking disaster of what was the last one? Phoenix?
Dark
Phoenix was a pretty big disaster, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. The only thing I liked about Phoenix, the fucking music. Hans Zimmer did the fucking music for the last one.
Shame.
And that was
Movie was
that was
such
kind of like
garbage.
yeah. Because I was like, I bought it on Blu-ray and I was starting up the movie because I didn't see it in theaters. And I was like, I was watching it with a friend of mine and I was like, dude, this music, I've heard like this style before. And I started to like Google it and I was like, what the fuck? Hans Zimmer that did like the fucking Dark Knight trilogy, Inception and stuff, did this crap film? Wow.
Hey,
Oh.
man, if Marvel comes to you and says, hey, we'll pay you tons of money to fucking do our soundtrack, you're going to tell me you're not going to do it?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I mean, come on, man. Disturbed's been doing the same shit along with Crown the Empire, dude. Like, they were doing some pretty bad movies, too. And it's like, at least the music's good.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like Call of Duty.
Pretty much.
And that's
This
that's
guy.
actually really sad though, since they like to go over to a whole different side of comic book movies. Justice League, the biggest crap fest ever done.
Yeah, Justice
and
League was
how-
pretty terrible.
And how they
Ugh.
changed like the musical tone from like Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, and Wonder Woman to like Danny Elfman. That was the weirdest choice of like the music was like so forgettable. And if you go like watch Man of Steel or Batman v Superman, I'm actually one of those that love the director's cut of Batman v Superman actually. But the
I
music
thought
is
Batman versus Superman was actually a pretty decent movie.
Yeah, so did I. So did I.
I did.
Yep,
I
I'm
did
right
not
there.
get the.
No,
I
no,
do
can
not
we-
get the hate for that movie.
no, I me neither.
They
Fucking
did a
hell,
pretty
that
damn
shit
good
was-
Doomsday.
Yeah, they did.
Just gonna
Dude,
throw that
shit
out
was
there.
It was
gnarly.
funny.
It was
man,
pretty
why
good.
Is everyone
It was
have,
funny.
we
I
need-
think Ben Affleck did a great job as Batman, and Henry Cavill
Oh,
does a
hell
great
yeah.
job as Superman. And
He
obviously
is
Wonder
Superman
Woman's
in
great.
my eyes.
For real, dude. Yeah, he's the most Superman.
He pulls it
Superman
off,
I've ever
doesn't
seen.
he? Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, he pulls it off.
Dude.
Yeah, and the interaction between them, like leading up to the main conflict, like that was all great. Like I liked the argument they had between them. You know, yeah, it
Yeah.
wasn't an amazing movie. Like there was things they could have fixed, but you know, shit, man.
For what
For-
it is, it was pretty damn
Yeah,
good.
that's the thing. Like they didn't have the time to, like you know, they're trying to compete with Marvel, and Marvel's already got them beat by like what 10 movies at that point. Like when did
Yeah.
what was the first of those
What's all
movies
these
to
wrong
come out?
opinions,
Man of
guys?
Steel was the
Man of
first of
Steel,
DC.
and
yeah.
when that one came out, wasn't there already like at least 6 or 7 Marvel movies out by
Oh,
then?
Yeah.
Certainly,
Yeah.
Iron Man 1 and 2, the first Thor, the first Captain America, probably even the second Captain America, and then I think even the first the first Avengers was like a year or two before it too. So yeah, they were up by
Yeah.
like 7 or 8 movies. They don't have the time to, you know, it's. I mean, it's unfortunate.
That's
it's what-
because DC's been focusing more on their animation stuff lately. So
Sure.
I mean, I could understand
And
that.
Well, plus
yeah.
they
DC
never
has a
really
pretty
started-
good animation.
because they could have used the Christian Bale trilogy as a starting off point. It's just like it didn't work out that way. It was a little too early. Christian Bale maybe didn't want to do the role, or you know, either wouldn't be
Yeah.
up to it or wouldn't look it.
And also, I don't want
and-
those movies to be tarnished by the shitty DC movies. So
Well, what if they took it and did an MCU quality thing with Batman being the Christian Bale Batman trilogy?
Please no.
Like that,
No,
no. I'm
you-
just saying, if they had done that, that could have been amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, but what are we talking about MCU quality? Are we talking like Apocalypse? Like that
No,
was
I'm
terrible.
talking like the main, you know, the Iron Mans, the Captain Americas, and then
Okay.
then the Avengers
Okay,
series.
no, I
yeah.
understand where you're coming
Like the
from. Yeah,
the
okay.
main, you
I
know,
don't think
that. Oh my
DC
God, it would have
tried
been
to-
amazing, dude. A Wonder Woman like that, a Superman like that, and then a Justice League like that. Oh, dude, it would have been fucking incredible.
Yo, what did you guys think about Wonder Woman? I love that movie, dude. That
It was
movie
a-
was
Woman was
it's
fucking
great.
beast.
it was probably
Uh,
the best MCU move. Actually, do we count Joker as a SMC? Do we count Joker as like a DC movie, or no? Is that
I
separate?
really don't
I
want
don't
to.
know.
I really
It's-
want
I
to
don't
consider
know.
it
The
separately.
new Joker is separate. It's
Yeah.
like what do you call it? A solo thing, like its own separate thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
oh,
but the thing
Arrow,
is-
we're all good, buddy. I don't take it personally. Don't worry about it.
What happened?
Hey,
Just
you know
Arrow
what?
in the
Is it
thing.
me or has DC been like they've been really pushing the Joaquin Phoenix bit quite a bit to save themselves? It seems like they've been losing money or something because like between their own animations, it's like they are literally floating on Joaquin Phoenix, Wonder Woman, and now fucking the new Harley Quinn stuff coming out on their streaming service.
Yeah,
and
but
you
I
have
think
the new-
I think
you
Harley
have the
Quinn.
new-
I'm of the opinion. I think Harley Quinn sucks. And even before this Birds of Prey movie, I thought Harley Quinn was always bad.
Really? I liked her.
I,
thought she was
I never
fun.
liked Harley Quinn's character. She always felt like Joker's side bitch, and I just never had interest in her character.
Bro, even Joker was like that she was
She's
his
even-
side bitch.
Like that's the thing. Like that's why I never liked Harley Quinn. That she was supposed to be the girlfriend of Joker, but to me, she was like, "Oh my, Joker doesn't need a girlfriend. Also, there's no need for you to exist because you're kind of just female Joker, but like a million times worse."
Mhm.
Like
you
I know
have a-
people are like, "No, she's amazing." No, she's like, I'm sorry, get over it, people.
Yeah, she was alright. I
What's
thought
that,
I thought she was a fun character in general. Like I like the idea that my thing wasn't so much her as a character, is where she came from that I like. I like the fact that he was able to twist her mind, going from a logical science, spectrum to like batshit crazy.
Oh, he.
I
fucked her
like
up
that.
majorly.
Yeah, he fucked her up pretty good.
But you have the new. I'm not sure how this is set either, but you know James Gunn, director of Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2. I think it was the day I read they announced that filming for the new Suicide Squad movie was done. So now they're moving out over to
I hope it's better than the
post-production.
first one.
Oh yeah. So you have that, but that's again the question: will that be tied into the DCEU, and what
It
is
probably
not?
will be. It
And
probably
what
will
about-
be because I think Joker was maybe a one-time thing where it'd be on its own solo. I say
Yeah, but they
solo.
want it to be part of it though.
I mean,
I
if they
think-
want to do it as like sort of like a
I haven't
prequel-
seen. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Is
I
Joaquin
mean, if they-
Phoenix really that good?
Yeah, it's a really
Yeah,
good
he's pretty
Joker.
fucking good, man. I still think Heath Ledger's better, but he is pretty fucking good, especially with the,
I mean, if you
the
want
way
to
they
use
did that
Joaquin,
movie.
if you want to
Okay.
use Joaquin Phoenix as like an origin point for future Jokers, sure, but I don't know, man. Maybe just keep it separate, have its own thing.
That's
but
what I
like,
say, but they're gonna want
Yeah.
to because of how successful it was. That's just kind of how it is.
But how is he gonna fight like a?
He's
since
not.
they're-
Here's what they're gonna have to do. They're gonna have to make it so that Joaquin Phoenix's Joker isn't the actual Joker. He's the
Yeah.
inspiration, and so maybe, he's in the nut house. The ending is the actual ending, so he's in the nut house, and then the
Mhm.
clowns that he spawned, start their own like organization, and one of them rises to the top because he's the most like the Joker and he's the smartest and all that, maybe the most ruthless, I don't know. And then like maybe he
I mean,
breaks
I
them
would- I
out,
wouldn't
or
mind that.
who knows, like there's a whole bunch of things you could do with it, but it would be that there's another guy who's taking up the reins of that Joker, and then he becomes the Joker that Batman actually fights, because obviously Joaquin's character would just be
What
too
if-
old.
What if? How about this? What if Joaquin has a kid, and that's
Sure.
Joker? 'Cause remember, Joker in the movies always talks about how his dad
Right.
always wonders why he never smiled enough or whatever, and then fucking cuts his cheeks. Remember?
Yeah.
oh,
Heath
oh my
Ledger's.
god, that'd be genius, Brim. Holy
Yeah,
Well,
shit,
right?
that is one of
genius,
the
Brim.
that is one of the origins. Or put it this way, it doesn't even have to be that one, because part of the Joker's. Oh god.
You
damn.
never actually know.
You don't actually know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he likes his
Right.
his past to be a multiple choice, but a whole bunch of his backstories all center around his dad being a complete son of a bitch. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's true.
So it's like you could kind of think of it as, well, we don't really know exactly what the dad did to him, but it was the dad, and whatever it was fucking horrible. And so, so his dad was that Joker, and then he grows up to be the Joker that Batman fights. So, yeah.
I was talking to someone that said they used to like there's actually multiple Jokers, like or something.
Well,
like that.
yeah, sure, especially if you consider the multiverse and all that kind of silly nonsense.
I mean, there's been multiple Jokers. I mean, and Jared Leto was the worst one and should never be addressed. But yeah, that's that one. It's kind
Yeah,
of hilarious because
fair
everyone has
enough.
taken the Joker as Joker mantle has gotten an award except Jared Leto.
It's a hard role, man. I mean,
yeah, but
it's rough.
but Jared Leto fucking sucks. So
I'm not saying you're wrong.
there you go, because I'm factually correct. You got him.
Got him.
One thing I actually gotta give to the DC movies though, over Marvel, and keep going with me on this. I would say that, especially in Batman v Superman, the action, the fights are so much more impactful than a lot of the fights in the Marvel movies.
What do you mean by impactful?
Oh, if you see like the end battle in Batman v Superman, the fight
give a-
between Superman, Wonder Woman, Doomsday, and Batman,
Oh, dude,
that's like one-
incredible.
it's one of the most insanely captured superhero versus a super villain
I
fight
don't.
ever.
I don't know if I can agree with that one. 'cause
Oh, I
didn't really
totally
like the
agree, dude.
movie, So
I totally
Holy
agree.
shit. All from
Because that's the thing, even
Batman
with, like,
rescuing
Infinity War-
Superman's mom.
yeah, but that shit's fucking. I'm sorry, the whole Martha thing was dumb.
No, but that's
it wasn't that
not
dumb
bad.
though.
No,
Like,
it wasn't.
Here's the thing. That's actually a completely plausible scenario for how they laid it out and how that could have gone.
Mhm.
Right? They do both have the same name. They have been put in this situation by Lex Luthor, so they're fighting to the death. That would be one of the few things that might actually get them to stop fighting. Is like, he says his mom's name, and Batman, it throws Batman off because that's the name of his mom too. Like that, I could totally buy it.
And
Like,
if you
if the-
also look at it this way, Batman sees Superman as something non-human. He looks at Superman as Doomsday is looked upon. But as soon as like Superman says his mother's name,
Right.
he kicks Batman out of his kill rage, and Batman
Sure.
is like, dude, he's got a mother. He's like me. Instead of like he's an alien that can destroy the Earth, he gotta be ended. That's kind of my reasoning behind it. And yeah.
I'm with you, bro.
Mm.
Yeah. Blue can be wrong. It's okay.
Okay,
It's
dude.
like a lot
Sure.
of people like latch on to the thing like, oh, they have the same name, the mothers have the same name, and that's the like thing people have been annoyed about. But if you see a bit deeper, like the psychology of it, why Batman is on
God
his
damn it! You guys are making me
kill
miss
rate?
Smallville more and more every day.
With Smallville.
Oh my God,
Oh
Blue!
my
Shut up! You're not allowed to
God.
talk.
Lord, this is Peter. I beg of you, give me the strength to change the
Just
things
tell
I
me.
can.
Can you just tell me, make this
It
easier?
was a show. It was a show in the early 2000s that portrayed Batman as a child landing
No,
on
Superman.
Earth. Or Superman, sorry,
Yeah.
Batman landing on Earth.
It's
okay.
Superman. It's Superman teenage years, bro. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where his mom literally comes in contact with the first members of Suicide Squad. She becomes the Red Queen and fucks with Suicide Squad quite a bit, being like 5 steps ahead of them. Yeah.
JC.
Oh, okay. That doesn't sound very interesting, so I don't really care.
Pete,
It
can you
was-
do my dirty work and smack this kid for me, please?
Right, 5 across the eyes, bro. No, here's the thing, right? I wasn't even all that even into Smallville anyway, but it was enjoyable to watch for what it was.
Oh,
it was-
so you're a total hypocrite in this?
Why?
Because I don't really
He's
care for it. You don't
actually
really
seen
care.
it, but he gave it a chance.
And it's not like it was bad. It just wasn't my thing.
Yeah.
Bro, you watch it now, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, for sure. Oh, dude, I've watched a whole bunch. I've gone back and watched a whole bunch of those older teen shows from like the late '90s, early 2000s. Smallville. What was the one about aliens?
Roswell?
Roswell.
Oh no, don't.
One
Ryan
Tree
Roswell,
Hill. The OC. Dude, yeah, they're all fucking terrible, dude. They're
Oh,
terrible.
Roswell sucks. It's such a shitty fucking TV show, Roswell.
That's JC. See, that's the thing. I'm right with you. Like Superman has always been one of my least favorite superheroes. So so Smallville couldn't keep me with the Superman angle, and the show
I mean, I
itself
think it
was
could
the
be
show
really- I
itself.
think-
It wasn't. It was just another. Other than the Superman thing, it was just another teen drama. And
Yeah.
I think
I
it
already had
could be
enough of that
good.
shit with the OC and all that kind of crap.
I think like Superman's character could be probably one of the best if they just portrayed him like in a different way. Because they kind of just treat him like, how does Superman react to being a god or whatever the fuck you want to call him? Instead of like, how does Superman react to like having to do human things or like be human or whatever you want to call it? Like, I think that would be more interesting than having him be like, oh, if I'm this god, like, am I really a person or whatever? I think that'd be more interesting.
But that's
Then
what
what
they
they
did
did,
with
right.
Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, though. That was kind of like actually
I
the
don't know about that. And Superman, in Batman v Superman, they were kind of portraying him like he was like, am I like really this godlike person or whatever?
yeah.
Well,
but-
that was what he was struggling with.
yeah.
Because he is, but in the in another sense, he's also human, just like us. I mean, obviously not just like us, but as far as like all his emotions and weaknesses and shit like that go,
What
The
sucks
way
is he's
he's
got a
been
lot of
raised.
different stones that amplify his emotions too. So it's like, fuck, he's probably more human than we are.
yeah.
I mean,
think
here's
it's-
Agree.
I think it's like in Man of Steel when he visits the church and talks to the priest. That kind of like embodies like the entire thing about like what's the right thing to do? Should I do anything? What's the morality of my choices as a human being to do like good and right and shit? And that talk with the priest is like that's pretty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Point on to
also,
the.
I don't think using Doomsday this early though was a good idea in
Nah,
terms of its
The-
DC
the
canon.
thing is, it could have been good if they didn't show Doomsday in the trailer. That was the biggest fuck up.
Yeah,
I
that
agree
would have
with
been
that.
really cool if they had just shown Lex Luthor and made it seem like Lex was the big baddie for the movie, but then it was just Lex using both Batman and then yeah,
but
that
pop
would have been great.
Pop quiz: which Lex? Or
What do you
OG
mean?
Lex or Clone 2 Lex?
Uh,
Remember, Lex has been cloned a few times.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's not in the movie canon yet, is it?
No.
But it was in the show.
Not that we know.
It
Well,
was
yeah,
in the
but we're
show.
but we're talking about the movies though, or the
Oh, that's,
you know,
do
yeah.
they don't tie in together? I thought they would.
No.
No,
No, not at all.
Yeah, or at
But-
least not as far as we know. I mean, they could probably retcon it in somehow, but as far as
Yeah.
as far as what's been shown in canon on the movies, yeah, that's completely separate from all the shows and shit.
But it's like, that would have done so much. I know that the movie studios like tried to fish in things, but they could have shown like parts of the fights without showing you Doomfist, just
Right.
showing you like Superman getting his ass whooped a couple of times, and people would be like, "Who the fuck is Superman fighting? That's not Batman he's fighting." That would have
I
like
mean-
been so much bigger like PR
Or
thing.
I think it would have been better to use a different villain because I think they, like I said, they shouldn't have used Doomsday this early for like, especially since he's supposed to be like this big villain, Doomsday.
Oh yeah. I
And
think
it's not, and they can't bring him back after because now he's done, he's gone, Doomsday.
Oh, they can. That's
Yeah,
the
it's
cool thing.
possible.
That's
Ship's
in the
still there.
lore.
You could still use human DNA mixed with the DNA of a Kryptonian.
I thought
to
Doomsday
make him-
Oh,
wasn't-
not
I thought
not only
Doomsday-
that.
I thought Doomsday
This-
was like an actual different alien though, though.
No, he's a Kryptonian alien. It's kind of a bit different in the comics, but the thing with Doomfist, no Doomfist, I'm saying, goddamn Overwatch.
Doomsday.
With Doomsday, when he gets killed, he regenerates after a while, or he comes back to life, and he
Yeah.
cannot be killed by the same thing that killed him. That's the thing.
But that's why I said I thought Doomsday was like a different, like I thought he was like a different alien species though.
Yeah, but he was still like, that was before like the Kryptonians ever came to existence on Krypton. So he was from Krypton, and he was like a creature that was like genetically messed with to be like the superior species to survive everything. But that's the thing in the comics. That's kind of like in his genes. So every time he gets killed on like the, what do you call it, like dinosaur version of Krypton, like before humans or the Kryptonians, every time he dies, he comes back to life, and he can't be killed by what killed him, and he evolves and evolves and evolves and evolves until he's like so perfect that almost nothing can kill him. And they kind of alluded to it in Batman v Superman. Every time you see them shoot at him, you see him like emit this fucking energy blast EMP thing, and you see like his body is evolving and he's getting stronger and stuff. So that's kind of like they already hinted at it, so they could bring him back. It's not impossible.
Yeah, but like, are they just gonna keep recycling him for all their movies?
Nah, I don't think so.
No. Yeah, there's
It kinda
plenty
looks
of,
like-
there's plenty of villains
Especially
to
if
bring
they
in.
need a big baddie because who'd they use for like the Justice League movie? I forgot who the main villain was. That's how memorable he was.
Steppenwolf.
Steppenwolf, and no one really cared about him. And in terms of as a villain, he was probably the stupidest villain. in
Most
DC.
mediocrity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, is it okay with you guys if I go? Because I get going.
Yeah,
no,
go for it, bro.
it's not okay.
Right?
How
You need our
dare you,
permission.
Don? This is 100% a missing opportunity for you to learn some new shit that you don't need to learn.
Listen, Don, we're keeping you in prison here. You're actually locked in on your chair right now.
Hey.
Like, have you like while we were talking? I sealed you right in your chair. He's a sealing ninja.
Bro, I got your mom's email with your search history and a
Hey.
screenshot. If you leave, it's gone. It's going.
It's all hentai. It's all hentai and queefs.
He's not
It's
wrong.
It's a
Not
hentai queefco cannon. It's like it's
Go
like
ahead
it's
and go.
hentai-
Now I'm just fucking with you, dog.
It's hentai with octopuses, and then a shark shows up, but the shark emits like so much queef that it just destroys the universe. That type of shit
Shark
you have to.
queef. Oh my
Yes.
god.
Well, anyways,
We're
I'll
going-
see you guys later. Okay.
All right, dude.
Bye,
Mr.
boo boo.
Bye.
Bye.
Instead of shark, no,
Shark Queef,
Is
what
that-
the hell,
that-
dude?
instead of Sharknado, it's Queefnado.
Yeah, or as I wrote later or earlier in a YouTube chat, Piranha Quake. Just earthquakes and just piranhas just like flowing out of the cracks of the earth.
Uh, oh man.
But,
So-
yeah,
I found out the name of that anime. You'll have to tell me if any of you guys have seen it. Valvrave the Liberator.
oh yeah, the vampire shit.
Kinda, sorta, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it.
That's a good
Never
fucking
seen it.
mecha anime. Oh, it's fucking. Of course you haven't seen it, Blue. Shut the fuck
I
up.
don't see, or I don't like mecha. I just don't like mecha anime.
You haven't
Then I
seen the
haven't
right
seen any
mecha
good
anime.
ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. hmm
What mecha anime have you seen?
Poor Blue.
Not really a lot, to be honest.
Yeah. What? Can you name one? How about that? Just one.
I, to
A
be
single
honest, I
one?
think I've only seen one mecha
Oh,
anime.
And that one is.
Macross Zero.
And you loved it. How can you take this guy? This guy. I'm out. Lord.
I don't see it. I don't have an interest in mecha
Please.
anime though. Like honestly,
I beg of you. Grant me the
no,
serenity to
I just
accept
don't have
the
an
things I
interest in
cannot
mecha
change.
anime. Okay, Pete. How about that? I don't have an interest in mecha anime. I don't.
You
like,
would if you saw some of the good shit.
Mm-hmm.
How often have I been wrong, dude? I think one is the total
I've tried
tally.
watching Mobile Suit Gundam, and I just didn't like it.
Yeah,
Oh god, for your
Gundams
first
are...
okay, for your first mech anime, I would have never suggested you watch
Yeah.
that.
No way. Not
Ever.
even Gundam Wing, dude, because they
No.
are so much less mech.
and they're
that I-
drawn out.
Yeah, it's all
yeah.
political
Gundams-
intrigue
Yeah,
and
I was
yeah.
gonna say it's all about political sides plotting against each other. That's every
Yeah.
Gundam anime ever. So like I
Right.
would have never told you to fucking watch that shit.
I would actually say, like, if you were to see what any Gundam series as a start, Gundam 00 is possibly the best way to go. It's modern and it's got a lot of action. The plot and story and like the setting of the fictional world is pretty decent. It's not too hard to follow.
I mean,
Interesting characters, cool characters, yeah, and some bloody awesome battles and so action.
like for me, like I'm more interested in like fantasy, like medieval, and like kind of like with like
You would
anime
love
with gun battles and
Escaflowne,
shit.
dude.
yeah,
like-
Escaflowne, there you go.
That's-
Fantasy
Escaflowne's on
medieval
point.
mechs.
It really is.
Come
It
the
really
fuck
is.
on, man.
It's medieval, high fantasy.
And
Even
And,
Raxaphon would be good for you.
And like, I guess you can say like, I don't know, what can you classify like, basically all the like Naruto and all that shit. Like, what type of anime is that? Like,
Just
shonen?
shonen?
generic shonen. Yeah.
Yeah,
Shonen, shonen.
I mean, shonen. Those are the genres that really only interest me. Like, I'm not that interested in like mech anime. People just like. It's not that I hate mechs, by the way. Like, Titanfall's cool. but
Again,
it's just,
that's, you just haven't seen good
You're a
ones, bro.
racist. No,
Yeah.
You're a mechanist.
anytime we talk about mechs, everyone talks about how good they are. Do I have to bring up the crime statistics? Mechs are only 5% of the population will commit 82% of the murders. Am I right?
I knew you were gonna say that shit.
Well, they do have a natural advantage as far as size and strength goes, so, you know, I don't know.
Yo, Blue is really laying on that shit thick, isn't he?
Right?
Yeah, it's coming on hard.
No, but it's just I don't know, man. Maybe I'll watch what's it called, Escaflowne. I'll watch it on my free
No,
time.
I
That's about
get it though. Blue, like all joking aside, bro. Like I know why you don't like it or you don't really care for it because like some of these mech animes,
I don't
they
even
are-
I don't
some-
hate it. Like I'm not like I don't. Have
I'm not saying you
No,
hate it. I'm
yeah,
just-
no. I think no. I think it's not that he doesn't like him or he wouldn't like him. It's that he has no interest in starting one because of some preconceived notions that he's gotten because of like the
His
first one he
previous
tried was
experiences,
Gundam.
probably.
Yeah, and you know maybe you've seen a few
That's understandable. Yeah.
snapshots of a few others and they just kind of don't look interesting and it's like yeah okay yeah there's a bunch of boring ones.
I mean, honestly, dude, like all the shit we talked about today, like if you saw a screenshot of Patlabar, you wouldn't want to watch that shit. You know, if you saw a screenshot of Macross Plus, like
Oh man, yeah.
you would not want to see that shit. Like I get it. Yeah.
It's outdated, of course.
Yeah.
I'm not like. Here's the thing. Like, when you outdated, because old anime can still look good.
Yeah, but it's wasn't even that
It's
great looking when it
outdated in the
first
bad.
came off, and it's outdated on top of that.
Yeah, it's not like Akira or like Princess Mononoke
No,
or
or
that
Cowboy
kinda
Bebop.
old.
No. Yeah.
No, that's
The
like
only thing that comes close to that
quality.
would be Raxaphon. Raxaphon.
Sure.
Oh no, Escaflowne looked pretty good.
Escaflowne, yeah.
Yeah,
Escaflowne is
yeah.
it's not
That's
quite as
Sunrise.
good as Cowboy Bebop. The
action. Yeah.
well, this is the thing. The biggest problem with Escaflowne is the only thing that really aged badly is the wide shots of action.
True.
Yeah,
The
the
shots where
4:9
the mechs are in full view and they're fighting each other, they just kind of don't look right. But other than that, it still holds up real nice.
You know what, Blue? You've given me a mission. And I'm not gonna
Sure.
give up until I find the perfect thing for you to watch as a good mecha anime. And I can go all from like I love like series like Parasite. That's my shit. Like I like the twisted and I like the fucked up as dark and yeah, messed up as you can get it. So I'm gonna find a middle ground for you there. I'm gonna find an mecha anime that will keep you interested and that will be kind of in the vein of maybe some fantasy. Yeah,
I guess maybe I should
I'm
say
on
the
it.
genre. Like the genre doesn't really interest me all that much.
I
though.
agree.
But
No, I see. I know. Yeah.
But the thing is, like, there's so many. Like, if you think about like mecha, most people think science fiction, but there's so much more. Like,
And
you
not
see
just that, but like
anime in
Gundam
general.
Wing. That's what they
Yeah.
think of, you know? But
Yeah.
like that's the thing. There was a bunch of mecha that it's like
Far
bit-
from Gundam. Or, like,
well, yeah, that's the thing. I bet you I could find a Gundam Wing that's almost identical to a Fate.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, sure.
Oh,
would just
yeah,
have to,
yeah,
I
yeah.
just have to think about it, you know?
No, I just have to
So-
go through my list.
I don't mean like Fate, by the way. I just oh my god, that's not what I asked about it.
No, I know what you mean, but you know, I'm also being general, so it's like you think of mecha as a separate genre, but really it's only a separate genre because of one specific thing. So it's not like the
Wait,
stories can't be
Blue,
similar
Blue,
to
you
other
like
anime
Blue,
you like.
Blue, you like some of the Final Fantasy series, right? You like some of that stuff, right? Not saying it's your favorite thing, but like you enjoyed some Final Fantasy games, right? You played them.
I mean, I think the only one I actually like. I don't. Wow, I'm about to get yelled at for this one. The
No,
only Final
you're
Fantasy
not.
the only Final Fantasy game I actually played was 15,
Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. All right, so
and I didn't really, and I wasn't that much of a fan of it. Nothing against it, but it's just
no,
I was like,
no, absolutely not. But would you be interested in playing a traditional Final Fantasy-esque game where it's turn-based?
No, I'm not opposed to turn-based combat. I actually like it.
Okay, so
Huh.
if you get a chance to, and if you have a PlayStation emulator or something, the best thing I can introduce you to for mecha that's absolutely just breathtaking
I know what you're gonna say.
would be Xenogears.
Yeah, Xenogears.
Play Xenogears. It'd be a good entry point because it's
Yeah.
really good. Yeah.
That's a fucking good game.
That was one of my first mecha like experiences when I was a kid, and I loved it. That was like, in fact, that's where Guilty Gear, the fighter, pretty much was a jump off of, was the
Oh, yeah.
Xenogear universe. Yeah.
Because a lot of
Yep.
the people from Arc Studios worked on Xenogears, so.
Yep.
That's
I'll check it out then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a highly recommended. That's a fucking classic.
I have my original disc, sir. The whole
And you
thing.
know the ones that came out, was it on Switch or the one before, like the Xeno?
Are you talking about Xenoblade? Are you talking about Xenosaga?
Yeah.
That's like all of the aftermath of Xenogears.
Yeah.
Xenosaga is PlayStation 2. And they've got like 4 or 5 games, I think, or some shit like that.
No,
Oh,
I'm thinking
is it
about
on
the new
GameCube or
ones
no?
on Nintendo. There's like new like mecha RPG games out on I think it's the Switch.
I mean, if they brought them to the Switch, fucking that's awesome. What was that, Blue? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I mean, was it on GameCube or no? Because I'm not that. If that's the case, I have to go pick up a new emulator again, which doesn't. I'm
I
not
think
opposed
you should be able to
but-
go to Emu Paradise and get the ROM for it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but I'll need an emulator for it because I can't use Dolphin as far as I know for it, right?
Oh no, PlayStation emulator. No, you have to get a PlayStation emulator.
Yeah. Sure.
Xenoblade Chronicles.
Oh, Xenoblade
That's-
Chronicles. I played that
that's-
shit in my Switch. I like that game.
Oh, then you would like Xenogears because Xenogears
Yeah,
is technically
that's
like the very
kinda-
beginning of that.
Yeah. That's in the same like, not the same universe. Cause
No,
it's
but
like,
it's the same spectrum of things though.
Yeah, it's the same as with Final Fantasy. Like usually the next game is set in an entirely new world, entirely new, but like with a lot of common things like names and weaponry and monsters and gods and shit. So it's the same with like the Xeno world too. So yeah. Go for it, dude. Xenogears is super awesome.
And it's all anime cutscenes. It's none of the
And
You
really
know what?
no,
That's
good.
fun thing.
yeah. Well, I figured you'd like that because it's all anime. So
Yeah, it's just I'll check it out. I'll check it. What's it? You say what's it called? I gotta write it down right now.
Xenogears,
Xenogears.
XENO Gears. Yeah,
Okay, and it's on PlayStation, right?
PlayStation
Yeah.
1. Yep.
Okay.
And if you
put that
and
down.
if you end up liking that, I do suggest another one, and that is Vanguard Bandits.
Oh, another good one.
Yep.
Dropping the good names. Fuck, now I will need to go and
Download those emulators, son.
yeah, crap, man. No, I'm done for.
Because I could get lost with some Xenogears and Vanguard, dude. Like
Uh-huh.
pretty good actually.
There's that, and I'll check out P. What was the anime you want me to watch? Lone?
Escaflowne.
I'll
There's
check out
one-
Escaflowne as well. I'll check
Yeah.
that out.
Mhm. You got some shit to work through now.
I mean, yeah, I've been.
Well,
waiting
it's
to
just
try
I
the
just
anime
we're just
series.
trying to get Blue into like something different than what he's used to.
Oh, JC Gaming, his Zone of the Enders too.
Zone of the Enders is a good. Oh yeah, Zone of the Enders is
That's-
damn good.
And that's
Wait,
Hideo
is that a game
Kojima.
or
It's an action based mech game. I'm not.
which?
I mean,
Which emulator system? My bad.
It's
You can-
actually
you
a
could get it on
remaster.
Steam. You could get it on Steam right now for like
Yeah.
$10 or $20 or something like
And
that.
that's
yeah.
both. That's two games.
I don't know
Go
about
keep it
buying it like that, but I mean, yeah.
I think it's actually two games on Steam. It's two games.
It's
and then
first game
VR.
and then the second runner. The second runner is the second one. And
Yeah,
that's
but you
when,
also get Zone of the Enders VR.
yeah, but nobody really
It's
cared
a
about
deal-
that though.
It's a part of the package.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I have a VR set.
It's.
I mean,
not,
if you could experience Jehuti like that, that would be dope. I mean, I'm just saying.
And the cool thing is, Zone of the Enders, it's a Hideo Kojima game. Metal
Yeah.
Gear, the king of Metal Gear Solid. So, good story, good designs, anime cutscenes.
Alright. I'm
Mhm.
I also realized I also have to set up what's that website called? My anime watch list. I gotta set that up so I can keep track of the animes I watch instead of keeping them on my phone. So
Oh yeah.
makes things easier for me, at least.
Well, I'd love to stay longer, but I wouldn't even dare to say how much the clock is in Norway now. It's way past my bedtime.
You're in the AMs.
Oh yeah, 3:30, and then
That's early, dog. What's wrong with you? Come on.
it's like.
Stop being a pussy. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, gangster, you here the whole time?
What?
Huh?
I thought you disappeared because you
I
went
did
silent.
for
gang.
a second.
Yeah, he had to go
Oh.
tie one off.
Oh, you had to go beat one. That's yeah.
What
that's
about you? What about you, Pete? Did you ever play Zone of the Enders?
No,
The fuck is wrong with you? We've been giving Blue shit this entire time,
I
and
think-
you have never played Zoe.
Dude,
What
you know,
the fuck?
This is shit. That was a console game, right?
That was a PlayStation 2 console game. That was when
Doesn't
you
matter.
were-
We did not have a lot of games for console. You know. and I didn't buy any because I was always buying PC games. So I mean, I played the mainstays, the Final Fantasies, Crash Bandicoots, Twisted Metals and shit like that. But anything outside, there was a few. Like I got to play a little bit of Legend of the Dragoon because we rented it one day because we were, it looked cool and shit like that. But yeah, a whole lot of PS1 and PS2 games escaped me, just because we didn't buy a lot for it.
True.
That's the thing. Our parents didn't buy us games, so and it's fucking hard when you're working for $5 an hour for neighbors, getting enough money to scrape together for a $60 game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh shit. But well, I mean, shit. We've been going for 4 hours, so.
Yeah, I'm taking off now.
Why are you going again? You said it was what time in Norway right now? 3?
3:40 in after midnight.
Bro, that is like sex evening, dude. What's wrong with you?
I'm tired.
Brim
I've
would
been
know
up, like-
this.
I would.
But I'll talk to you a bit tomorrow, Bram, about this anime watching thingamabobs.
Yeah.
So I can figure out my schedule and shit. But I'm down for that. That would be super fun.
All right, bro.
And I could probably bring some really cool, like, obscure shows to the table too.
Hey, more the merrier, dude.
I
We
got
could
some-
have a watch list for all 3 of us, or all
Yeah.
4 of us, depending on who's all here.
I got some cool stuff and I got some weird stuff. I'm not gonna bring
Dude,
any too weird, but
me and Peter down for whatever, dude.
Yeah, we're good,
Bring
bro.
Okay.
your bring your worst, dog.
I've
It don't
been
matter.
I've been down the rabbit hole, so you ain't gonna scare me, bruh.
this is more like, as I said, I really like of course, like series like Parasite and stuff. That's like super cool, but also like the existential shit, the shit that's like pure
Well, like-
psychological mind.
Like Ergo
stuff.
Proxy.
mhm.
Yeah. That's good.
And
I'm
beyond
down-
that.
Elfenlied.
Yeah, man.
Perfect.
Elfin Lied. There you go.
Perfection.
Pete, quick question. What's that website called? Is it called My Anime List or My Anime List?
The one I use,
Yeah, to keep track of everything.
Anime
Asking
Planet.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, it's great. It's got synopsis for everything. It's got lists you can
I
make.
mean, I like a list like just to keep track of all the animes I've seen.
Yeah,
just to
that's-
make
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah,
That's
you
on
can
the-
create your own list. You can tag things as watched, want to watch, whatever.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah, it works.
it's
It
really
works
good.
great.
This is gonna.
But it's
Is it My Anime Planet or just Anime
no,
Planet?
just Anime Planet.
Okay. I'm gonna
It's
have
real
to.
good.
I'm gonna make a. Can I can use manga too, right? Oh yes, this makes.
Yeah, they
this
have manga
makes it
there
all good.
too, and
Yeah, I
light
think they
novels,
cover
I believe.
everything.
Yeah,
they cover.
Oh,
They cover
fucking-
about
I gotta
everything.
make
yeah.
and you
Now
can
right now.
there's reviews, there's recommendations. Like it's a great site, dude. That's one of my favorite anime resources ever.
Yeah.
So-
It's
well,
really
all
good.
right, everybody. It's been good. Thanks for hanging
Wait,
out
hold
with
up
us.
before we end.
What?
Bram, have you watched Fate or no?
Yeah, he's
No,
seen Fate,
not
dude.
yet.
Oh, so I
not
want to
seen
hear this
Fate?
from you.
No,
You can't lecture me.
no. I've watched some OG Fate stuff, but I haven't watched any of the stuff that you recommend
What?
me. So
Oh,
mean, 'cause
then
we-
it's
we
on our
have
watch
to-
list.
Oh, perfect. I got a perfect thing for you to watch Fate. Because here's what we're gonna have to do for Fate.
Fate Zero, then Unlimited.
No, not Zero has to be last because Zero drops spoilers for every other route.
It
Like a
kind of
fucking-
does, yeah.
Yeah, Zero has to be last because Zero is supposed to be you have to watch everything else beforehand.
But you
yeah.
only like.
I love Zero, but that's just a fact how it is.
So then you gotta go Unlimited Blade Works, the series first,
Uh,
then Zero.
I would say the Dean Stay Night adaptation, but you gotta like there's some episodes or something that you gotta skip of it. That's about it. Like only 2
Oh.
episodes total. And that's about it.
All right.
Well, all
and then
right.
you got the Heaven. And then you got the Heaven's Feel movies, which, by the way, just saying this right now, the third movie literally comes out this month. I'm so
Oh, shit.
fucking pumped for
Yeah,
that shit.
not
you know?
over here though.
Is that Heaven's
gonna be-
Feel?
Yep. And
Yeah,
I'm
Heaven's
gonna
Feel.
watch
There's
it
3
'cause-
movies. The third one's coming out this month. in
And the movies
Japan.
are so
Cool.
fucking good. It's because here's the thing, Ufotable, I'm just convinced that they're actually God. Like Ufotable's got it making animation. It's exactly
Yeah,
what they are.
they are the best.
Dude, they
in
are
my
great.
eyes.
Yeah.
They are truly one of the greatest.
Because he's like, because you guys seen Demon Slayer or no?
No.
I haven't watched Demon
No.
Slayer. I watched
Uh,
Goblin Slayer though. That was pretty fucking dope. I
Demon
liked it.
Slayers, I love Demon Slayer a lot, and the animation Demon Slayer is probably maybe one of the best.
Is it made by the same
2019.
group?
Ufotable made Demon Slayer, and it's so much better animated than Goblin Slayer. I like Goblin Slayer, but Demon Slayer in terms of animation quality is like precisionally good. Like just
Oh,
peak.
that's good.
Alright.
Alright.
No more Blue. We can talk about this shit all we want after we end the stream. God.
Alright.
Alright.
Thanks everybody for watching. We'll see you fucking next week. Peace out.